Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Isidore. The great archives of Carillo swallow sound like a tomb swallows the living. My scales scrape against ancient stone as I coil through the preparation chamber, lighting candles with methodical precision. Each flame blooms to life with a whispered prayer to the ancestors, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with countless scrolls. The death records of this past year wait in neat stacks beside the ritual altar. Every Naga who drew their last breath, their names recorded in my careful script. Winter solstice, the longest night, the time when the veil grows thin and souls wander if not properly bound to memory. I've performed this ceremony 7 times now, ever since accepting the role of chronicler. 7 winters of reading names aloud in this echoing chamber, ensuring the dead find peace and the living find protection from their restless spirits. The responsibility weighs on my shoulders like ceremonial robes, heavy but familiar. My voice carries through the vaulted ceiling as I begin. Nithsalaris, taken by fever in the 3rd month. The name reverberates off stone columns older than the current royal line. Vex Malorine, lost to a hunting accident in the 7th month. Each syllable must be pronounced perfectly, each pause measured. The ritual demands precision. The familiar routine calms my nerves, though tonight feels different somehow, heavier. The very air seems to press against my skin like water, thick and expectant. I shake off the sensation. 7 years of solitude in these archives has made me prone to flights of imagination. Nothing more. Halfway through the 2nd scroll, an unnatural cold seeps through the chamber. My breath fogs as the temperature plummets, and several candles gutter as if blown by an impossibly strong wind. Yet the air remains still as death. I pause, my voice dying in the sudden silence. The quiet feels wrong, too complete, too absolute. Even the mice that nest in the lower archives have gone silent. I listen for long moments, my heartbeat thundering in my ears like drums. When I relight the extinguished candles, my hands shake slightly. Professional irritation wars with something deeper, a primal unease that makes all my scales ripple and shift. I return to the altar where my carefully organized records wait, and freeze. A new manuscript rests among my scrolls. One I've never seen before. The parchment looks ancient, yellowed with age, but the ink appears fresh enough to still glisten in the candlelight. The handwriting is elegant, feminine, completely unfamiliar despite my encyclopedic knowledge of every scribe who's worked these archives in the past century. My fingers tremble as I lift the manuscript. The pages feel cold as winter stone, and for a moment I swear I smell something impossible. Lavender and sorrow, mixed with the metallic tang of old blood. The festival of winter's heart began as all such celebrations do, with laughter that would soon turn to screaming. I begin to read faster, drawn despite my growing horror. The account describes a winter solstice celebration 3 centuries past, when the noble families of Cathera gathered for their traditional feast. But the wine was poisoned, the doors barred from outside, and by dawn every soul lay dead in pools of their own blood. The details are visceral, precise, the way Lady Miria's fingernails scraped stone as she clawed at the locked doors, How Lord Theron's children huddled beneath the feast table as madness consumed the adults above. These events never happened. I would know. I've memorized every historical record in these archives. Yet the writing carries the weight of truth, as if the author witnessed each horrifying moment firsthand. Shadows shift at the edge of my vision. I look up sharply, but see only empty air and dancing candlelight. The feeling of being watched intensifies until my skin crawls. Every instinct screams that I'm no longer alone in my sanctuary, though logic insists otherwise. I set the manuscript aside with careful hands, but my eyes keep drifting back to those elegant lines of script. The ritual must continue. The dead grow restless when left unbound, yet dread settles in my chest like a stone. Something has entered my ordered world. Something that wants me to keep reading. And despite every rational thought screaming warnings, I know I will.
Chapter 2. Serenia. I drift through the library's shadows like smoke given form, my spectral body barely substantial enough to cast a reflection in the ancient mirrors that line these halls. The curse pulls me here every winter solstice with the inexorable force of gravity, drawing me to witness the ritual that binds my soul to this endless cycle of documentation and despair. 7 chroniclers I've watched perform this ceremony. 7 men who rushed through the reading of names like a chore to be completed, their voices flat and mechanical as they fulfilled their obligation to the dead. But this one, this Isidore, is different. He moves through the preparation chamber with genuine reverence, his obsidian scales catching candlelight as he coils between the ritual implements. Each name he speaks carries weight, as if he truly believes the souls of the departed listen from beyond the veil. His voice resonates with something I haven't heard in decades of watching these ceremonies: respect for the sacred duty he's inherited. The sight stirs feelings I thought the curse had burned from my incorporeal heart centuries ago. When was the last time I witnessed true devotion? When did I last see someone treat death and the remembrance of the dead as something more than tedious necessity? I find myself drawn closer, my ghostly form solidifying slightly as curiosity overrides the bitter resignation that sustained me through endless winters. He pauses in his recitation, and I see intelligence in those dark eyes as they scan the ancient scrolls. This is a scholar, like I once was. Like I was before my coven condemned me to this existence between life and death. The curse's power begins to flow through me like acid in my veins. I fight against it, as I always do, but the compulsion is absolute. My hand materializes against my will, pale and translucent, as phantom ink and parchment appear before me on a writing desk that shouldn't exist. No, I think desperately. Not again. Not tonight. But the curse cares nothing for my protests. My fingers move across the page without my consent, elegant script flowing like blood from a fresh wound. The words appear as if I'm remembering rather than creating them. Another winter massacre, this one from the court of Queen Valissa 3 centuries past. The ice wine looked beautiful in crystal goblets, each one catching the light from 1,000 candles arranged throughout the grand ballroom. The courtiers laughed as they raised their glasses in toast to the winter solstice, unaware that their host had mixed something far more potent than alcohol into the vintage. My ghostly hand cramps as I write, phantom pain shooting through fingers that haven't truly existed for longer than I care to calculate. I document every horrifying detail as Queen Valissa's winter celebration descended into madness, how the poisoned wine drove the nobles to turn on each other with ritual daggers, how the Queen herself danced among the corpses until dawn painted the ballroom windows red as spilled blood. I've written this account before, and before that, stretching back through an eternity of winter solstices, each one bringing fresh documentation of seasonal horrors that play out across time like a twisted song with infinite verses. The worst part isn't the writing itself. It's that I remember witnessing these events, not just recording them, but standing invisible in those doomed halls as tragedy unfolded. The curse doesn't just force me to document winter massacres. It makes me experience them over and over through the eyes of the helpless dead. But tonight, something breaks my concentration. As I finish describing how Queen Velissa's laughter echoed through halls of corpses, I notice that Isidore has discovered my manuscript among his carefully organised records. His horror fascinates me. His intelligent eyes scan my cursed words with the intensity of a true scholar, trying to place these events in historical context. I can almost see his mind working, cataloguing and cross-referencing, searching for meaning in the madness I'm forced to document. Someone reads my words not as idle curiosity, but as genuine historical record. He treats my cursed writings with the same reverence he showed the ritual names, and something long frozen in my chest begins to thaw. I shouldn't feel hope. Hope is the cruelest joke the curse plays, offering glimpses of possibility before snatching them away with fresh horrors to document. Yet watching Isidore's careful attention to my work awakens emotions I thought permanently extinguished. Before I realise what's happening, I solidify enough to almost touch the stone wall beside his desk. My fingertips hover inches from the ancient blocks, close enough to feel their residual warmth from centuries of scholars who worked in this very spot. The sensation is overwhelming after existing as nothing but shadow and compulsion for so long. "Isidore," I whisper, though no sound emerges from my spectral throat. He shivers and looks up sharply, those intelligent eyes scanning the empty air where I hover. For a heartbeat, I think he might see me, truly see me, not just sense my presence like all the others. The possibility terrifies me more than the curse itself. What if he can break this cycle? What if this scholar, with his genuine devotion and careful mind, might succeed where others failed? The thought is so dangerous, so laden with potential disappointment, that I retreat instantly into a deeper shadow. I watch from the darkness as he calls out, demanding to know who shares this space with him. His voice carries the authority of someone accustomed to finding answers in dusty tomes and ancient records. But some mysteries can't be solved through research and logic. Still, as I fade back into incorporeal mist, I can't stop myself from hoping he'll try. The curse will force me to return tomorrow night, and the night after, adding new pages to his growing collection of winter horrors. But I finally find myself looking forward to the encounter, rather than dreading it. Perhaps this chronicler will prove different from the others. Perhaps he'll read not just my cursed words, but the desperate message hidden between them, the clues I've learned to weave into each account, begging someone to break this endless cycle of documented death. Perhaps Isidore will be the one to finally set me free.
Chapter 3. Isidore. "This is impossible," I mutter to the empty archives, my voice echoing off stone walls that have heard countless scholars voice similar frustrations over the centuries. Absolutely impossible. 3 days have passed since the mysterious manuscript appeared, and I've torn through every catalog, every index, every record of scribes and scholars who've worked in these halls. The handwriting doesn't match any sample in my extensive files. The ink composition defies analysis. It appears both ancient and freshly applied, as if time itself can't decide when these words were written. I spread comparison samples across my desk, muttering curses under my breath as I examine each one through my magnifying lens. Ninth, the chronicler. No. Vex Solaris. Definitely not. The script is too feminine, too. I pause, searching for the right word. Too sorrowful. The phrase slips out before I can try to stop it, and I laugh bitterly at my own foolishness. Sorrowful handwriting? I'm ascribing emotions to ink strokes now, like some romantic poet rather than a serious scholar. Isolation is making me fanciful. Yet I can't shake the feeling that whoever wrote these accounts did so with genuine anguish, as if each word carved itself into her soul as well as the parchment. Her soul. Why do I assume the writer is female? The elegant script, perhaps, or the way certain phrases carry an almost lyrical quality despite their horrific content. Or maybe it's something deeper, a scholar's intuition honed by years of analyzing historical documents. Focus, Isidore, I tell myself firmly. Evidence, not speculation. But the evidence makes no sense. The accounts describe events that never happened, written in a hand that matches no known scribe, appearing in archives sealed tighter than a pharaoh's tomb. Every rational explanation crumbles under examination, leaving me with possibilities I'm not ready to accept. The sound of pages rustling makes me look up sharply. No wind stirs the chamber's stagnant air, yet the manuscript's pages flutter as if turned by invisible fingers. "Hello?" I call out, feeling foolish even as the word leaves my lips. "Is someone there?" Silence answers me, deep and complete. But the temperature drops so suddenly that my next breath fogs in the candlelight. Frost begins forming on the stone floor in patterns too deliberate to be natural. Spirals and loops that almost resemble letters in an alphabet I don't recognize. My scales ripple with primitive alarm. Every instinct screams at me to flee this chamber, to abandon my research and seek the safety of crowds and sunlight. But scholarly curiosity wars with self-preservation, and curiosity wins. "I know you're here," I say, addressing the empty air with more confidence than I feel. "Show yourself. Whatever you are, whoever you are, I'm not afraid." The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. I am afraid, terrified in ways I haven't been since childhood nightmares of monsters under my sleeping coils. But I'm also fascinated, drawn to this mystery like a moth to flame. A sound reaches me then, so soft I almost dismiss it as imagination, whispering, barely audible, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The words are indistinct, but the tone carries such profound sadness that my throat tightens in sympathy. "What are you trying to tell me?" I ask the shadows. "What do you want?" The whispering stops abruptly as if my direct question startled whatever presence shares this space. The temperature returns to normal, and the frost patterns fade as quickly as they appeared. But something has changed in the chamber's atmosphere, a tension that wasn't there before, anticipation hanging in the air like smoke. I return to my desk with shaking hands, telling myself that isolation and overwork are playing tricks on my mind. Scholars who spend too long alone among dusty tomes often develop peculiar obsessions, start seeing patterns that don't exist. I've read the case studies, then I see the manuscript, and every rational explanation dies in my throat. Ugh, new pages have appeared since this morning. I'm certain of it. I counted them obsessively, noted where the text ended. Now additional sheets extend the narrative, the ink still glistening as if the words were written moments ago. "Impossible," I whisper, but my hands tremble as I lift the expanded manuscript. The new section describes another winter celebration turned nightmare, this one from the court of Prince Darien barely 2 centuries past. The wine flowed at his solstice feast until midnight struck, and every guest began screaming in unison, their minds shattered by visions of their own deaths played out in excruciating detail. The account is impossibly vivid. I can almost hear Prince Darien's voice as he begged his guests to stop their screaming, can smell the spilled wine mixing with tears on the marble floor. The writer describes how the prince's own daughter clawed her eyes out rather than see the visions, how his beloved wife threw herself from a tower window to escape the madness. These events never happened, I tell the empty chamber, my voice hoarse with strain. Prince Darien died in his sleep, surrounded by family. His daughter lived to old age. His wife outlived him by decades. I've read the historical records 100 times. But even as I speak the words, doubt creeps in. What if the official histories are incomplete? What if some events are too terrible to record in public annals, buried in archives deeper and more secret than even these? The whispers return, seeming to emanate from the manuscript itself. This time I catch fragments of words. Remember and witness, and something that might be help me. My hands shake as I set the pages down. Whatever presence haunts these archives, it wants me to keep reading. It's adding to the collection, feeding my curiosity with fresh horrors, drawing me deeper into a mystery that logic says can't exist. The smart thing would be to burn the manuscript, to lock this chamber, and never return. Request a transfer to another archive, somewhere far from whatever supernatural force has invaded my orderly world. Instead, I light another candle and continue reading, because despite the fear crawling up my spine like ice, despite every rational thought screaming warnings, I need to know the truth. I need to understand what these accounts really are, and why someone is so desperate for me to witness them. The whispers grow louder as I read, almost like approval or gratitude. "Who are you?" I ask the shadows again, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want from me?" This time, impossibly, I think I hear an answer carried on the cold air that shouldn't exist in this sealed chamber. To be seen, to be remembered, to be free.
Chapter 4. Serenia. I watch him from the spaces between shadows, marvelling at the way candlelight plays across his obsidian scales as he hunches over ancient texts. 3 days now he's spent searching for answers that don't exist in any earthly archive, and still he persists. The determination in those intelligent dark eyes reminds me painfully of myself, centuries ago, when I still believed knowledge could solve any mystery. "This is impossible," he mutters, and I want to laugh or weep at the bitter irony. If only he knew how right he is. If only impossibility were enough to break the chains that bind me to this endless winter of documented death. His voice carries through the chamber as he catalogues handwriting samples, cross-referencing scribes and scholars with the methodical precision I once brought to my own research. Before the curse, before my coven, before I learned that some knowledge comes with prices too terrible to pay. Nith the chronicler, no, Vex Celeris, definitely not. The script is too feminine too. He pauses, searching for words I could provide if I dared manifest more solidly. Too sorrowful. Sorrowful. Yes, that's exactly what it is. 3 centuries of mandatory documentation have left their mark on my phantom penmanship, each letter shaped by anguish no mortal scribe could imagine. But that he sees it, recognises the emotion embedded in mere ink strokes. It speaks to a sensitivity I hadn't expected. Most scholars are concerned only with facts, dates, the dry bones of history stripped of all feeling. But Isidore reads between the lines, seeking not just what happened, but how it felt to witness such horrors. The recognition makes something long frozen in my chest stir with dangerous warmth. I drift closer, my spectral form gaining substance as curiosity overcomes caution. His desk is organised with the same obsessive care I once brought to my own research station, back when I had flesh and blood and a future stretching bright before me. Seeing him work is like watching a reflection of my former self, brilliant, determined, utterly convinced that logic and learning can illuminate any darkness. I was wrong then, he's wrong now, but God's help me, I want him to be right. The curse begins its familiar burn in my phantom veins, compelling me toward documentation I cannot resist. But before the writing takes hold completely, I allow myself a moment of remembrance. Not the endless parade of winter massacres I'm forced to record, but my own history, the life I lived before this existence between worlds. I was young when I joined the Thornwood Coven, barely 20 and drunk on the possibilities my newfound magic offered. Seraphina, our matriarch, welcomed me with promises of power and sisterhood, and for years I believed I'd found my place in the world. We were scholars first, witches second, or so I thought. The winter rituals started small. offerings to ensure healthy births in spring, ceremonies to protect our mountain villages from harsh weather. Blood magic, yes, but consensual. Volunteers who gave freely of themselves for the greater good. I told myself the sacrifices were necessary, that a few drops of blood were a small price for the protection we provided. But Seraphina grew hungry for more. Each winter solstice brought greater demands, deeper magic, darker purposes. The volunteers became coerced participants, then unwilling victims, then corpses piled like offerings to gods whose names I dared not speak. This is wrong, I told her the night everything changed. We stood in our ritual circle as snow fell outside, surrounded by the bodies of 6 travellers who'd made the mistake of seeking shelter in our village. This isn't protection, it's murder. Seraphina's laugh was cold as winter wind. Murder! Child, this is a necessity. The old ways demand sacrifice, and we are merely the vessels through which that demand is fulfilled. The old ways are poison, I shot back, my magic crackling around me in dangerous spirals. We've become the monsters our ancestors warned about in their stories. Her eyes glowed with fury and something worse. Disappointment, as if I'd failed some test I didn't know I was taking. Then you've chosen your path, sister, and we have chosen ours. The curse they wove around me was elegant in its cruelty. Not death, which would have been mercy, not madness, which might have dulled the pain. Instead, they bound me to witness and document every winter horror that had ever been or ever would be, trapping me in an endless cycle of seasonal death that stretched across centuries like a chain of suffering. Let her see what her squeamishness costs, Seraphina said as the binding magic sank into my bones. Let her record every winter massacre in perfect detail, knowing that her refusal to participate has doomed others to die in ways far worse than what we offered. And so I watch and write. And remember, century after century, the faces of those who die while I remain helplessly incorporeal, able only to document their suffering for archives that will never be read. Until now. The compulsion seizes me fully, and my phantom hand appears above the writing desk as if summoned by invisible strings. Fresh parchment materializes, ink bleeding into existence from nothing, and I begin another account against my will. The midwinter's masque at Lord Cassius's estate was renowned throughout the kingdom for its elaborate costumes and theatrical displays. None of the guests suspected that their host had grown tired of mere performance, that he craved something more. Authentic. My ghostly fingers cramp as I write, documenting how Lord Cassius drugged the wine and locked the ballroom doors, turning his masquerade into a deadly game where costumed nobles hunted each other through mirror-lined halls until dawn broke over a scene from nightmares. But as I write, I'm aware of Isidore watching my invisible progress. He sees new pages appearing, witnesses the impossible made manifest in wet ink and elegant script. Most chroniclers would have fled by now, would have abandoned this chamber to whatever supernatural force has claimed it. Not him. He lights another candle. I see him do it from the corner of my phantom eye, and the small flame dances like a beacon in the darkness. A candle for me, though he doesn't know I exist. The gesture is so achingly human, so full of unconscious compassion, that my spectral heart clenches with pain I'd forgotten I could feel. "Who are you?" he asks the shadows where I hover, and his voice carries genuine curiosity rather than fear. "What do you want from me?" To be seen, I think desperately, though no sound passes my ghostly lips. To be remembered, to be free. Someone is truly paying attention to my forced documentation. Someone is reading my cursed words not as curiosities, but as testimony, treating the pain I'm compelled to record with the reverence it deserves. The whispers I cannot control escape me then, carrying fragments of truth toward his mortal ears. Remember, witness, help me. Hope is the cruelest emotion the curse allows me to feel. It springs eternal in my phantom breast, despite centuries of disappointment. Despite watching 7 chroniclers before him fail to break the cycle that binds me. But watching Isidore work with such dedicated intensity, seeing the compassion in his treatment of even supernatural mysteries, I cannot help but hope he might be different. I cannot help but hope he might save me, even if that hope destroys us both.
Chapter 5. Isidore. There must be a precedent, I mutter, pulling another dusty tome from the restricted archives. My voice echoes in the pre-dawn silence, the only sound besides the scratch of my scales against stone as I coil between towering shelves. Supernatural manifestations don't just appear without historical context. The book in my hands is older than the current dynasty, its leather binding cracked and worn smooth by countless scholarly fingers. Anomalous events in Naga academic institutions. Hardly thrilling reading, but desperation makes even the driest historical accounts seem promising. I flip through pages of meticulously documented oddities, books that rearranged themselves overnight, quills that wrote of their own accord, scholars who claim to hear voices from empty chambers. Most are dismissed as stress-induced hallucinations or elaborate pranks between rival academics. But then I find it, buried in a footnote so small I almost miss it entirely. See also, the Chronicler's Gift, Cario Archives, multiple documented instances across 3 centuries. My hands shake as I flip to the referenced entry. The section is brief, clinical in its detachment, but the implications make my blood run cold. The Chronicler's Gift, a recurring phenomenon observed in the great archives of Cario, typically manifesting during winter solstice periods, characterized by the spontaneous appearance of historical documents detailing winter festivals that culminated in mass casualties. Previous head chroniclers reported supernatural disturbances coinciding with these manifestations, including unexplained temperature fluctuations, auditory hallucinations, and the sensation of being observed by an invisible presence. I lean back in my chair, processing the revelation. So this has happened before, I tell the empty chamber, my voice tight with a mixture of vindication and dread. I'm not losing my mind. Or if I am, at least I'm following a well-established pattern. The entry continues with a list of dates stretching back 300 years, each one corresponding to a different head chronicler's tenure. Ninth, the meticulous experienced the phenomenon for 2 years before requesting transfer to the coastal archives. Vex Solaris lasted only 1 winter before abandoning his post entirely. 7 chroniclers in total, each one encountering the same mysterious manuscripts I now find myself studying. But what happened to them? I wonder aloud, flipping through pages for follow-up entries. Where did they go after leaving their positions? The historical record grows frustratingly vague. Some chroniclers simply disappear from official documentation after their transfers. Others are mentioned in passing as having taken ill or pursued private studies. None seem to have lived particularly long after encountering whatever haunts these archives. A chill that has little to do with supernatural temperature drops settles in my stomach. Am I following in their footsteps towards some inevitable doom? Or is there something different about my situation? Some factor that might allow me to succeed where they failed? I close the book and return to my desk, where the mysterious manuscript waits like a trap baited with irresistible knowledge. New pages have appeared again. I've stopped being surprised by this daily multiplication of impossible text. What disturbs me more is how naturally I've come to accept the supernatural intrusion into my orderly world. This isn't normal, I remind myself, though the words carry less conviction than they should. Scholars don't just accommodate ghostly scribes without question. I should be reporting this to the High Council, requesting exorcists, or whatever one does about literary hauntings. But the thought of losing access to these accounts fills me with panic. Whatever force is responsible for their creation, the documents themselves are fascinating beyond measure. The detail is extraordinary, the historical insight unparalleled, even if the events described apparently never happened. Or did they? My certainty about historical facts has begun to crumble under the weight of evidence I can't explain away. Prince Darian's peaceful death, Lady Miria's long life, Queen Valisa's prosperous reign, all documented in official records that I once trusted implicitly. But what if those records are incomplete? What if some tragedies are too terrible for public consumption, buried in archives deeper than even these? Sleep, when it finally comes, brings no peace. I dream of a woman's face materializing from shadow and candlelight, pale skin like moonlight on water, dark hair that seems to move with currents I cannot feel. Her lips part as if speaking, but no sound reaches my ears. Those eyes, gods, those eyes, hold the depths of sorrow I've never seen in any living soul. She reaches toward me in the dream, her fingers almost touching my cheek before I wake with a gasp that echoes through the empty chamber. My hands are stained with ink. I stare at my palms in the gray pre-dawn light, filtering through high windows. Black smudges cover my fingers and scales, the familiar stain of a scribe who spent long hours at his work. But I fell asleep at my research desk, nowhere near writing materials. Impossible, I whisper, but the word has lost all meaning. Everything about the past week has been impossible, yet here I am, marked with evidence of writing I don't remember doing. I rush to my manuscript collection, frantically checking for new additions. There, another section has appeared, this one describing the Feast of Eternal Winter held by Duchess Morwen 2 centuries past. The account details how her guests were slowly frozen from within by enchanted wine, their bodies crystallizing into ice sculptures that decorated her ballroom until spring. The handwriting is identical to all the previous entries, that same feminine elegance touched with profound sadness. But as I examine the fresh pages more closely, I notice something that makes my breath catch in my throat. Certain words are slightly different in their formation. The letter S curves more dramatically. The R carries an extra flourish. These aren't just copied variations. They're evolutionary changes, as if the hand that writes them is remembering how to form letters after long disuse. You're getting stronger, I realize, addressing the empty air with growing certainty that it isn't actually empty. Whatever you are, being here with me, it's helping you remember how to exist. The temperature drops as if in response, and for a moment I swear I catch the scent of lavender mixed with old parchment. My heart pounds as I lean forward, straining my senses for any sign of the presence I know shares this space. I know you're listening, I continue, feeling only slightly foolish for conducting a one-sided conversation. The other chroniclers, they ran away, didn't they? They got scared and abandoned their posts rather than face whatever you represent. Silence answers me, but it feels expectant now rather than empty. I won't run, I promise, though I'm not sure why I feel compelled to make such a vow. Whatever this is, whatever you need, I'll see it through to the end, even if it kills me. The words hang in the air like an oath, and I realize with startling clarity that I mean them completely. Something has awakened in me these past days, a hunger for truth that goes beyond scholarly curiosity into the realm of obsession. I need to understand what haunts these archives, need to solve the mystery that has driven away 7 of my predecessors. Even if the solution destroys me in the process. Since accepting the role of chronicler, I feel truly alive. The supernatural intrusion into my orderly world has awakened passions I didn't know I possessed, sparked an intensity of purpose that makes my previous existence seem pale and insignificant by comparison. Whatever entity shares these chambers with me, it's changing me as surely as I seem to be changing it. We're locked in some kind of symbiotic dance now, feeding off each other's presence in ways I don't fully understand. And despite every rational instinct screaming warnings, I find myself eager to see where this dance leads.
Chapter 6. Serenia. Memory is a cruel gift for the cursed. The living forget their pain with time's passage, but I remember everything with crystalline clarity. every moment of warmth, every touch of kindness, every breath I drew when breath still mattered. The curse preserves it all like insects trapped in amber, beautiful and untouchable, and forever beyond my reach. I remember sunlight streaming through the windows of my study, dust motes dancing in golden beams as I bent over ancient texts with the eager hunger only young scholars know. My fingers, real fingers then, warm and solid, would trace the elegant scripts of long-dead philosophers while my mind raced to absorb their wisdom. Knowledge was intoxication then, each new discovery a draught of pure joy. The pursuit of truth, I used to tell my fellow students, is the noblest calling of rational beings. How naive I was. How beautifully, tragically naive. I remember Elara, my closest friend at the university, how she would laugh at my intensity and drag me away from my books to experience life beyond dusty pages. "Come dance, Serenia," she would say, pulling me toward the sound of music drifting from the courtyard. "The books will wait, but spring festivals won't." Her hands were always warm in mine as she spun me through steps I'd forgotten in my academic fervour. I can still feel the solid reality of her grip, the way her laughter made my chest light with shared happiness. We would dance until our feet ached and our cheeks flushed pink with exertion, then collapse together on the grass to count stars and plan futures that stretched bright and endless before us. "You'll be the greatest scholar of our generation," Elara would whisper in the darkness between us. "You'll unlock mysteries that have puzzled minds for centuries." I did. And it destroyed everything I loved. The curse ensures I remember Elara's face when the plague took her 2 winters after my condemnation. How she wasted away in her sickbed while I watched helplessly from the spaces between shadows, unable to touch or comfort, or even let her know I still existed. She died calling my name, wondering why I'd abandoned her in her final hours. But tonight, watching Isidore work with the same passionate intensity I once brought to my studies, the memories don't feel quite so much like torture. There's something achingly familiar in the way he hunches over his research, scales catching candlelight as his intelligent eyes scan page after page of careful documentation. He moves through his work with the same reverent precision I once practiced, treating each text like a sacred trust. "There needs to be a precedent," he mutters, and I want to tell him there is. I am the precedent, the consequence of scholarly curiosity pushed beyond safe boundaries. But I can only watch as he pulls tome after tome from the restricted archives, his determination growing with each failed search. When he discovers the entry about the chronicler's gift, I feel the familiar burn of shame. 7 chroniclers before him have encountered my cursed manifestations. 7 brilliant minds driven away by the horror of what I'm forced to share. The clinical language of the historical account reduces my centuries of suffering to mere anomalous events, as if my torment were nothing more than an academic curiosity. "So this has happened before," Isidore says, and there's vindication in his voice rather than fear. "I'm not losing my mind." "No, I think desperately, you're not losing your mind. But you might lose your soul, just like the others. Just like me." I watch him research my previous victims, for that's what they were in the end. Each chronicler who fled, rather than help me, broke another piece of hope I didn't know I still carried. Nith, the meticulous, who lasted 2 years before terror drove him to the coastal archives. Vex Celeris, who abandoned his post after a single winter, rather than face whatever haunted his sanctuary. But what happened to them? Isidore wonders aloud, and I could answer if I dared manifest more solidly. They died, most of them. The curse that binds me touches everyone who gets too close, and scholarly curiosity rarely proves strong enough to overcome supernatural dread. They ran, and the curse followed them like a shadow, ensuring their lives ended in isolation and madness. But something about Isidore feels different. Where others showed fear, he demonstrates fascination. Where they fled from mystery, He runs toward it with open arms and an eager mind. When he speaks to the empty air, speaks to me, his voice carries respect rather than terror. I know you're listening, he continues, and my phantom heart clenches at the gentle certainty in his tone. The other chroniclers, they ran away, didn't they? They got scared and abandoned their posts rather than face whatever you represent. Yes, I want to tell him. They ran because I'm poison to everything I touch. They ran because hope is the cruelest joke the universe plays on the damned. But then he makes a promise that stops my spiralling thoughts entirely. I won't run, he vows, and there's steel in his voice that I haven't heard from any of his predecessors. Whatever this is, whatever you need, I'll see it through to the end, even if it kills me. The words hit me like painful blows, each syllable carrying weight I'd forgotten promises could hold. He means it. I can feel the sincerity radiating from him like heat from banked coals. This scholar, this beautiful, foolish, brilliant man, has just sworn to face whatever darkness I represent. Tears would come if I still had the physical form to shed them. Instead, I can only hover in the shadows and feel something crack open in my chest. Not the familiar burn of curse-enforced writing, but something warmer. Something I'd thought permanently extinguished. Hope. Dangerous, terrifying, absolutely foolish hope. I watch as Isidore returns to his research, but now he works with different energy. Purpose, rather than mere curiosity, drives his movements. He's made his choice, committed himself to this path regardless of consequences, and the determination in his posture makes him beautiful in ways that have nothing to do with physical form. Without thinking, I solidify enough to approach his desk more closely. My spectral form gains substance as I drift near the pool of candlelight where he works, drawn by warmth I can almost feel. For a moment I imagine what it would be like to reach out and touch his shoulder, to feel solid flesh beneath my fingers instead of empty air. He pauses in his reading and reaches for another candle, not to replace a guttered one, but to add more light to his workspace. As he places it among the others, I realise with startling clarity that he's not just illuminating his research, he's lighting it for me. A beacon in the darkness, an offering to whatever presence he senses but cannot see. The gesture is so unconsciously compassionate, so beautifully human, that I nearly manifest completely from sheer emotional overload. No one has lit a candle for me in 3 centuries. No one has acknowledged my existence with such simple kindness. Thank you, I whisper, though no sound emerges from my ghostly throat. But somehow, impossibly, he seems to hear me anyway. His head tilts slightly, and those intelligent dark eyes search the shadows where I hover. For just a moment, I think he might actually see me. Truly see me, not just sense my presence like the others did. The possibility is so overwhelming that I retreat quickly into deeper shadow, terrified of the connection I crave more than freedom itself. But as I fade back into incorporeal mist, I carry with me the memory of his promise and the warmth of that offered candle. Someone has chosen to stay rather than flee. Someone has promised to see this through to whatever end awaits. Maybe this time will be different. This chronicler has the strength to succeed where other people have failed. Isidore can really set me free. The hope burns in my phantom chest like living flame, dangerous and beautiful, and absolutely terrifying in its intensity. But I nurture it anyway, feeding it with the memory of his vow and the gentle flicker of candlelight offered in darkness. Hope is all I have left. Hope, and the growing certainty that this man might be worth the risk of believing again.
Chapter 7. Isidore. The invitation arrives on expensive parchment, sealed with the royal crest and written in the flowing script of a professional scribe. His Excellence Lord Yoyan Keltharis requests the honor of your presence at the Winter's Heart celebration. The formal language makes my scales itch with irritation, even before I finish reading. Political nonsense, I mutter, tossing the invitation onto my increasingly cluttered desk. 3 weeks have passed since the mysterious manuscripts first appeared, and I've had little patience for social obligations that pull me away from my research. As if I have time for drunken nobles and their seasonal pageantry. But Lord Yoyen is not just any noble. He's the High Scholar's nephew and one of the wealthiest patrons of the archives. Declining his invitation would be career suicide, even for a chronicler who prefers dusty tomes to glittering ballrooms. Which is how I find myself coiled uncomfortably in the corner of Lord Yoyen's opulent feast hall 3 nights later, nursing a goblet of wine that tastes like liquid gold and costs more than I earn in a month. The celebration is everything I expected. Excessive displays of wealth, elaborate costumes that serve no practical purpose, and conversations that dance around politics without ever addressing anything of substance. The coastal provinces are restless again, Lady Marina confides to her circle of admirers, her voice carrying the particular tone nobles use when discussing inconvenient realities. 3 villages have reported incidents during their harvest festivals. What sort of incidents? Asks Lord Thessarian, leaning closer with the morbid curiosity of someone who's never actually seen violence. Lady Marina glances around to ensure she won't be overheard by servants, then lowers her voice to a theatrical whisper. Mass hysteria. The wine at Kithera's celebration was somehow contaminated, made everyone see visions of their own deaths. By morning, half the village had clawed their eyes out or thrown themselves from the cliffs. My goblet slips from nerveless fingers, shattering against the marble floor with a sound that seems to echo through the entire hall. Wine spreads across white stone like spilled blood, and suddenly I'm not seeing Lord Yoyen's feast hall, but another scene entirely. One described in elegant feminine handwriting that I've read so many times I could recite it from memory. The wine flowed fast and furious at his solstice feast until midnight struck, and every guest began screaming in unison, their minds shattered by visions of their own deaths, played out in excruciating detail. Scholar Isidore? Lady Marina's voice seems to come from very far away. Are you quite all right? You look as though you've seen a ghost. A ghost. If only she knew how accurate that assessment might be. My apologies, I manage, forcing my voice to remain steady. Clumsy of me. Please continue your discussion. But I'm no longer listening to the conversation swirling around me. Instead, I'm cataloging details with the frantic precision of a scholar who's just realized his entire worldview is crumbling. The coastal provinces, mass hysteria, contaminated wine causing visions of death. Every element matches the account I've read dozens of times, the one supposedly describing Prince Darian's fictional winter celebration. Except it isn't fictional, is it? It's happening now, playing out exactly as the mysterious manuscript predicted. Heard similar reports from the mountain settlements, Lord Thessarian is saying. Something about frozen hearts, people literally turning to ice from within. The local healers are baffled. Another manuscript. Another prophecy coming to terrifying life. I excuse myself before my composure crumbles completely, claiming sudden illness, which isn't entirely a lie. My stomach churns with implications I'm not ready to face, and my hands shake so badly I can barely maintain the social facade long enough to reach the exit. The winter air slaps me like a physical blow as I emerge from the overheated hall, but I barely notice the cold. My mind races through every manuscript page, every elegant line of script, every horrific detail I've memorized during long nights of obsessive study. They aren't historical accounts, they're prophecies. The realization sends me slithering through Corio's empty streets with desperate urgency, my scales scraping against cobblestones as I push my coiled form to its limits. I need to reach the archives. I need to confront whatever presence has been feeding me visions of the future, disguised as tales of the past. The great archives loom before me like a mountain of stone and secrets, its ancient walls holding shadows that seem deeper than mere absence of light. I unlock the heavy doors with hands that tremble so badly I nearly drop my keys twice. I know you're here, I call out as soon as I'm inside, my voice echoing through halls that suddenly feel more like a tomb than a sanctuary. I know you're listening. We need to talk. The temperature drops so quickly my next breath fogs in the candlelit air. Frost begins forming on the walls in those same spiral patterns I've learned to recognize, and the familiar aroma of lavender and sorrow fills the chamber. The manuscripts aren't history, I continue, moving deeper into the archives with growing certainty that I'm not alone. They're prophecies, aren't they? Visions of horrors yet to come, not tales of tragedies long past. A whisper reaches me then, so soft I might have imagined it, but carrying unmistakable sorrow. Yes. The single word hits me hard. For weeks I've been studying accounts of winter massacres, treating them like fascinating historical curiosities, never realizing I was reading advance notices of real people's deaths. The wine poisoning at Kythra, I press, following the whispers deeper into the archives. The frozen hearts in the mountains. They're happening now, exactly as you described them. They always happen, comes the ghostly response, clearer this time. Every winter, every solstice. The cycle never breaks. I stop walking, letting the implications wash over me like ice water. You're not just documenting these events, you're trapped in them, forced to witness the same horrors over and over across different times and places. 3 centuries, the voice whispers. And there's such profound exhaustion in those 2 words that my heart clenches in sympathy. 3 centuries of watching, writing, warning no one can hear. But I can hear you, I realize, my voice gaining strength as understanding dawns. That's why the manuscripts appeared when I took over as chronicler. You've been trying to warn people, trying to find someone who could actually listen. Temperature rises slightly, and I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. Nothing solid, just a suggestion of pale fabric and flowing hair that vanishes when I turn to look directly. Show yourself, I request, trying to keep my tone gentle despite the fear racing through my veins. Please, if we're going to work together to break the cycle, I need to see who I'm talking to. Silence stretches between us, heavy with uncertainty and something that might be hope. Then, slowly, a figure begins to materialize from the shadows between 2 towering bookshelves. She's beautiful in the way winter storms are beautiful, terrible and awesome and absolutely beyond mortal comprehension. Pale skin seems to glow with its own inner light, and dark hair moves as though stirred by currents I cannot feel. But it's her eyes that steal my breath, deep brown touched with violet, holding depths of sorrow no living soul should have to carry. My name is Serenia, she says, and her voice carries the weight of centuries. And I have been waiting so very long for someone who would not run away. I stare at her ghostly form, my mind struggling to process the reality of what I'm seeing. A porno woman trapped between life and death, forced to document endless cycles of winter horror while the world ignores her warnings. The other chroniclers, I manage. They saw you too? She nods, and phantom tears glisten on her ethereal cheeks. They saw enough to be frightened. But you... She takes a step closer, and I can almost feel the cold radiating from her spectral form. You see enough to be curious, to want answers instead of escape. Because running away won't stop the cycle, I realize. Will it? The massacres will keep happening whether I'm here to read about them or not. Every winter brings fresh horrors, she confirms, and every winter I'm compelled to document them in perfect detail, watching helplessly as real people suffer and die in ways I've already recorded a dozen times before. The weight of that responsibility, that curse, makes me stagger. To be forced to witness such suffering, to document it with meticulous care while being powerless to prevent it. No wonder the other chroniclers fled rather than face such knowledge. But I'm not the other chroniclers. And looking at Serenia's ethereal form, seeing the desperate hope flickering in those ancient eyes, I know I couldn't abandon her to such torment. Then we break the cycle, I say firmly, surprised by the emotion in my own voice. Whatever it takes, we find a way to end this. Her ghostly form solidifies slightly at my words, becoming more real, more present. You don't understand the cost, she whispers. Everyone who has tried to help me has paid with their lives. The curse doesn't forgive interference. We'll be the first to succeed, I reply, stepping closer to her translucent figure. Because I'm not going anywhere, Serenia. Not until you're free.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 8. Serenia. I watch the exact moment understanding dawns in Isidore's intelligent eyes, see the precise instant when academic curiosity transforms into horrified realization. His goblet slips from nerveless fingers, wine spreading across marble like spilled blood, and I want to weep for the innocence he's just lost. The wine flowed freely at his solstice feast until midnight struck. He knows. Finally, after 3 weeks of careful documentation and scholarly analysis, he understands what my cursed writings really are. Not historical accounts of long-dead tragedies, but prophecies of horrors yet to unfold. Death sentences written in elegant script, warnings no one has ever been able to hear in time. I follow his desperate flight through Cario's empty streets, my spectral form drifting alongside his frantic passage as he races toward the archives. The panic rolling off him in waves makes my phantom heart ache. I remember that same sick realization from my own past, the moment when comfortable certainties crumble and leave you staring into an abyss of terrible knowledge. "I know you're here," he calls out as soon as the heavy doors close behind him, and there's steel in his voice, despite the fear I can taste in the air around us. "I know you're listening. We need to talk." We. Such a simple word, but it hits me with the force of revelation. For 3 centuries it's been only I who suffer, I who document, I who watch helplessly as my warnings go unheeded. The idea that someone might willingly join me in this cursed vigil is so foreign, I almost can't process it. But Isidore doesn't flee when the temperature drops around us. He doesn't run when frost blooms across the walls in patterns that spell out my anguish in a language older than words. Instead, he moves deeper into the archives with the determined stride of someone who's made a choice and intends to see it through. "The manuscripts aren't history," he continues, and I love him a little for his directness, his refusal to dance around the truth now that he's glimpsed it. "They're prophecies, aren't they? Visions of horrors yet to come, not tales of tragedies long past." The word slips out before I can help it. Yes. Speaking to him directly, actually forming words instead of just whispers and suggestions, requires more energy than I've expended in decades. But being truly heard, truly acknowledged, gives me strength I'd forgotten I possessed. My spectral form solidifies slightly, gaining definition and presence. "The wine poisoning at Kythera," he presses, following my voice deeper into the archives like a scholar pursuing truth no matter where it leads. "The frozen hearts in the mountains. They're happening now, exactly as you described them." "They always happen," I tell him, and each word burns with the weight of accumulated sorrow. Every winter, every solstice, the cycle never breaks, I see him process the implications, watch his brilliant mind work through the terrible mathematics of my existence. 3 centuries of winters, 3 centuries of massacres playing out in perfect, predictable horror while I document each death with helpless precision. You're not just documenting these events, he realizes, his voice thick with compassion that makes my dead heart flutter. You're trapped in them, forced to witness the same horrors over and over across different times and places. 3 centuries, I whisper, and the exhaustion in those words encompasses lifetimes of accumulated grief. 3 centuries of watching, writing, warning no one can hear. But even as I speak, I realize that's no longer entirely true. Isidore hears me. More than that, he listens, truly listens, with the careful attention of someone who values every word. But I can hear you, he says, and there's wonder in his voice alongside the fear. That's why the manuscripts appeared when I took over as chronicler. You've been trying to warn people, trying to find someone who could actually listen. The temperature rises at his understanding, and I feel myself becoming more substantial without conscious effort. At last, someone sees me not as a supernatural curiosity or a threat to be fled from, but as a person desperate for connection. Show yourself, he requests, his tone gentle despite the circumstances. Please, if we're going to work together to break this cycle, I must see who I'm talking to. Work together. The phrase resonates in my phantom chest like a bell, beautiful and terrifying in its implications. When did anyone last offer to work with me, rather than simply flee from what I represent? I hesitate in the shadows between towering bookshelves, centuries of caution warring with desperate need. Every chronicler who's seen me clearly has eventually abandoned his post, driven away by fear or madness, or the simple human inability to accept supernatural truth. What makes me think Isidore will be different? But looking at him, really looking at this beautiful, brilliant, stubborn man who's chosen curiosity over comfort, truth over safety, I find I can't resist the pull of hope anymore. I let myself become visible. The process is like remembering how to breathe after centuries of suffocation. My spectral form gains weight and definition, pale skin seeming to glow with its own inner light as I step from shadow into his line of sight. My hair moves with currents that exist only in the space between worlds, and I know my eyes carry the weight of every winter horror I've been forced to witness. My name is Serenia, I tell him, voice carrying clearly in the sudden stillness. And I have been waiting so very long for someone who would not run away. He stares at me with wonder rather than fear, and something inside my chest cracks open like ice in spring. When was the last time someone looked at me and saw a person rather than a monster? When did anyone last say my name with recognition instead of terror? The other chroniclers, he manages, his scholarly mind still working despite the impossibility standing before him. They saw you too. I nod, phantom tears gathering in my eyes as I remember their faces, intelligent men reduced to gibbering fear by the reality of what I represent. They saw enough to be frightened. But you, I dare to take a step closer, drawn by the warmth he radiates like a living flame. You see enough to be curious, to want answers instead of escape. Because running away won't stop the cycle, he realizes, and the depth of conviction in his voice somehow makes me stronger. Will it? The massacres will keep happening whether I'm here to read about them or not. Every winter brings fresh horrors, I confirm, my form growing more solid with each exchange. And every winter, I am compelled to document them in perfect detail, watching helplessly as real people suffer and die in ways I've already recorded a dozen times before. I see the moment the full weight of my curse hits him, the realization of what it means to be trapped in an endless cycle of witnessed suffering. His face pales, and for a heartbeat, I think he might be like all the others after all. that he might turn and flee rather than face the magnitude of what I'm asking him to share. Instead, he straightens his shoulders and meets my ghostly gaze with determination that takes my breath away. "Then we break the cycle," he says firmly, and there's no hesitation in his voice. "Whatever it takes, however perilous it might be, we find a way to end this." The words slam into me like physical force, and I feel my spectral form solidify further in response. Someone has chosen to stay. Someone has looked at my cursed existence and decided to fight rather than flee. "You don't understand the cost," I whisper, terror and hope warring in my phantom chest. "Everyone who tried to help me has paid with their lives. The curse doesn't forgive interference." But even as I articulate the warning, I'm moving closer to him, drawn by his warmth and determination like a moth to flame. My ghostly feet make no sound on the stone floor, but the space between us feels charged with possibility. "Then we'll be the first ones to succeed," he replies, stepping toward me without flinching from my supernatural presence. "Because I'm not going anywhere, Serenia. Not until you're free." My name on his lips sounds like a prayer, like hope made audible. I'm close enough now that I could almost touch him, close enough to see the genuine compassion in his dark eyes, the scholar's curiosity that hasn't been dimmed by fear. "Isidore," I whisper, and his name feels strange on my tongue after centuries of silence. But it feels right too, like a key turning in a lock I'd forgotten existed. He shivers at the sound, and I realise with wonder that I'm affecting him just as powerfully as he's affecting me. Whatever connection exists between us, it flows both ways, strengthening us both, making the impossible seem achievable. At last I dare to believe that maybe this time will be different. Maybe this chronicler can set me free.
Chapter 9. Isidore. Standing face to face with a ghostly woman in the depths of an ancient archive should terrify me. Every rational instinct screams that I should flee, should abandon this chamber to whatever supernatural forces have claimed it. Instead, I find myself stepping closer to Serenia's translucent form, drawn by something deeper than curiosity. She's beautiful in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with conventional attractiveness and everything to do with the strength that it takes to endure centuries of torment without losing her essential humanity. The sorrow in her eyes speaks to something in my own soul. Perhaps the scholar's recognition of another seeker of truth, or perhaps something more personal that I'm not ready to examine. "Tell me everything," I say, my voice steadier than I have any right to expect. "If we're going to break this cycle, I need to understand exactly what we're fighting." She hesitates, and I can see the war between hope and caution playing across her ethereal features. "The curse is complex," she begins, her voice carrying the weight of someone who's had centuries to analyze her own torment. "It binds me to witness and document every winter horror that occurs across time. Past, present, and future all become one endless cycle of death." "But why you specifically?" I press, moving to lean against a nearby bookshelf so we can speak as equals, rather than having her hover before me like a supplicant. "What did you do to deserve such punishment?" Pain flashes across her ghostly features. "I defied my coven. Seraphina, our matriarch, had grown hungry for darker magics, more powerful rituals. Each winter solstice brought greater demands, deeper sacrifices. What began as protective magic became something monstrous." She pauses, her form flickering as if the memories weaken her connection to this plane. I find myself leaning forward, willing her to continue with an intensity that surprises me. "I tried to stop them," she continues, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "The night they planned to sacrifice an entire village for their winter ritual, men, women, children, all of them innocent, I used my own magic to interfere. I thought I could break their circle, disrupt their power." "What happened?" "I succeeded," she says with bitter irony. "I saved those villagers. But Serafina and the others, they made sure I paid for my rebellion in the cruelest way possible. Death would have been mercy. Instead, they bound me to document every winter massacre that their thwarted ritual would have prevented. Every tragedy I witness is blood on my hands, lives that might have been saved if I'd simply let them complete their original sacrifice. The elegant cruelty of it takes my breath away. So you're trapped in an endless cycle of guilt and documentation, forced to watch people die while knowing you could have prevented it by allowing an even greater atrocity. Exactly. Her form solidifies slightly, as if speaking the truth aloud gives her more presence in this world. And the worst part is that the ritual itself feeds on my documentation. Every winter solstice, when chroniclers read the names of the dead, they unknowingly strengthen the binding, keeping me trapped. Understanding washes over me. The ceremony I perform, reading the death records, it's not just honoring the dead. It's renewing your curse. She nods, phantom tears glistening on her cheeks. 7 chroniclers before you have participated in that ritual, never knowing they were condemning me to another year of torment. I wanted to warn them, tried to leave clues in my forced writings, but the curse only allows me to document, never to prevent. Until now, I realize pieces clicking together in my mind. Something's different this time. You're more solid, more present. You can speak directly instead of just leaving mysterious manuscripts. Because you're the first to truly listen, she says, and there's wonder in her voice. The first to treat my writings as testimony rather than curiosities. Your attention, your genuine desire to understand, it's giving me strength I haven't felt in centuries. I stare at her translucent form, my scholarly mind racing through implications while something deeper responds to the desperate hope in her ancient eyes. This woman, this brilliant, tortured, impossibly resilient woman, has endured 3 centuries of isolation and forced documentation, all because she tried to save innocent lives. We're going to break this curse, I tell her, and the conviction I hear in my own voice surprises me. However dangerous it might be, I swear to you, Serenia, you won't spend another winter trapped in this cycle. Her ghostly form flickers with emotion, becoming more solid for a moment, before fading back to translucency. You don't understand what you're promising, she whispers. The curse has roots deeper than mortal magic. Breaking it could destroy you, could destroy everything you've built in this life. Then it destroys me, I say simply, and realize I mean it completely. I won't abandon you to face eternity alone. The words hang between us, ripe with implications I'm not sure either of us is ready to examine. But looking at her, really seeing the intelligence behind those sorrowful eyes, the sheer strength it takes to maintain hope after centuries of disappointment, I know I can't walk away. Something has awakened in me during these weeks of supernatural encounters. The careful, ordered life I've built in these archives suddenly seems pale and insignificant compared to the magnitude of what Serenia has endured. She needs someone to fight for her, and I find myself desperately wanting to be that someone. Why? She asks, her voice barely audible. Why would you risk everything for someone you barely know? Someone who isn't even truly alive? I consider the question seriously, examining my motivations with the same analytical rigor I bring to historical research. What I find surprises me. Because you're brilliant, I say finally. You chose compassion rather than compliance, even when it cost you everything. Because you've spent 3 centuries documenting horrors that would have driven lesser minds to madness, yet you still hope for freedom rather than revenge. I pause, then add more quietly. And because I've spent 7 years hiding in these archives, avoiding connection, convincing myself that solitary scholarship was enough. Watching you fight to maintain your humanity despite impossible circumstances. It makes me want to fight too. Her form solidifies further, becoming almost opaque. Isidore, she whispers, and my name on her lips carries warmth I hadn't realized I was craving. We'll start with research, I continue, forcing myself back into practical planning before the intimacy of the moment overwhelms us both. Every curse has weaknesses. Every binding has potential breaking points. We'll find them. The winter solstice approaches, she warns. As it draws closer, the curse's power grows stronger. I'll be compelled to document more tragedies, and you'll be expected to perform the ritual that renews my binding. Then we have until the solstice to find answers, I say, already mentally cataloging resources and research avenues. Books on curse-breaking, historical accounts of similar bindings, anything that might give us insight into your coven's magic. She watches me with something approaching awe. You're really going to try? I'm going to succeed, I correct her firmly, because the alternative, leaving you trapped in this existence, is unacceptable. Serenia smiles. It's a small expression, tentative and fragile, but it transforms her ethereal features from sorrowful to radiant. Thank you, she whispers, for seeing me, for hearing me, for choosing to stay. Thank you for entrusting me with your truth, I reply, and realize that my comfortable isolation in these archives has ended forever. Whatever happens next, I'm no longer alone in this ancient sanctuary. Neither is she. The connection between us feels fragile but real. Scholar to scholar, mind to mind, and perhaps something deeper that neither of us is ready to name. But as I watch her ghostly form gaining substance in response to our growing bond, I know I've found something worth fighting for, something worth risking everything to save. Tomorrow we begin in earnest, I tell her. Tonight, rest if you can. Save your strength. She nods, already beginning to fade as the effort of maintaining solid form takes its toll. But before she disappears completely, she reaches toward me with one translucent hand. For just a moment, I swear I feel the whisper of cool fingers against my cheek. Then she's gone, leaving only the scent of lavender and the memory of hope kindled in ancient eyes. I stand alone in the archives, but I no longer feel isolated. Somewhere in the shadows between worlds, Serenia waits for tomorrow's research, for our shared attempt to break centuries of carefully crafted torment. I'm eager for dawn.
Chapter 10. Serenia. I hover in the spaces between shadows, watching Isidore pace through the archives with the restless energy of a predator planning a hunt. 3 days have passed since our first real conversation, and his determination has only intensified with time. He moves through research with an obsessive focus I recognize all too well. The same single-minded pursuit of truth that once drove me to defy my coven. There has to be a precedent, he mutters, pulling another ancient tome from a high shelf with practiced ease. His scales catch the candlelight as he coils gracefully between the stacks, and I find myself drawn to watch the fluid motion of his scholarly routine. Curses this complex don't exist in isolation. Someone, somewhere, has documented similar bindings. He's been saying variations of this for hours, talking to himself, or perhaps to me, knowing I listen from the darkness. The sound of his voice has become a comfort I hadn't realized I was craving. After centuries of enforced silence, having someone who actually wants to hear my thoughts feels like a miracle I don't deserve. But it's more than just the relief of being heard. There's something achingly familiar in the way Isidore approaches this impossible problem. The same intellectual stubbornness that once convinced me I could single-handedly stop my coven's descent into darkness. He has that particular scholar's arrogance that insists knowledge can solve any mystery, break any barrier, overcome any obstacle. I had that same arrogance once. It destroyed my life and condemned me to this existence between worlds. Yet watching him work, seeing the careful precision with which he documents every lead and cross-references every source, I can't bring myself to warn him away from the dangerous path of absolute certainty, because maybe this time, that scholarly arrogance might be exactly what's needed. Binding magic requires anchor points, he continues, spreading scrolls across his desk in organized chaos. Physical objects, specific locations, recurring rituals, something that ties the curse to this plane of existence. If we can identify your anchor points. He trails off, but I can follow his logic. If the anchors can be identified, they might be disrupted. If they can be disrupted, the curse might weaken or break entirely. It's a sound theoretical approach, the kind of methodical problem-solving that would have impressed my professors at university. The memory of those long-ago days hits me unexpectedly. Professor Elias explaining the fundamental principles of magical theory to a classroom full of eager students. Every spell, no matter how complex, follows basic rules of construction. Understanding those rules gives you power over the magic itself. I was 22 then, brilliant and ambitious, and absolutely convinced that intelligence could overcome any obstacle. Sitting in the front row, taking meticulous notes, asking the questions that made other students roll their eyes at my intensity. Not so different from Isidore, really. Same hunger for knowledge, same refusal to accept that some problems might be unsolvable. Same dangerous tendency to see intellectual challenges as personal affronts to be conquered through sheer stubborn persistence. The comparison should terrify me. My own scholarly arrogance led directly to my current torment after all. But instead, I find myself hoping that maybe Isidore's particular brand of academic obsession might succeed where my emotional rebellion failed. He's not trying to stop the curse out of moral outrage, the way I tried to stop my coven. He's approaching it as a puzzle to be solved, a system to be understood and dismantled through careful analysis. Perhaps that dispassionate approach will allow him to see solutions that my anger blinded me to. The winter solstice ritual, he says suddenly, his voice sharp with excitement. That's when chroniclers read the names of the deceased, and that's when your curse renews itself. The ritual itself must be one of the anchor points. I drift closer, drawn by his enthusiasm despite my centuries of learned caution. His insight is correct. The solstice ceremony has always been central to my binding. But understanding that connection and doing something about it are entirely different challenges. Still, watching him work with such focused intensity makes me feel more solid, more present in this world. My spectral form gains definition as I hover near his desk, close enough to see the elegant script of his research notes. His handwriting is nothing like mine, bolder, more angular, less decorative, but it carries the same careful precision that marks a true scholar's work. You're right, I tell him, voice carrying more clearly than it has in decades. The ritual feeds the curse. Every name read aloud strengthens the binding that I'm trapped in. He looks up from his research, and those intelligent dark eyes search the air near where I hover. Serenia, you're here. I'm always here. I allow myself to become visible in the pool of candlelight surrounding his desk. I watch you work. Listen to you think aloud. It's comforting. Something flickers across his expression. Surprise, perhaps, or pleasure at knowing he's not truly alone in his research. How long have you been watching? Hours? Days? Does it matter? I drift closer, my form solidifying as I near the warmth he radiates. I like hearing your voice. After 3 centuries of silence, having someone who actually wants to solve this mystery rather than flee from it. I can't finish the thought. The gratitude is too overwhelming, too dangerous to examine too closely. Hope has always been the cruelest joke the curse plays on me, offering glimpses of possibility before snatching them away with fresh horrors. But Isidore doesn't feel like false hope. He feels like something real and solid and absolutely determined to succeed where others have failed. I won't stop, he tells me, as if reading the uncertainty in my ghostly features. Whatever it takes, however long it requires, I will find a way to break this binding. The emotion in his voice causes my phantom to heart flutter with emotions I'd thought permanently extinguished. When did anyone last make me such a promise? When did anyone choose to fight for me rather than simply endure my presence? Why? I whisper, echoing the question I asked before but needing to hear his answer again. Why risk everything for someone like me? He sets down his quill and looks directly at me, his gaze steady and unflinching. Because you deserve freedom. Because you chose compassion rather than compliance, even when it cost you everything. Because in 3 centuries of torment, you've never lost your essential humanity. He pauses, then adds more quietly, and because I think I'm falling in love with your mind. The way you analyse your own curse, the insights you offer into magical theory, the strength needed to hold out hope after so much disappointment. You're extraordinary, Serenia. The words hit me hard, each syllable carrying warmth I'd forgotten was possible. Love. He said love, even if he qualified it as intellectual admiration. After centuries of being seen as nothing more than a supernatural curiosity or a threat to be fled from, someone sees me as worthy of such powerful emotion. I want to respond, to tell him how his dedication has awakened feelings I thought the curse burned away forever. But the magnitude of what he's offering terrifies me almost as much as it exhilarates me. Instead, I drift closer until I'm hovering directly beside his chair. My spectral form has never been so solid, so present in the physical world. For the very first time since my condemnation, I feel almost real. Isidore, I whisper, and his name carries all the gratitude and growing affection I don't know how to voice directly. He reaches toward me instinctively, and for just a moment our connection bridges the gap between life and death, flesh and spirit. My translucent fingers brush against his cheek, not quite touch, but close enough to feel the warmth of living skin, the reality of someone who sees me as more than a ghost haunting ancient halls. The contact sends shockwaves through my spectral form, making me more solid for just an instant before the effort becomes too much to sustain. I fade back to translucency, but the memory of that almost touch burns in my phantom nerves like living flame. You felt that, I realise, wonder in my voice. I felt you, he confirms, his own voice thick with emotion. Really felt you, not just sensed your presence. We stare at each other across the impossible divide between his living world and my cursed existence, both of us shaken by the implications of that brief contact. You're getting stronger, he observes. More real. Our connection is affecting your spiritual cohesion. It's affecting more than that, I admit, my form flickering with the intensity of emotions I'm not sure how to handle. At last I feel alive, not just existing, but truly living. He leans forward in his chair, his scholar's curiosity mixing with something deeper and more personal. Then we're on the right path. If our bond is strengthening your connection to this plane, it might be the key to breaking the curse entirely. The possibility sends both hope and terror racing through my phantom form. Could it really be that simple? Could the answer to centuries of torment be found in something as fundamental as human connection? It feels too easy, I whisper. Too good to be true. The best solutions often do, he replies, returning to his research with renewed energy. But we won't know until we try. I watch him work with growing amazement at his absolute refusal to accept defeat. This beautiful, brilliant, stubborn man has decided to save me, and he's approaching that goal with the same detailed precision he brings to historical documentation. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe this chronicler has the strength to succeed where 7 others have failed. Maybe Isidore will set me free. The thought whispers through my consciousness like a prayer as I fade back into shadow, carrying with me the memory of his warmth and the impossible promise of hope made real. You are not like the others, I whisper into the darkness, though I'm not sure if I am speaking to him or to myself. But as I settle into the spaces between worlds to watch him work, I allow myself to believe, just this once, that maybe love really can conquer even the darkest magic.
Chapter 11. Isidore. The official report arrives with the morning's correspondence, sealed with the coastal provincial crest and written in the formal language of bureaucratic tragedy. I break the wax seal with trembling fingers, though I already know what the parchment will contain. To the great archives of Cario, it is our duty to report the unfortunate events that transpired during the Feast of Winter's Heart in the village of Kythera. What began as a traditional celebration of the season ended in inexplicable tragedy when contaminated wine caused mass hallucinations among the celebrants. By dawn, 17 villagers had perished by their own hands, driven mad by visions we cannot adequately describe. Local healers remain baffled by the cause. I set the report down with hands that shake despite my efforts at scholarly detachment. 17 dead. 17 souls lost to visions of their own demise, exactly as Serenya's manuscript predicted weeks ago. The official language tries to sanitize the horror, but I can read between the carefully chosen words. They clawed their eyes out rather than see what the poison wine showed them. They threw themselves from cliffs and towers and anything high enough to promise escape. They screamed until their throats bled, then screamed silently until death took them. Just like you wrote, I tell the empty air, knowing she can hear me even when I can't see her. Every detail exactly as you documented it. The temperature drops in response, and I catch the faint scent of lavender that always accompanies her presence. But she doesn't manifest visibly, hasn't since that night when our fingers almost touched, and she whispered my name like a prayer. I should report this to the high scholars, should present them with the evidence of prophecy fulfilled, and demand they take action to prevent future tragedies. The logical part of my mind knows this is my scholarly duty, my responsibility as keeper of historical records. Instead, I file the official report in its proper place and return to my desk, where 2 sets of documentation now compete for space. The traditional death records that comprise my official duties sit in neat stacks to the left, while Serenya's impossible manuscripts occupy the right side in carefully organized chaos. Living a double life, I mutter, opening a fresh ledger to begin my unofficial documentation. Keeping secrets from the very institution I've sworn to serve. The words taste bitter, but not as bitter as the thought of abandoning Serenya to face her curse alone. Let the high scholars dismiss supernatural warnings as academic fantasy. I know the truth. I've seen the evidence. And if they won't listen to reason, I will find another way to break this cycle. My quill scratches across parchment as I record everything. The prophecy's details, the timing of its fulfillment, the exact match between prediction and reality. Future scholars may dismiss these records as the ravings of an isolated chronicler, but at least they'll exist as testimony to what I've witnessed. Scholar Isidore! The voice makes me jump, and I slam the ledger closed before turning to see Junior Archivist Kale standing in the chamber's entrance. His young face carries concern mixed with curiosity. Are you quite all right? You missed the morning briefing. Had I? Time has become fluid in these archives, marked more by Serenya's nocturnal appearances than by conventional schedules. My apologies, I manage. I've been absorbed in research. Kale's eyes drift to my desk, taking in the unusual clutter of manuscripts and references. Anything I can assist with? The high scholars mentioned you've been requesting access to some rather esoteric materials lately. The high scholars have noticed. Of course they have. My recent requests for curse-breaking texts and binding magic treatises hardly fall under normal chronicler duties. I force my expression to remain neutral despite the warning bells clanging in my mind. Personal academic interest, I say carefully. Historical analysis of supernatural claims in archival documents. Nothing that impacts my official responsibilities. It's not entirely a lie, but it's not entirely truth either. Kale nods, though his expression suggests he's not entirely convinced. Well, he says finally, Arch-Scholar Jan wants to see you in his office after the midday meal. Something about your recent Unusual work patterns. My blood turns to ice water. Jan has been my mentor since I first arrived at the archives, a brilliant scholar with little patience for anything that doesn't serve the institution's official purposes. If he's questioning my recent behavior, I'm in more trouble than simple academic curiosity can explain away. Of course, I reply, proud of how steady my voice sounds. I'll report to him as requested. Kale lingers for a moment longer, clearly wanting to ask more questions. But junior archivists don't interrogate their superiors, no matter how odd those superiors might be acting lately. After he leaves, I stare at my dual documentation system with growing unease. How long before someone notices the correlation between my mysterious research and real-world tragedies? How long before the high scholars decide my supernatural interests pose a threat to archival integrity? I'm walking a dangerous line, I tell Serenya's invisible presence. My colleagues are starting to notice the changes in my behavior. If they discover what we're really doing... A whisper reaches me, so soft I almost miss it. I could stop. Leave you to your normal life. You don't have to risk everything for me. Don't, I say sharply, surprising myself with the vehemence in my voice. Don't even suggest it. I told you I wouldn't abandon you, and I meant it. The air grows warmer as if she's drawing closer. But the cost to you is my choice to pay, I interrupt. Whatever happens, whatever consequences arise from helping you, they're worth it. Silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken emotion. Then, barely audible, thank you. The rest of the day passes in tense normalcy. I attend to my official duties with mechanical precision, reading death reports and filing documentation, while my mind churns with plans for tonight's research. But I can feel my colleagues' eyes on me, sense their growing awareness that something fundamental has changed in their previously reliable chronicler. Sleep, when it finally comes, brings no peace. My dreams have grown more vivid since Serenya and I began our nocturnal conversations, filled with images and sensations that feel more like memories than imaginings. I dream of pale hands writing by candlelight, of sorrowful eyes that hold centuries of accumulated pain, of a voice that speaks my name with desperate affection. But tonight the dreams are different. Tonight I hear her voice more clearly than ever before, as if she's speaking directly into my sleeping mind. Isidore, she whispers, and the sound sends warmth racing through my dream body. I'm here with you. Even when you sleep, I'm watching over you. I try to respond, to tell her how much her presence means to me, but dream speech fails me. Instead, I can only listen as she continues. You're changing my existence just by believing in me. For 3 centuries, no one has seen me as more than a supernatural curiosity or a threat to be avoided. But you see me as a person worthy of salvation. Do you know how precious that is? In the dream, I can almost see her, not the translucent specter from our waking encounters, but a solid living woman with warm brown eyes and ink-stained fingers from long nights of writing. She reaches toward me, and this time her touch is real, warm, absolutely present. I wish I could give you more than just my gratitude, she continues, her dream voice thick with emotion I'm afraid to name. I wish I could offer you something real, something worth the risks you're taking. You already have, I managed to say in the fluid language of dreams. You've given me purpose, meaning, something worth fighting for beyond dusty books and academic recognition. She smiles then, radiant with joy that transforms her features from sorrowful to luminous. Then perhaps we're saving each other. I wake with her name on my lips and the memory of warmth still tingling in my fingertips. The archives feel colder in her dream absence, emptier despite the thousands of volumes surrounding me. But as I light fresh candles and return to my research, I carry with me the certainty that whatever we're building together, transcends the boundaries between life and death, flesh and spirit. Our connection is becoming something neither of us expected, deeper than scholarly collaboration, more intimate than mere alliance against supernatural forces. I'm falling in love with a ghost, and somehow that feels like the most rational thing I've done in years. The thought should terrify me. Instead, as I open another tome on curse-breaking theory, I find myself smiling with anticipation for tonight's research.
Chapter 12. Serenia. I watch Isidore work through the night, his dedication burning like a flame in the darkness of these ancient halls. The official report from Kythera lies open on his desk, 17 dead, exactly as I was compelled to document weeks ago. The sight of those clinical words describing real deaths fills me with familiar anguish. But tonight, something else mingles with the grief. Purpose. My cursed documentation serves something beyond mere torment. Isidore reads my prophecies not as academic curiosities, but as warnings to be heeded, evidence to be analysed. My forced writings have finally found their intended audience. Someone who sees the patterns, someone who cares enough to act. The curse stirs in my phantom veins, preparing to compel another round of documentation. But as the familiar burn begins, I realise something unprecedented is happening. The magical binding that usually forces my hand with absolute authority feels looser somehow, still present, still demanding compliance, but no longer quite so inexorable. I test the boundaries carefully, like a prisoner exploring weakened chains. Where I once had no choice but to write exactly what the curse demanded, now I find tiny spaces of agency. A word choice here, a phrase adjustment there, minuscule freedoms that wouldn't be noticeable to casual readers, but might carry meaning to someone studying the patterns with scholarly precision. Someone like Isidore. My ghostly hand materialises above the writing desk as ink and parchment bleed into existence. The compulsion seizes me fully, and I begin documenting another winter horror. This one a masquerade ball, where the guests' elaborate masks fused with their faces, trapping them in permanent expressions of terror and joy, while their minds slowly dissolved beneath ornate facades. But as I write, I weave in details that don't quite belong to this particular prophecy. A description of binding circles that mirrors my own curse. References to anchor points that echo the magical theory Isidore has been researching. Subtle hints about ritual disruption techniques buried in seemingly unrelated narrative passages. The masks were held in place by silver threads that caught moonlight like spiderwebs, each strand connected to a central loom hidden beneath the ballroom floor. Lady Cordelia noticed how the pattern resembled the binding circles her grandmother had sketched in forbidden texts. 13 points of connection, all flowing back to a single nexus that pulsed with accumulated power. She tried to reach the loom, thinking that if the central point could be severed, all the connected threads might unravel at once. But the other guests turned on her with their fusion-twisted faces, their humanity already lost to the mask maker's cruel artistry. I finish writing and examine my work with growing excitement. To anyone else, it would read as simply another tragic tale of seasonal horror. But Isidore will see the underlying structure, the magical theory embedded in metaphor. He'll understand that I'm trying to tell him something about the nature of binding magic itself. Clever, I whisper to myself, marvelling at this unexpected freedom. Very clever indeed. My spectral form solidifies as hope kindles in my phantom chest. If the curse's hold on me is weakening enough to allow such subtle rebellion, what other changes might be possible? Could Isidore's attention and genuine care be affecting the magical binding on a fundamental level? I drift closer to the desk, drawn by the warmth he radiates and the intensity of his focus. He's surrounded by open tomes, loose pages covered with his angular handwriting, and diagrams that chart the connections between different prophecies. The sight makes my dead heart flutter with emotions I thought permanently extinguished. He's not just researching curse-breaking in abstract terms. He's mapping my specific torment with the methodical precision of a scholar determined to understand every detail before attempting a solution. The depth of his commitment takes my breath away, if ghosts can truly be said to breathe. "You beautiful, brilliant fool," I murmur, watching him cross-reference another passage from a treatise on binding magic. "You have no idea what you're risking for someone like me." Even as I voice the concern, I can't bring myself to want him to stop. For 3 centuries I've existed in isolation, documenting horrors while remaining helplessly invisible to those who might have cared. Now someone sees me, truly sees me, and treats my suffering as something worth ending rather than simply enduring. The magnitude of that gift terrifies me almost as much as it exhilarates me. I allow myself to drift even closer, until I'm hovering just behind his chair. My spectral form has never been so solid, so present in the physical world. I can see individual scales on his coiled body. Notice the way candlelight catches the silver threads woven through his dark colouring. He's beautiful in the way dedicated scholars are beautiful. Not conventionally handsome, but radiant with intelligence and purpose. "Isidore," I whisper, testing how clearly my voice carries in this more solid state. He stiffens slightly, his quill pausing above the parchment. "Serenia, are you there?" "I'm here," I say, my voice stronger than it's been in decades. "I'm always here now, it seems. Your research draws me like a moth to flame." He turns in his chair, those intelligent dark eyes searching the air where I hover. "I can hear you more clearly tonight. You sound more real." "I feel more real," I admit, letting myself to become visible in the pool of candlelight. Being near you, having someone who actually listens, it's changing something fundamental about my existence. His breath catches as he sees me materialize, more solid than ever before. "You're beautiful," he says softly, and the wonder in his voice makes my form flicker with intensity. "I'm a ghost," I protest, though the warmth in his gaze makes me feel anything but dead. "A cursed spirit trapped between worlds. Beautiful isn't typically how people describe my kind." "Then they haven't been looking hard enough," he replies in a way steals whatever breath I might have possessed. "You're not just beautiful, Serenia, you're extraordinary. The strength you need to maintain your humanity after centuries of forced torment, the way you found methods to rebel even within the constraints of your curse." He gestures to the fresh manuscript I've just completed. "Those weren't random details you added, were they? The binding circles, the anchor points, the central nexus. You're trying to teach me something about curse structure." Joy floods through my spectral form at his understanding. "You saw it. I wasn't sure if the clues were subtle enough to pass unnoticed by the curse, but clear enough for you to decode." "I've been studying your writing patterns for weeks," he says, pulling the manuscript closer to examine my additions. "I know your natural style well enough to spot deliberate variations. This is brilliant, Serenia. You're giving me a roadmap to your own liberation." The hope kindling in my chest burns brighter at his words. At last, escape seems not just possible, but probable. With Isidore's scholarly precision guiding the attempt and my inside knowledge of the curse's structure, we might actually succeed where 7 previous chroniclers failed. "It's dangerous," I warn him, though my voice carries more excitement than caution. "The curse has defences against interference. Everyone who's tried valiantly to help me has paid with their lives." "Then we'll be more careful than they were," he says simply, "more thorough, more prepared." I want to touch him then, desperately want to feel solid flesh beneath my ghostly fingers. The longing is so intense it frightens me, not just the desire for physical contact, but the emotional need behind it. I want to comfort him, to show him gratitude beyond mere words, to express the growing affection that his dedication has awakened in my phantom heart. Instead, I drift closer until I'm mere inches from his chair. What if this is just another cruel joke? I whisper. What if hope itself is part of the curse, designed to torture me with possibilities that will ultimately be snatched away? His expression softens with understanding. Then at least you won't face that cruelty alone this time. Whatever happens, whatever the cost, we'll see this through together. Together. The word resonates through my spectral form like a bell, beautiful and terrifying in its implications. When did I last have a partner in anything? When did anyone choose to stand with me rather than simply tolerate my presence? I don't deserve salvation, I admit, voicing fears I've carried for centuries. All those people who died because I prevented my coven's original sacrifice. Their blood is on my hands. Maybe eternal torment is what I've earned. No, Isidore says firmly, turning to face me directly. You chose compassion instead of compliance. You sacrificed everything to save innocent lives, and you've spent 3 centuries paying for that choice. If anyone deserves freedom, it's you. His conviction wraps around me like warmth, melting defences I'd thought permanently frozen. At last, I allow myself to believe that maybe I might be worthy of the salvation he's offering. Thank you, I whisper, my form solidifying in response to his acceptance, for seeing worth in someone like me, for choosing to fight when running would be so much easier. Thank you for telling the truth, he replies, for believing that this time could be different. The connection between us pulses with growing strength, and I realise we're both changing through this bond. He's awakening from scholarly isolation into passionate purpose, while I'm remembering what it feels like being truly alive rather than merely existing. Hope is dangerous. Hope has disappointed me countless times over 3 centuries of curse-bound existence. But looking at Isidore's determined face in the candlelight, seeing the genuine love in his intelligent eyes, I find I no longer care about the risks. If this is another cruel joke, at least it's the most beautiful one I've ever experienced. And if it's real, if he really can set me free, then maybe all the centuries of suffering were worth enduring to reach this moment of possibility. You are not like the others, I whisper in the midst of the darkness between us, though now I'm certain I'm speaking to him rather than myself.
Chapter 13. Isidore. The High Council chamber feels more like a tomb than a place of scholarly discourse. Ancient stone walls tower overhead, carved with the achievements of long-dead academics whose dusty portraits glare down at the current generation with disappointed eyes. I coil nervously in the designated speakers area, my prepared notes damp with perspiration despite the chamber's perpetual chill. Arch-scholar Jan sits at the head of the crescent-shaped table, his aged features set in lines of barely concealed irritation. To his left, Scholar Matthias drums his fingers against polished wood with the impatience of someone who has better things to do than listen to junior colleagues. Scholar Lydia examines her perfectly manicured claws with studied disinterest, while the others maintain the carefully neutral expressions that indicate they've already decided this meeting is a waste of their valuable time. Scholar Isidore, Jan begins, his voice carrying the particular tone of authority that brooks no contradiction. Your recent behavior has become concerning. Junior Archivist Kale reports missed meetings, unusual research requests, and a general decline in your attention to official duties. My duties are current, I reply, fighting to keep my voice steady. All death records have been filed on schedule. All ceremonial preparations are adequate, Jan interrupts with a wave of his jeweled hand. But adequacy is not what we expect from someone in your position. Your predecessor maintained standards of excellence that reflected well on this institution. Your recent distractions suggest a troubling shift in priorities. The dismissal in his tone makes my scales bristle with barely controlled anger. How can I explain that my distractions involve preventing mass casualties they refuse to acknowledge as real threats? Honored scholars, I begin, pulling out the documentation I've carefully prepared. I've discovered patterns in our historical records that suggest... Patterns? Scholar Matthias interrupts with a laugh that echoes off stone walls like breaking glass. Young Isidore, archives are full of patterns. It's what happens when you stare at dusty books long enough. You start seeing connections that exist only in your imagination. These aren't imaginary, I insist, spreading my carefully organized charts across the presentation table. I've documented correlations between archival manuscripts and contemporary events, specific prophecies that have come to pass with frightening accuracy. Scholar Lydia finally looks up from her claws, fixing me with eyes that hold more amusement than interest. Prophecies? My dear boy, are you seriously asking us to consider supernatural predictions as legitimate scholarly evidence? The village of Kythera, I press on, ignoring the growing skepticism in their faces. 17 dead from contaminated wine that caused visions of death. The exact scenario was documented in our archives weeks before it occurred. Coincidence, Jan states flatly. Agricultural communities have always been susceptible to ergot poisoning during harvest seasons. That such incidents might echo historical precedents is hardly surprising. What about the frozen hearts in the mountain settlements? I continue desperately. People literally turning to ice from within. That's not explainable by conventional agricultural mishaps. Harsh winter, inadequate heating, poor nutrition leading to hypothermia, Scholar Matthias rattles off with practiced ease. Mystery diseases are often nothing more than familiar ailments occurring in isolated populations with limited medical knowledge. The casual dismissal of real suffering makes my blood boil. These people, these supposed guardians of knowledge, are so invested in their comfortable certainties that they refuse to consider evidence that challenges their worldview. You're condemning innocent people to death, I say, my voice carrying more heat than I intended. These events are following predictable patterns. If we could just... Enough. Jan's voice cuts through my protests like a blade. Scholar Isidore, your obsession with supernatural explanations is unbecoming of someone in your position. Archives deal in historical facts, not fantasy literature. He rises from his chair, his imposing frame casting shadows across the presentation table where my carefully gathered evidence lies ignored. I'm ordering you to abandon this line of inquiry immediately. Focus on your actual responsibilities, cataloging the dead, maintaining ceremonial traditions, preserving institutional dignity. And if more people die because we ignored the warnings, I challenge my scholarly composure finally cracking under the weight of institutional blindness. Then they die, Jan replies with chilling indifference. Death is natural, Scholar Isidore. Our job is to record it, not prevent it through adherence to superstitious nonsense. The words hit me like painful physical blows. These people, these learned, respected authorities, would rather maintain their comfortable assumptions than acknowledge truths that might require them to act. They're willing to let innocent people suffer and die, rather than admit their understanding of the world might be incomplete. I see, I say quietly, gathering my dismissed documentation with hands that shake with suppressed fury. Thank you for your guidance. We trust you'll return to appropriate scholarly behavior, Scholar Lydia adds with false sweetness. Young academics often go through phases of rebellious theorizing. It passes with maturity. I leave the council chamber with their condescending laughter echoing behind me, my carefully prepared evidence clutched in trembling coils. The walk back to my archives feels endless, each step weighted with rage and bitter disappointment. They won't listen. The very people who should be most interested in preventing tragedy are too invested in their own authority to consider possibilities that challenge their expertise. How many will die while they maintain their willful ignorance? The great archives embrace me like old friends, their familiar shadows offering sanctuary from institutional politics and bureaucratic blindness. But tonight the ancient halls feel different. Not like a refugee from the world's problems. but like a fortress where real work can be done without interference from those who lack the courage to face uncomfortable truths. Damn them all, I mutter, spreading my rejected research across my desk with renewed determination. If they won't listen, I'll find another way to save lives. The temperature drops as I speak, and the familiar smell of lavender fills the chamber. But tonight, Serenya's presence feels stronger than ever before, more solid and immediate. Isidore! Her voice carries clearly through the ancient halls, rich with concern. What happened? I turn toward the sound and freeze. She's standing beside my desk, more solid than I've ever seen her. Not quite flesh and blood, but close enough that details are sharply defined. The elegant curve of her collarbone, the way her dark hair moves with spectral currents, the intelligence burning in eyes that hold centuries of accumulated wisdom. They dismissed everything, I tell her, surprised by how much comfort her presence provides after the council's cold reception. 17 dead in Kythera, more dying in the mountains, and they call it coincidence. Agricultural mishaps. They'd rather people die than admit they might not understand everything about the world. Her translucent features twist with familiar pain. I've watched this same conversation play out 7 times over 3 centuries. Chroniclers discover the truth, try to warn authorities, get dismissed as obsessed or mad. It's part of the cycle. Then the cycle ends with me, I declare, moving closer to her ghostly form. No more warnings to people who refuse to listen. No more pleading with institutions that care more about their reputation than human lives. She drifts nearer, her spectral form gaining even more definition as the space between us shrinks. What are you saying? I'm saying we do this alone, I reply firmly. Just you and me, using your inside knowledge of the curse and my research capabilities. We break this binding without help from anyone who lacks the courage to face supernatural truth. Something flickers in her ancient eyes, hope mixed with terror, longing tempered by centuries of disappointment. Isidore, the risks are mine to take, I interrupt, reaching toward her instinctively. You've spent 3 centuries warning people who wouldn't listen, but I hear you, Serenya. I believe you. And I swear by everything I hold sacred that I will set you free. For a heartbeat, she stares at me with wonder that makes her ghostly form shimmer like starlight. Then she raises her own hand, reaching toward mine with desperate hope written in every line of her ethereal features. Our fingertips almost touch, so close I can feel the cold radiating from her spectral flesh, see the fine details of her translucent skin. Frost spreads across the stone floor beneath us, spiraling outward in patterns that spell wordless declarations of longing and connection. The moment stretches between us, heavy with possibility and the promise of contact that transcends the boundaries between life and death. Her eyes hold mine with intensity that makes my heart race, and I know she feels the same pull toward connection that drives me to reach for her, despite the impossibility of our situation. Then she pulls back, her form flickering with the effort of maintaining such solidity. But the retreat doesn't feel like rejection. It feels like someone savoring anticipation, drawing out the moment before inevitable surrender. Together, she whispers, and the word carries promises that go far beyond simple alliance against supernatural forces. Together, I confirm, letting my hand fall but keeping my eyes locked on hers. Whatever it takes, whatever the cost, we end this curse, and we do it on our terms. The connection between us pulses with growing strength, and I realize the High Scholar's dismissal wasn't a setback. It was liberation. No more trying to convince authorities who lack the vision to see beyond comfortable assumptions. No more wasting time on people who would rather maintain their ignorance than save lives. Just Serenya and me, scholar and spirit, united against a curse that has dominated her existence for 3 centuries. For the first time ever, I feel genuinely hopeful about our chance of success. After all, we have something none of the previous chroniclers possessed, each other.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 14. Serenia. The almost touch burns through my spectral form like lightning made of memory and longing. For just that heartbeat when our fingertips hovered inches apart, I felt more real than I have in 3 centuries. Not just present in the physical world, but truly alive in ways the curse has never allowed. The frost spreading beneath us isn't just supernatural manifestation, it's the physical expression of how desperately I want to bridge the gap between his warm flesh and my ghostly existence. Each crystalline pattern speaks to the ache in my phantom heart, the need for connection that has grown beyond mere companionship into something far more dangerous. Isidore, I whisper, his name carrying all the longing I don't know how to voice directly. The way he reached for me without hesitation, the pure conviction in his voice when he promised we'd face this together. It awakens parts of myself I thought the curse had burned away forever. He stares at the space where I withdrew, his intelligent eyes dark with emotion that matches my own desperate hope. I felt you, he says softly. Not just sensed your presence, but actually felt the cold of your skin. You were real for that moment. I was, I admit, my form flickering between translucent and nearly solid as the memory overwhelms me. Being near you, having someone who truly sees me, it's changing something fundamental about my existence. The truth spills out, centuries of isolation making me desperate to share what his attention means to me. I haven't felt this real since before my condemnation. Haven't remembered what it was like to be more than just a documentarian of horrors. His expression softens with understanding that makes my phantom heart clench. Tell me about before, he requests gently. Who were you when you still had flesh and blood and a future? The question hits me like a physical blow, stirring memories I've kept locked away to preserve what little sanity the curse allows me. But looking at his genuine interest, seeing the way he treats my past as something worth knowing rather than just academic curiosity, I find I want to share those long-buried pieces of myself. I was like you, I begin, allowing myself to become more solid as the words flow. A scholar obsessed with knowledge, convinced that learning could solve any problem. I spent my days in the university library, reading everything I could find about magical theory and historical precedent. I move closer to his desk, drawn by memories and his encouraging attention. My professors called me brilliant but reckless, always pushing boundaries, always asking questions that made others uncomfortable. I thought I was fearless in pursuit of truth. What changed? He asks, though his tone suggests he already suspects the answer. I discovered there are some truths too terrible to pursue, I reply with bitter irony. Some knowledge that costs more than ignorance ever could. The memories surface despite my efforts to keep them buried. Professor Elias warning me away from certain texts, my own arrogant dismissal of his concerns, the night I first encountered the Thornwood Coven and mistook their scholarly facade for legitimate magical research. I was 24 when I joined them, I continue, my spectral form wavering as emotion threatens my cohesion. Serafina seemed like everything I wanted to become, brilliant, powerful, unafraid of magical complexities that sent other scholars fleeing to safer subjects. She recruited you? She seduced me, I correct with painful honesty. Not physically, intellectually. She offered access to knowledge the university kept locked away, promised to teach me magic that could change the world for the better. Isidore leans forward, his scholarly curiosity evident despite the supernatural circumstances. What kind of magic? Protective rituals at first, weather working to ensure good harvests, healing ceremonies for plague-stricken villages. Everything seemed noble, necessary, magic being used to serve rather than dominate. I pause, gathering phantom strength to voice the next part. The winter solstices were when we did our most important work. The longest night, when the veil between worlds grew thin and our power reached its peak. We would perform elaborate ceremonies to bind the coming year's protections in place. Blood magic? He asks, and there's no judgment in his tone, just the neutral interest of a scholar seeking to understand. Eventually, I admit, it started with volunteers, people who offered drops of their own blood to power protection spells for their families. But Serafina grew hungry for more. Each year the rituals demanded greater sacrifice, more willing participants. The familiar guilt burns in my phantom chest as I remember how long I participated before questioning the ethics of what we were doing. How many people died because I was too fascinated by the magical theory to notice the human cost. The night everything changed, I continue, my voice dropping to barely above a whisper. She announced we would sacrifice an entire village, not just volunteers or criminals, but innocent families, children included, all to power a protection ritual that would have made us the most powerful coven in the known world. And you tried to stop her? I tried to stop them all, I correct, my form solidifying with remembered determination. Used every technique they'd taught me, every magical principle I'd learned, to disrupt their ritual circle before they could complete the sacrifice. Isidore's expression grows intent. The same techniques you've been hinting at in your recent manuscripts, the binding circles, the anchor points, the central nexus that could be severed to unravel connected threads. Wonder fills me at his understanding. You saw the connection. I wasn't sure if my hints were clear enough to be useful, but subtle enough to avoid triggering the curse's defences. Your rebellion succeeded. Partially, I say with bitter satisfaction. I saved that village. All those innocent families went to bed that night, never knowing how close they came to ritual murder. But Serafina and the others. I trail off, the memory of their fury still sharp enough to make my spectral form waver. They made sure I paid for my interference. The curse they wove around me was elegant in its cruelty, forcing me to document every winter horror their thwarted ritual would have prevented, ensuring I would witness endless cycles of death while knowing each tragedy could have been avoided if I'd simply let them complete their original sacrifice. So every massacre you're forced to record is blood on my hands, I confirm. Lives that could have been spared if I'd allowed a greater atrocity. The perfect punishment for someone who thought she could single-handedly prevent evil through clever application of magical theory. Silence stretches between us as he processes the full weight of my confession. I expect judgment, perhaps even revision. What scholar wants to ally themselves with someone whose good intentions led to centuries of documented death? Instead, his expression fills with something that looks remarkably like admiration. You chose compassion, not compliance, he says firmly. Sacrificed everything to save innocent lives, then spent 3 centuries paying for that choice. If anyone deserves freedom, it's you. The words wash over me like physical warmth, melting defences I'd thought permanently frozen. For so long I've carried the guilt of every death I've been forced to document, convinced that my rebellion caused more harm than good. But Isidore sees something different in my story. Not failure, but heroism that came at terrible personal cost. The curse is bound to the winter solstice ritual, I continue, desperate to share everything before my courage fails. When chroniclers read the names of the deceased, they unknowingly feed power to the binding that keeps me trapped. Each year the ceremony renews my condemnation. His face goes pale as understanding dawns. The ritual I perform, it's not just honouring the dead. It's maintaining your prison. Every name you read aloud strengthens the curse, I confirm. 7 chroniclers before you have participated unknowingly, their reverent recitations adding years to my torment. Then this year will be different, he declares with conviction that causes my phantom form to flicker with desperate hope. Instead of reading names that bind you, I'll find words that set you free. The promise sends terror and exhilaration racing through my spectral form in equal measure. Isidore, you don't understand the danger. The curse has defences against interference. Everyone who has tried to help me has paid a price with their lives. Then we'll be more careful than they were, he replies, echoing his earlier words, but with even greater determination. More thorough, more prepared. I want to believe him, desperately want to trust that this time will be different. But centuries of disappointment have taught me to fear hope more than despair. At least despair doesn't promise salvation before snatching it away. What if this is all part of the curse? I whisper, giving voice to my deepest terror. What if it's designed to give me hope every few decades? Let me believe escape is possible, only to ensure my destruction takes someone else with it. Then at least you won't face that destruction alone, he says, reaching toward me again despite knowing we can't truly touch. Whatever happens, whatever the cost, I'm not abandoning you to face eternity in isolation. The words break something open in my chest, some final barrier between desperate need and dangerous hope. Looking at his determined face in the candlelight, seeing the genuine emotion in his intelligent eyes, I find I no longer have the strength to protect him from the risk I represent. I need salvation too desperately to keep pushing away the only person who's offered it. Don't fail me, I whisper, allowing my form to solidify until I'm nearly opaque. Please, Isidore. I've endured 3 centuries of disappointment. I don't think I can survive another chronicler walking away. I won't walk away, he promises, and something in his voice makes me believe him completely. We're going to break the curse, Serenia. Together. The word resonates through my phantom form like a bell, beautiful and terrifying, and absolutely essential. At last, I'm not facing my torment alone. Whatever happens next, at least I'll have this. The memory of someone who chose to stay when running would have been easier, someone who saw worth in a cursed ghost that she had learned to doubt. It might not be enough to break the binding that holds me, but it's enough to make me want to try.
Chapter 15. Isidore. The maps spread across my desk look like the work of a madman. Dozens of sheets covered in interconnected diagrams, timeline charts, and pattern analyses that would make my former colleagues question my sanity. Good thing they've already dismissed me as obsessed. If they could see the scope of what I'm attempting, they'd have me confined to prevent further embarrassment to the institution. 312 documented massacres, I mutter, adding another data point to my master chart. Spanning 3 centuries, occurring in predictable cycles, following established patterns. The numbers swim before my tired eyes, but I force myself to focus. Sleep has become a luxury I can't afford. Not when lives hang in the balance, not when Serenia's freedom depends on my ability to decode the mathematical precision of her torment. Each entry in her forced documentation follows similar structural elements. Location, date, number of casualties, method of death, underlying magical cause. What appeared random at first glance reveals itself as carefully orchestrated repetition when analyzed with scholarly rigor. Winter solstice every 7 years. I continue my verbal analysis, knowing she listens even when invisible. Major population centers targeted every 14th year. Magical contamination versus direct supernatural attack alternating in 28-year cycles. The pattern is beautiful in its horrible precision, a mathematical symphony of death that plays out across centuries with clockwork regularity. Whoever designed Serenya's curse possessed a mind capable of weaving multiple variables into a single, devastatingly effective binding. But every system has weaknesses. Every pattern contains the seeds of its own disruption. My hands shake as I reach for another scroll, exhaustion making simple movements feel monumental. When did I last eat a proper meal? When did I last leave these archives for anything other than absolutely necessary business? The questions seem irrelevant compared to the work before me. I'm close to something. Can feel the solution hovering just beyond conscious understanding, like a word on the tip of my tongue. Isidore. Serenya's voice carries concern I'm too tired to properly interpret. When did you last sleep? I look up from my charts to find her hovering near my desk, more solid than usual in the pre-dawn darkness. Her ethereal features hold worry that makes my chest tighten with unfamiliar warmth. Sleep is for people who aren't racing against cosmic deadlines, I reply, attempting humor despite the exhaustion dragging at my bones. I can rest when you're free. You're pushing yourself beyond safe limits, she continues, her spectral form drifting closer. I've watched scholars before. I know the signs of someone burning out their mind and body in pursuit of impossible answers. Not impossible, I correct firmly, returning to my calculations. Complex, yes. Dangerous, absolutely. But not impossible. Look at this. I pull her toward the master timeline I've been constructing, my finger tracing the pattern of major events. The curse operates on multiple overlapping cycles. 7, 14, 28, and 56-year intervals. But there's a larger pattern emerging. She leans over my shoulder, close enough that I can feel the cold radiating from her ghostly form. What kind of pattern? A convergence point, I explain, excitement cutting through my exhaustion. Every 112 years, all the cycles align. The documentation requirements reach peak intensity, but also peak vulnerability. Her translucent eyes widen as she follows my logic. You're suggesting there are windows when the curse might be more susceptible to disruption? Exactly. And according to my calculations. I check my figures one final time, then look up at her with growing certainty. The next convergence point is this winter solstice, less than 3 weeks away. The implications hit both of us simultaneously. Either we break the curse during this approaching alignment, or we wait another 112 years for the next opportunity. That's why you can manifest more solidly now, I realize, pieces clicking together in my tired mind. Why your ability to influence the forced writings has increased. The approaching convergence is weakening the binding's hold on you. But it also means the curse will fight hardest to maintain control during the critical period, she counters, her form flickering with anxiety. Whatever defenses it has against interference will be at maximum strength. I nod grimly, having reached the same conclusion. Which is why I need to understand every detail of the binding structure before attempting disruption. One mistake, one miscalculation, and the opportunity is lost forever. The weight of that responsibility settles on my shoulders like a physical burden. Hundreds of future lives depend on my ability to decode magical theory I was never formally trained in. Serenya's eternal freedom rests on research conducted in isolation, without peer review or institutional support. I can't fail, I whisper, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Too many people have already died because of this curse. Too many will die if it continues unchecked. And what about you? Serenya asks quietly. What happens to Isidore if he burns himself out in pursuit of everyone else's salvation? The question catches me off guard. When did I last consider my own welfare in this equation? When did personal survival become secondary to the larger goal of breaking an ancient curse? I don't matter, I say finally, surprised by how easily the words come. One life against hundreds, possibly thousands who will die if the cycle continues. The mathematics are simple. You matter to me, she says firmly, her spectral form solidifying with emotion. You're the first person in 3 centuries who's seen me as more than a supernatural curiosity. The first to treat my suffering as something worth ending rather than merely enduring. Her words hit me with unexpected force. In my obsession with charts and patterns, I'd almost forgotten the personal dimension of what we're attempting. This isn't just an academic exercise in curse-breaking theory. It's about freeing someone I've come to care for more deeply than I'm ready to examine. Then I won't fail you, I promise, meeting her ancient eyes with determination that surprises us both. Whatever it takes, as dangerous as it becomes, I will find a way to break this binding. She stares at me for a long moment, her translucent features cycling through emotions too complex to name. Even if it costs you everything? The question hangs between us, rich with implications neither one of us wants to voice directly. Breaking a curse this complex and well-defended might require sacrifices beyond simple academic effort. There might be prices to pay that go far beyond exhaustion or professional reputation. Even then, I confirm, and realize I mean it completely. Some things are worth any cost. Her ghostly form flickers with what might be tears, if spirits could cry. You beautiful, foolish, magnificent man. Don't you understand what you're promising? I understand that you've endured 3 centuries of torment because you chose compassion over compliance, I reply, returning to my charts with renewed focus. I understand that innocent people will continue dying if we don't break this cycle, and I understand that sometimes the only way to defeat evil is to risk everything in the attempt. The silence stretches between us, filled with unspoken recognition of what we're really discussing. Not just curse-breaking, but the possibility that salvation might require ultimate sacrifice from one or both of us. The convergence approaches whether we're ready or not, I continue, forcing my voice to remain steady. We can face it with careful preparation and detailed knowledge, or we can face it with good intentions and hope for the best. Which option gives you better odds of freedom? Careful preparation, she admits reluctantly. But Isidore, if the price of my freedom is your destruction, then it's a price I choose to pay, I interrupt, before she can voice the full concern. You've already paid far more than anyone should have to. It's someone else's turn to make sacrifices. She reaches toward me instinctively, her ghostly hand stopping just short of my cheek. For a heartbeat, I think she might actually touch me. Really touch me. Not just almost contact that leaves us both aching for more. Instead, she pulls back with visible effort. Don't make me responsible for your death, Isidore. I couldn't bear adding your name to all the others I've been forced to document. You won't have to, I assure her, though we both know it's a promise I might not be able to keep. We're going to succeed. Both of us are going to survive this, and you're going to be free to live whatever life you choose. The hope that flickers across her ethereal features is so beautiful, it takes my breath away. After centuries of resignation and disappointment, she's daring to believe that escape might actually be possible. I return to my research with renewed determination, fueled by that hope and the growing certainty that whatever we're building between us transcends simple alliance against supernatural forces. Whether we succeed or fail, whether we both survive the attempt or pay the ultimate price, we're facing the future together. And for the very first time since discovering the truth about her curse, that feels like enough to tip the odds in our favor. Tell me about the anchor points again, I request, pulling fresh parchment toward me. Every detail you can remember about how the original binding was constructed. If we're going to break this curse, I need to understand exactly what we're fighting. Her spectral form solidifies with purpose as she begins to speak, and I lose myself in the complex magic theory that might, if we're clever enough, determined enough, willing to risk enough, finally set her free.
Chapter 16. Serenia. I watch Isidore work through the night with growing wonder and terror in equal measure. His dedication burns like a fever, consuming everything else in his life until only this singular purpose remains. The careful, methodical scholar I first observed has transformed into something far more dangerous, a man possessed by absolute conviction that he can achieve the impossible. It should frighten me. It does frighten me. But watching him pour every ounce of his considerable intelligence into the puzzle of my liberation also fills me with emotions I thought the curse had burned off forever. Hope. Desperate, terrifying, absolutely essential hope. "You're going to collapse if you don't rest," I tell him, though my voice carries more admiration than genuine concern. The truth is, I'm fascinated by his intensity, drawn to the way his brilliant mind works through problems with relentless precision. "Rest is a luxury I can't afford," he replies without looking up from his calculations, and something in my phantom chest flutters at the conviction in his tone. Not when we're this close to answers. Close to answers. The phrase resonates through my spectral form like a bell. After 3 centuries of watching chroniclers flee rather than fight, someone finally believes my prison can be broken. Someone is willing to risk everything on the possibility that I might deserve salvation. I drift closer to his desk, drawn by the warmth he radiates and the magnetic pull of his unwavering focus. His charts and diagrams spread across every available surface tell the story of my torment in mathematical precision. Pattern recognition applied to centuries of forced documentation, scholarly analysis revealing the elegant cruelty of my curse's construction. "Serenia," he says my name like a prayer, and the sound sends warmth racing through my ghostly form. When was the last time anyone spoke my name with such reverence? When did anyone last treat my identity as something precious, rather than merely supernatural curiosity? I remember being called by name when I still had flesh and blood, when I was young Serenia, the brilliant student, rather than the cursed chronicler of winter horrors. Professor Elias would call my name during lectures, his voice carrying pride at my quick understanding of complex theories. My friend Ilara would whisper my name during late-night conversations about our dreams and ambitions. But this is different. When Isidore says my name, it carries weight that goes beyond simple identification. He speaks it like someone naming something invaluable, something worth preserving against impossible odds. "It feels like you're waking me," I whisper to the cold darkness, though I don't know if I'm speaking to him or to myself. The admission erupts before I can stop it, carrying truth I'm not ready to examine too closely. But it's accurate. For 3 centuries I've existed in a state that wasn't quite life, but wasn't quite death either. Conscious enough to suffer, aware enough to hope, but too insubstantial to actually live. Watching Isidore work with such passionate determination to free me is like watching someone breathe life back into a corpse through sheer stubborn refusal to accept that some things are beyond salvation. "You're different," I continue, allowing my spectral form to solidify as the words flow. The other chroniclers, when they discovered the truth about the manuscripts, they saw a problem to be avoided, a supernatural threat to their comfortable certainties. I pause, gathering phantom courage to voice what might be the most important observation of my long existence. But you see a person worth saving. You see someone whose suffering matters enough to risk everything trying to end it. His quill stops moving across the parchment, and he looks up at me with those intelligent dark eyes that have become the anchor point of my renewed hope. "Because that's what you are," he says simply. "A person who deserves freedom." someone whose brilliant mind has been trapped in circumstances no one should have to endure. The words hit me like warmth, melting barriers I'd constructed to protect myself from disappointment. After centuries of viewing myself as a monster whose good intentions led to endless documented death, having someone see worth in my cursed existence feels like an absolution I never thought I'd receive. When you say my name, I admit, my form flickering with the intensity of emotions I'm barely managing to contain, I remember what it felt like to really be alive. Not just existing, not just enduring, but truly living with purpose and passion and connection to another soul. His expression softens with understanding that makes my phantom heart race. You are alive, Serenia. Maybe not in the conventional sense, but you're more vibrant and real than most people I've known who still draw breath. The observation stops me cold. Alive. When did I last think of myself as truly alive, rather than merely a consciousness trapped between worlds? The curse has conditioned me to view my existence as punishment, as something to be endured rather than embraced. But maybe Isidore is right. Maybe the fact that I can still hope, still care about preventing others' suffering, still feel such powerful connection to someone willing to fight for my freedom, maybe that makes me more alive than I've allowed myself to believe. I used to dream about what freedom would feel like, I confess, drifting closer until I'm hovering just beside his chair. In the early decades of my imprisonment, before resignation set in, I would imagine walking in sunlight again, feeling grass beneath my feet, having conversations that weren't about death and destruction. I pause, then add more quietly, I stopped dreaming because the disappointment was too crushing when each potential rescue failed. It seemed kinder to expect nothing than to hope for everything and lose it again. And now? He asks, his voice gentle enough to encourage honesty. Now I find myself dreaming again, I admit, terrified by my own words. Imagining what it might be like to have a body that can touch and be touched. To share more than just conversation with someone who sees me as worthy of salvation. The confession lingers between us, and neither of us is quite ready to examine. But the truth burns in my spectral form. I'm not just hoping for freedom anymore. I'm hoping for the chance to explore whatever this connection is that we're building, to discover what might grow between a brilliant scholar and a redeemed ghost, if given the opportunity to flourish. You'll have that chance, Isidore says with a conviction that makes my form solidify further. Whatever it takes, however dangerous the attempt, you're going to be free to choose your own path. The promise sends equal measures of exhilaration and terror racing through my phantom form. What if freedom is everything I've dreamed it would be? What if it's nothing like my expectations? What if I've been trapped so long that I no longer remember how to truly live? And underneath all those fears runs an even more dangerous question. What if this brilliant, dedicated man who's risking everything to save me expects something in return that I'm not capable of providing? Don't make promises you might not be able to keep, I whisper, though every part of me wants to believe him completely. 3 centuries have taught me that hope can be crueler than despair. Then let me prove that this time is different, he replies, returning to his charts with renewed energy. Let me show you that some promises are worth making even when success isn't guaranteed. I watch him work with growing amazement at his absolute refusal to accept defeat. This beautiful, brilliant, impossibly stubborn man has decided I deserve salvation, and he's approaching that goal with the same precision he brings to all his scholarly endeavours. I finally allow myself to truly believe that escape might be possible. Not just freedom from the curse, but the chance to discover what life might look like when chosen rather than endured. The thought is so overwhelming, I almost retreat back into the safety of resigned despair. Almost convinced myself that hoping for so much will only make the inevitable disappointment more devastating. But watching Isidore pour his heart and mind into the puzzle of my liberation, seeing the genuine care in his treatment of my impossible situation. I find I no longer have the strength to protect myself from hope. If this is another cruel joke the universe is playing on me, at least it's the most beautiful one I've ever experienced. And if it's real, if he really can break the curse that has defined my very existence for longer than most civilizations last, then maybe all those centuries of suffering were worth enduring to reach this moment of possibility. Don't fail me, I whisper to his bent head, though I know he can't hear the words. Please, Isidore. I've lived with disappointment for so long, I've forgotten what fulfillment feels like. Don't let this be another false dawn. Even when voicing the fear, I find myself believing, truly believing, that this time could be different. That this chronicler might be strong enough to succeed where 7 others failed. Maybe I really will be free. The thought carries me through the remaining hours of darkness as I watch him work, feeding on his determination and absolute refusal to consider failure as an acceptable outcome. For the very first time in what seems like an eternity, dawn doesn't feel like just another day of imprisonment approaching. It feels like the beginning of whatever comes after salvation.
Chapter 17. Isidore. Footsteps echo through the upper galleries, sharp and menacing, yanking me from my work. Scholar Matthias's voice cuts through the stone corridors, dripping with smug authority. "Check the restricted sections," he orders, his words backed by the steady tread of at least 2 others. "If our rogue chronicler is defying orders, we'll find proof there." My scales prickle, my blood turning cold. My desk is a chaotic sprawl of forbidden research. Manuscripts, charts, notes on Serenya's curse scattered everywhere. If Matthias sees this, my reputation is ash. "Serenya!" I hiss into the shadows, hands trembling as I shove critical documents into a leather satchel. "We need to move." Now. She materializes beside me, her form more solid than ever, sharp features tight with urgency. "The lower archives," she says, her voice too clear, too real for a ghost. "Chambers below, untouched for decades." I cram essentials into the satchel, leaving mundane papers to fake normalcy. Footsteps grow louder, keys jangle, doors creak open. Serenya presses a blank wall, and it grinds open, revealing a narrow passage. "This way," she urges, her spectral glow lighting the dark. Before they reach us, I slip through as torchlight flickers into my chamber. The passage is tight, carved from ancient rock, etched with symbols I can't read. My tail brushes the walls as I follow her down worn stairs. "How do you know this is here?" I whisper, voice low. 3 centuries trapped in these halls," she says, tone steady. "I've learned their secrets. Past chroniclers built hidden places for work they couldn't do openly. We emerge into a circular chamber, older than the archives, maybe older than Cario itself. Cracked tomes line the walls, pages brittle as bone. A lone desk sits at the center, littered with broken quills and melted candle stubs. "Ninth the Meticulous," Serenya says, her form sharpening in this ancient space. "He came close to unraveling the curse, but fear broke him." I set my satchel on the desk, lighting candles with unsteady hands. Adrenaline burns through me, sharpening every sense. Serenya moves through the chamber, her form catching the candlelight, her beauty so real it's almost painful. "You're more solid," I say, voice rough. "More... here." She turns, eyes deep and searching. "Shared danger, shared purpose. It strengthens our bond." I feel it. The air crackles, not just with the chamber's magic, but with raw electric heat. This refuge, our defiance, her pulsing life. It ignites my core, my tail coiling tight. "Isidore," she whispers, voice thick with longing and caution. "This moment, this risk. We may not get another." I cross the space without thinking, drawn like a magnet. "Another chance for what?" "To be real," she says, her hand reaching for mine. Her touch is cool but solid, sending a jolt through my scales. To feel alive, not a shadow bound to pain. To touch you as a woman, not a ghost. Our fingers lock, her solidity a miracle against my claws. Heat surges, my sensitive underbelly tightening. You're real, I murmur, pulling her closer. Right now, you're real. For now, she says, trembling with the effort of holding her form, a translucent shimmer flickering at her edges. I don't know how long this lasts, this tether to your world. Her eyes, wide and luminous, scan the chamber, holding both wonder and a deep ache of loss. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Above, the scholars search in vain. Here, in this hidden chamber, we forge a rebellion of love, our bodies and hearts rewriting the rules of life and death. For tonight, we're not chronicler and spirit, but two souls claiming a future will never surrender.
Chapter 18. Serenia. I lie in Isidore's arms among the scattered remnants of 3 centuries' worth of abandoned research, my body still trembling from the impossible reality of what we've just shared. Physical sensation floods through me in waves, the warmth of his skin against mine, the solid weight of his arm across my waist, the way my phantom heart pounds with rhythms I'd forgotten were possible. I have a heartbeat. The thought sends wonder racing through my newly corporeal form. For however long this magic lasts, I'm not just a conscious spirit trapped between worlds. I'm flesh and blood and nerve endings that sing with the memory of his touch. I can feel everything, I whisper against his chest, marveling at the solidity of muscle and scale beneath my lips. The stone floor, the candlelight on my skin, the way your breathing changes when I do this. I press a kiss to the hollow of his throat, and his sharp intake of breath sends delicious satisfaction through my phantom-made real form. When was the last time I affected someone purely through physical presence rather than supernatural dread? Serenia, he murmurs, my name rough with satisfaction and lingering desire. His hand traces patterns along my spine that make me arch into his touch like a cat seeking more attention. You're still solid, still completely real. I know, I breathe, hardly daring to believe it myself. I've never maintained physical form this long before. Usually the effort leaves me drained, forced back into translucency within moments. But here, pressed against Isidore's warmth in this hidden chamber, I feel stronger rather than weaker. Our intimate connection hasn't depleted my ability to inhabit flesh. It's enhanced it beyond anything I thought possible. The curse must hate this, I continue, running my fingers through the fine scales along his collarbone. 3 centuries of enforced isolation, and suddenly I can touch and be touched like a living woman. The thought sends a chill through me that has very little to do with supernatural temperature fluctuations. What if this physical reality is just another layer of torment? What if the curse is allowing me this taste of embodied life specifically so it can snatch it away at the moment I've become most dependent on it? What if this is punishment disguised as gift? I voice my fear before I can stop myself. What if I'm being allowed to remember what it feels to be human so that losing it again will cause maximum suffering? Isidore's arms tighten around me, his embrace fierce with protective instincts that make my newly real heart flutter. Then we make sure you don't lose it, he says, with a conviction that cuts through my spiraling anxiety. Whatever's happening between us, whatever force is letting you inhabit flesh again, we figure out how to make it permanent, I want to believe him. Desperately, dangerously want to trust that this isn't just cosmic cruelty wearing the mask of salvation. But 3 centuries of disappointment have taught me to fear hope more than despair. The other chroniclers, I whisper, voicing concerns I've carried since our first real conversation. Did any of them make you feel more solid? More present? No, he replies without hesitation. They saw you as a problem to be avoided, a supernatural disturbance to their ordered world. I'm the first to see you as a person worth saving, rather than a threat to be fled from. The distinction sends warmth through my corporeal form that is unrelated to physical heat. Being seen, truly seen, as worthy of salvation rather than merely supernatural curiosity, it feeds something in my spirit I hadn't realized was starving. You're changing me, I admit, as I allow myself to relax more completely into his embrace. Not just making me more solid, but making me remember what it felt like to be living, rather than merely existing. His hand moves to cup my face, thumb tracing the curve of my cheek with reverence that makes me close my eyes and lean into the touch. You're changing me too, he confesses. 7 years I've hidden in those archives, convinced that solitary scholarship was enough. But watching you struggle to maintain hope after centuries of torment, it makes me want to fight too. I open my eyes to find him staring at me with an expression that holds depths I'm afraid to examine too closely. Not just desire, though that burns in his gaze like banked coals, but something deeper, something that looks dangerously like the emotion I've been trying not to name. Isidore, I begin, then stop, not sure how to voice what's growing between us without jinxing it entirely. I know, he says quietly, as if reading thoughts I can't speak aloud. I feel it too. This connection that goes beyond chronicler and cursed spirit, beyond scholar and supernatural mystery. We stare at each other in the candlelit darkness, both of us teetering on the edge of admissions that might change everything. But speaking love aloud feels too dangerous, too likely to attract the curse's attention and punishment. Instead, I press closer to his warmth, memorizing every sensation while my corporeal form allows it. The way his scales catch candlelight, the steady rhythm of his breathing, the strength in the arms that hold me like something precious rather than merely tolerated. I don't want this to end, I confess against his shoulder. Whatever magic is letting me feel solid and real and human, I want it to last forever. It will, he promises with certainty I wish I could share. We're going to eradicate this curse, Serenia. You're going to be free to choose your own existence instead of having it dictated by harmful magic. The words send equal parts hope and terror racing through my phantom-made flesh form. Freedom. Actual freedom to walk in sunlight, to touch and be touched without supernatural intervention, to live instead of merely existing in the somewhere between life and death. But what if I've been cursed so long, I no longer remember how to be truly alive? What if centuries of forced documentation have damaged something essential in my spirit, leaving me capable of existing, but not actually living? What if I disappoint you? I whisper, expressing my deepest fear. What if freedom doesn't make me the person you think I am? What if I'm too broken by 3 centuries of torment to be worthy of the risks you're taking? Impossible, he says firmly, his hands framing my face to force eye contact. I've seen your strength, Serenia. The way you've maintained hope and humanity, despite impossible circumstances. The clever rebellion you've woven into your forced writings. The compassion that led to your original condemnation. He pauses, then adds more softly. You're not broken. You're tempered, forged by suffering into something stronger than ordinary flesh and blood could ever be. The words climb over me like physical warmth, melting defences I'd built to protect myself from caring too much. Looking into his intelligent eyes, seeing the genuine conviction in his expression, I find myself daring to believe that maybe, just maybe, I really am worthy of the salvation he's offering. Hope is the most dangerous magic of all, I murmur, echoing thoughts I've carried for decades. It promises everything and delivers disappointment with mathematical precision. Then let's redefine the mathematics, he replies with scholarly determination that makes me smile despite my fears. Let's prove that sometimes hope delivers exactly what it promises. I lean up to kiss him, pouring all my gratitude and growing affection into the contact. His lips respond with hunger that ignites answering fire in my corporeal form, reminding me that whatever else this might be, it's also devastatingly real. Thank you, I whisper against his mouth, for seeing worth in someone like me, for choosing to fight when surrender would be so much easier. Thank you for giving me your truth, he replies, his arms tightening possessively around my solid form, for believing this time just might be different. We hold each other in the candlelit darkness, two impossible souls finding connection across the divide between life and death. Above us, the search for evidence of unsanctioned research continues through halls that no longer contain their target. But here, in this ancient chamber, where forbidden knowledge has always found refuge, we create our own small victory against forces that would keep us apart. My corporeal form remains stable, real, absolutely present in ways I'd stopped believing were possible. Whatever power flows between us, it shows no signs of weakening despite the intimate energy we've expended. If anything, I feel stronger, more solid, more genuinely alive than I have since my condemnation. The curse may hate what we've discovered together, but it can't seem to prevent it. I've finally found something that makes me more real, rather than less substantial. Love, I think, but don't say aloud, afraid that naming it might break whatever magic sustains this impossible intimacy. This is what love feels like when it bridges the gap between life and death. Hope burns in my phantom-made real heart as I settle more comfortably into Isidore's embrace. If we can maintain this connection, this strengthening bond that makes the impossible seem achievable, then maybe we really can break the curse that has defined my life for so long. Maybe this time will really be different. I really will be free.
Chapter 19. Isidore. The hidden chamber feels different in the gray pre-dawn light filtering through cracks in the ancient stonework. What seemed like intimate sanctuary mere hours ago now reveals itself as a tomb of scholarly ambition, the final resting place of research that died with its creator when courage failed to match curiosity. I examine Neath, the meticulous's abandoned workspace, with growing unease, my fingers tracing the edges of documents that chronicle his increasingly desperate attempts to understand Serenya's curse. His handwriting starts neat and precise, but deteriorates over months into the frantic scrawl of someone running out of time. "Third attempt at disruption ritual failed," reads one entry, dated nearly 3 centuries past. "Subject manifested violently during interference. Temperature dropped 40 degrees, stones cracked in foundation. Something actively defends the binding. Serenya stirs in my arms, her solid form warm against my chest as consciousness returns. "You're reading his notes?" she asks, her voice still rough with sleep that shouldn't be possible for a ghost. "Learning from his mistakes," I reply, continuing my examination of documents that might hold keys to success where others found only death. "He got further than I expected before abandoning the attempt." She sits up, and I marvel again at the complete solidity of her form. Whatever force allows her to inhabit flesh shows no signs of weakening, despite the hours that have passed. If anything, she seems more real now than before our intimate connection. "Neath lasted 2 years, she says, her tone carrying familiar grief. "Longer than any other chronicler. He understood the curse structure better than most, mapped the binding points with impressive precision. But he never attempted the actual breaking. He came close. She reaches for one of the scattered documents, her corporeal fingers handling parchment with ease that still amazes me. Read this entry from his final week. I follow her gesture to a passage near the end of Ninth's documentation, where his handwriting has devolved into barely legible scratches. The curse fights back. Each attempt to weaken the binding triggers defensive responses that grow stronger with repetition. Lost feeling in left hand after yesterday's experiment. Colleagues report strange behavior, memory lapses. Something is poisoning me from within. The implications hit me like cold water. The curse doesn't just defend itself. It attacks those who threaten it. Every chronicler who's tried to help me has paid with their lives, Serenia confirms, her expression heavy with accumulated guilt. Not during the attempt itself, but in the weeks and months afterward. Mysterious illnesses, accidents that seem natural but occur with suspicious timing, gradual deterioration of mental faculties until they can no longer function. I set the document aside and pull her closer, needing the comfort of her solid presence while processing this new layer of danger. What happened to Neith specifically? Found dead at his desk 3 days after his final experiment. Official cause was unknown, but he was a young man in perfect health. Her ghostly eyes, now warm brown rather than the violet glow I first encountered, hold centuries of accumulated sorrow. I watched him fade over those final months. The curse didn't just kill his body. It destroyed his mind first, making him forget why he'd cared about saving me. The casual cruelty of it makes my scales undulate with suppressed rage. Not content with tormenting Serenia for 3 centuries, the curse also destroys anyone who shows her genuine compassion. It's a system designed to ensure her eternal isolation, preventing the very connections that might weaken its hold on her. 7 chroniclers, I mutter, pulling more documents toward me. 7 attempts to break the binding, 7 failures. What made them think they could succeed where others had failed? The same thing that makes you think you can succeed, she replies with painful honesty. Scholarly arrogance, the belief that intelligence and determination can overcome any obstacle. I look up from Ninth's notes to find her staring at me with an expression that combines love and terror in equal measure. She knows what I'm thinking, can see the calculations running through my mind as I weigh the evidence against my own capabilities. I'm not like them, I say finally, surprised by the conviction in my own voice. They approached this as an academic exercise, trying to solve the puzzle of your curse from a comfortable distance. But I trail off, not sure how to voice what makes my situation different, without sounding like exactly the kind of arrogant scholar she's just described. But you what? She prompts gently. But I love you, I admit, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Not just your brilliant mind or your tragic circumstances. I love who you are, Serenia, the person you've remained despite 3 centuries of torment, the strength that lets you maintain hope when despair would be easier. Her breath catches, and for a moment her corporeal form flickers as if my admission threatens her ability to maintain physical presence. Then she solidifies again, more real than ever, her eyes bright with tears that shouldn't be possible for someone who died centuries ago. Isidore, she whispers, my name carrying the weight of emotion too complex to analyze. I know it complicates everything, I continue, gathering momentum now that the truth is spoken. I know it probably seals my fate just like it sealed theirs. But unlike the others, I'm not trying to save you out of academic curiosity or institutional duty. I'm doing this because losing you would destroy something in me I didn't know existed until we met. She reaches up to cup my face, her solid hands warm against my scales. You beautiful, foolish, magnificent man. Don't you understand what you're confessing? Love makes the curse stronger, not weaker. It gives the binding something precious to threaten, a vulnerability to exploit. Good, I say firmly, catching her hands and pressing them more firmly against my skin. Let it try to use my feelings against me. Let it discover what happens when someone loves you enough to risk everything rather than maintaining safe emotional distance. Her eyes widen as she follows my logic. You think love might be what the others were missing? That caring about the outcome on a personal level rather than just intellectual curiosity could be the key to success? I think, I say slowly, working through the theory as I speak, that the curse is designed to prevent exactly what's happening between us. It kills chroniclers who get too close, maintains your isolation, ensures you never develop the kind of connection that might give you strength to fight back. I pull her closer until she's sitting in my lap with her legs wrapped around my coiled form. The intimate position sends heat through both our bodies, but also creates a sense of unity that feels important beyond mere physical pleasure. But what if this time is different? I continue, my hands tracing the curve of her spine. What if, instead of isolated scholarship, we approach the curse as partners, two minds working in perfect synchronization, each strengthening the other rather than fighting alone? Hope kindles in her ancient eyes, dangerous and beautiful and absolutely essential. You really think we might succeed? I think, I say, sealing that promise with kisses that taste like determination and desperate love, that we're going to rewrite the rules that have governed this curse for 3 centuries, because unlike all the others, we're not just chronicler and subject. I pause, letting my next words carry all the conviction I can muster. We're partners. In scholarship, in defiance, and in whatever comes after we break the binding that's kept you trapped between worlds. Her corporeal form grows more solid in response to my certainty, as if love and determination can literally strengthen her connection to the physical plane. I feel genuinely optimistic about our success. The curse killed 7 chroniclers because they fought alone, isolated by scholarly pride and institutional caution. But Serenia and I are creating something unprecedented, a bond that makes us both stronger rather than leaving us vulnerable to supernatural retaliation. Let the binding try to exploit our connection. Let it discover what happens when love refuses to be weaponized, when partnership proves stronger than the magic designed to prevent it. This time will be different, because this time neither of us fights alone.
Chapter 20. Serenia. The weight of Isidore's love settles around me like armor and shackles combined, protection against the despair that has sustained me for centuries, but also a terrible burden of responsibility I'm not sure I'm strong enough to carry. In his eyes, I see absolute conviction that we can succeed where 7 others have failed, and the faith he places in our connection both exhilarates and terrifies me. But there are truths about my curse that even brilliant scholars can't deduce from abandoned research notes. Realities so cruel I've avoided sharing them because speaking them aloud might destroy the fragile hope we've built together. Isidore, I begin carefully, my corporeal hands tracing patterns on his chest while I gather courage for what needs to be said. There's something about the curse structure that Neith never discovered, something none of the previous chroniclers understood because they never got close enough to the binding's core. His expression grows alert with scholarly interest, though I can see wariness building behind his intelligent eyes. After 3 centuries of disappointing would-be saviours, he's learned to recognise the tone that precedes devastating revelations. "Tell me," he says simply, his arms tightening around my solid form, as if he can hold me together through whatever truth I'm about to share. The curse isn't just designed to torment me, I continue, my voice barely above a whisper. It's designed to be unbreakable through external intervention. The binding requires a conscious spirit to maintain its structure, someone trapped between life and death, aware enough to suffer but powerless enough to be contained. I pause, watching understanding dawn in his eyes as he follows the logical progression of my words. The only way to break the cycle completely, I force myself to say, is to replace the current anchor with another suitable spirit. Someone willing to take my place in eternal documentation, allowing me to pass into whatever comes after death. The silence that follows my confession feels heavy enough to crush stone. Isidore stares at me with expressions cycling through disbelief, rage, and desperate denial before settling into something that looks dangerously like acceptance. "No," he says finally, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "Absolutely not. I refuse to free you by condemning someone else to the same torment." "It doesn't have to be eternal," I continue quickly, hating myself for voicing possibilities that sound like solutions but feel like betrayals. If the new anchor were powerful enough, committed enough, they might be able to disrupt the binding from within in ways I never could. Break the cycle completely instead of just transferring the burden. "No," he repeats more firmly, his hands framing my face to force eye contact. "I won't save you by sacrificing someone else, Serenia. There has to be another way." The tears that slip down my cheeks are the first I've shed in physical form since my condemnation. Warm and salt and absolutely real in ways that make the emotion behind them impossible to dismiss. What if there isn't? What if this is the only path to freedom, and my conscience won't let me take it? He wipes my tears away with gentle thumbs, his touch reverent despite the circumstances. Then we find a third option. Something the others never considered because they were working alone instead of in partnership. 7 chroniclers, Isidore. 7 brilliant minds applied to this problem over 3 centuries, and they all reached the same conclusion. The curse is too well designed, too thoroughly protected to be broken through conventional means. But none of them had what we have, he insists, and there's something in his tone that makes me look up despite my despair. They approached this as individuals trying to solve a supernatural puzzle. They never formed the kind of connection we've discovered. I want to believe him. Desperately, dangerously want to trust that love might succeed where scholarship failed. But the rational part of my mind, the part that spent 3 centuries analysing every aspect of my imprisonment, knows better than to trust in easy solutions. The connection between us is strengthening my ability to maintain physical form, I admit, allowing myself to acknowledge what we've both observed. But that might just be making me more vulnerable to the curse's defences. What if my increased solidity makes it easier for the binding to target those who care about me? Then we use that against it, he says, in a way that makes my phantom-made real heart race. If the curse expects isolation and despair, we give it connection and hope. If it's designed to prevent the very bond we're creating, then that bond might be exactly what we need to disrupt its power. The logic is seductive, beautiful in its elegant simplicity. But 3 centuries of disappointment have taught me to examine hope for hidden flaws, to search for the cruel joke hidden beneath apparent salvation. "What if you're wrong?" I whisper, revealing my deepest fear. What if this connection we've built just makes your eventual destruction more devastating? I couldn't bear watching another chronicler fade away knowing I caused their suffering. "You didn't cause anything," he says firmly, his voice carrying heat that surprises us both. "Serafina and her coven caused this. Your only crime was choosing compassion over compliance, trying to save innocent lives from ritual murder." He pulls me closer until our foreheads touch and I can feel his breath against my skin. "And if I fade away fighting for your freedom, at least I'll have spent my final days loving someone worth the sacrifice." The words take my breath away, each syllable carrying weight that makes my corporeal form tremble. No one has ever spoken of loving me enough to die for my freedom. No one has ever looked at my cursed existence and seen something worth ultimate sacrifice. "Don't," I breathe, though I'm not sure if I am protesting his willingness to risk everything or begging him not to stop caring enough to make such promises. "Don't make me responsible for your death, Isidore. The guilt would destroy whatever's left of my soul." "Then don't let me die," he replies, with scholarly logic applied to impossible circumstances. "Help me find the solution that saves us both. Use that brilliant mind of yours to discover what 7 other chroniclers missed." I stare into his eyes, seeing genuine conviction alongside the love that has somehow survived learning the full truth about what helping me might cost. This beautiful, stubborn, impossibly optimistic man has decided we can succeed where others failed, and he's approaching that goal with the same methodical determination he brings to all his research. Now I find myself actually believing success might be possible. The convergence point, I say slowly, pieces clicking together in my mind. You calculated that all the curse's cycles align during this approaching solstice. Maximum vulnerability, but also maximum defensive response. Exactly. Which means we'll have one chance to attempt disruption when the binding is theoretically weakest, but also one chance for the curse to retaliate with everything it has, I counter, though my vocal inflection carries more excitement than warning now. If we fail, the backlash could kill us both. And if we succeed, he says, sealing the possibility with a passionate kiss that tastes like hope and determination, you'll be free to choose your own existence. The thought is so overwhelming I almost retreat back into the safety of resigned despair. Freedom. Actual freedom to walk in sunlight, to touch and be touched without supernatural intervention, to live instead of merely existing in the spaces between worlds. Do not fail me, I whisper against his lips, the words carrying the weight of every disappointment I've endured and every hope I'm daring to nurture. Please, Isidore. I've survived 3 centuries of torment, believing that someday someone would care enough to truly try. Don't let that faith have been misplaced. I won't, he promises, and something in his voice makes me believe him completely. We're going to break this curse, Serenia. Both of us are going to survive the attempt, and you're going to be free to discover what life looks like when it's chosen rather than endured. I settle into his embrace, my corporeal form more solid than ever as hope kindles in my chest like living flame. Above us, the hidden chamber holds the abandoned research of 7 failed attempts. Around us, ancient texts whisper encouragement from scholars who understood the value of impossible dreams. But finally, I'm not facing the future alone. Whatever comes next, success or failure, freedom or final destruction, we'll meet it together. And somehow that makes even the most terrifying possibilities seem manageable. The curse may have defeated 7 chroniclers, but it's never faced 2 souls united by love, strong enough to bridge the wide gap between life and death. This time has to be different. It has to be.
Chapter 21. Isidore. The newest manuscript appears on my desk like a death sentence written in elegant script. I've grown accustomed to finding Serenia's forced documentation each morning, but this one carries an urgency that makes my scales move with alarm before I've read a single word. The parchment feels different, warmer somehow, as if the ink were mixed with something more vital than mere pigment. When I lift it to the candlelight, the writing seems to pulse with its own inner luminescence, each letter edged with supernatural energy that makes my eyes water if I stare too long. The feast of Winter's Crown shall be held in the marble halls of House Valius, where noble blood runs thick as wine and twice as sweet to those who hunger for power. Lady Cordelia's laughter will echo through chambers that have hosted celebrations for 7 generations, never knowing this night marks the end of her ancient line. My blood turns to ice water as I read the familiar name. House Valius, one of Cario's oldest noble families, their estate less than an hour's journey from the archives. Lady Cordelia, whose parties are legendary for their extravagance and whose charitable works have funded half the city's cultural institutions. The prophecy continues with horrific detail, contaminated ceremonial wine that will turn the guests' blood to liquid fire, burning them from within while they dance and laugh, unaware of their approaching doom. 17 nobles dead by dawn, their bodies twisted into poses that suggest they died in ecstasy rather than agony. Tonight, I whisper, checking the date against my calendar. This happens tonight. The convergence point isn't just approaching, it's accelerating everything. Where previous prophecies gave me weeks or days between documentation and fulfillment, now I have mere hours to prevent tragedy that's already set in motion. Serenia, I call to the shadows, my voice sharp with urgency. I need to leave the archives. Can you maintain corporeal form outside these halls? She materializes beside my desk, more solid than ever in the morning light streaming through high windows. I've never tried, she admits, her expression growing alert as she reads the manuscript over my shoulder. The curse has always confined me to places where chroniclers work, but if our connection is truly strengthening the way it seems, we'll find out together, I declare, gathering the prophecy and my formal scholar's credentials. Because I'm not letting 17 people die while I sit in comfortable isolation, debating theoretical possibilities. The walk through Cario's winding streets feels different with Serenia beside me, her ghostly form flickering between translucent and nearly solid as we move away from the archive's supernatural saturation. Passers-by don't seem to notice her, but I catch glimpses of confused looks when their eyes try to track movement that isn't quite there. I can feel the binding stretching, she tells me as we approach the noble quarter's ornate gates, like a chain pulled to its limit. Whatever force allows me to manifest outside the archives, it's fighting the curse's original constraints. Good, I reply grimly. Let it fight. Let every aspect of that binding strain under the weight of what we're building together. House Valius rises before us like a monument to wealth and privilege, marble walls that gleam white as bone, gardens that remain green despite winter's bite, gates wrought from metals that cost more than most people see in a lifetime. Servants bustle through the courtyards preparing for tonight's celebration, their cheerful efficiency a bitter contrast to the horror I know awaits. The guards at the main entrance recognize my scholarly robes and archival credentials, allowing me passage to the grand foyer, where Lady Cordelia herself receives petitioners. She's a woman of middle years whose beauty has been preserved through careful maintenance and generous application of cosmetic arts, her smile practiced but genuine as she greets unexpected visitors. "Scholar Isidore," she says, consulting a list held by her secretary. I don't recall scheduling an appointment, but I'm always pleased to receive representatives from our esteemed archives. "My lady," I begin, choosing my words carefully, "I've come across historical documents suggesting that tonight's celebration might be inadvisable." Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows rise with polite confusion. "Inadvisable. My dear scholar, the Feast of Winter's Crown has been held annually for 7 generations. What possible historical precedent could suggest canceling a tradition so well established?" I pull out copies of Serenia's previous prophecies, the ones that have already come to pass with devastating accuracy. Similar celebrations have ended in tragedy when certain precautions aren't observed. Contaminated wine supplies, improperly stored ceremonial vintages that can cause violent reactions. "Ah," she says, her tone shifting to patronizing dismissal. "You're concerned about the quality of our refreshments." How thoughtful. The secretary, a thin man with the bearing of someone who takes pride in protecting his mistress from inconvenience, steps forward with obvious irritation. "My lady's staff includes the finest sommeliers in the kingdom. Every bottle has been tested, every vintage certified by the Guild of Wine Merchants." "I understand your confidence," I press on, desperation making my voice sharper than diplomacy would suggest. "But the patterns in these historical documents suggest that traditional testing methods might not detect the specific type of contamination that occurs during certain astronomical alignments." "Ashme." Lady Cordelia exchanges glances with her secretary, both of them clearly deciding I'm either mad or angling for some kind of payment to withdraw my warnings. "Scholar Isidore," she says with the patient tone reserved for difficult children, "I appreciate your scholarly concern, but the Feast of Winter's Crown will proceed as scheduled. Our family has hosted this celebration for generations without incident. Please, I try one final time, knowing even as I speak that I'm wasting precious moments. At least delay the serving of ceremonial wine until after midnight. Allow me to test the vintage myself using techniques that might detect contamination your sommeliers would miss. Absolutely not, the secretary declares with finality. The ceremony follows traditional timing precisely. We will not alter generations of custom based on the paranoid fantasies of an overly imaginative archivist. I leave House Valius with lead in my stomach and fire in my veins, knowing I've failed to prevent tragedy through official channels. The sun hangs low in the winter sky, marking the inexorable approach of evening and the horror it will bring. They wouldn't listen, Serenia observes as we walk back through streets that seem somehow darker despite the bright afternoon light. Just like all the others. Just like they always do. Because comfortable certainty is easier than uncomfortable truth, I reply bitterly. Because admitting that supernatural forces might influence their ordered world would require them to question everything they think they know. We return to the archives as shadows lengthen toward dusk, my failure weighing on me like physical burden. I've spent the day trying to save lives that were probably already forfeit, wasting time that could have been used advancing our research into the curse's structure. But as night falls and the city's celebration begins, I find myself standing at the archive's highest window, staring toward the noble quarter where lights blaze in House Valius's marble halls. Somewhere in that festive glow, 17 people are about to die because I couldn't convince them to listen to warnings they couldn't understand. The first screams reach us near midnight, carried on winter wind that should have been too distant to bear such sounds. High-pitched wails of agony that cut through the night like blades, followed by the deeper roars of confusion and panic as celebration turns to nightmare. "It's happening," Serenia whispers beside me, her corporeal form trembling with sympathetic anguish. Just like the prophecy described. Just like it always happens. I press my palms against the cold glass, watching distant flames dance in windows that should contain joy instead of horror. 17 people. 17 lives lost because I couldn't find the right words to make them understand. 17 lives lost because of a curse designed to make prevention impossible, she corrects gently. You tried, Isidore. You risked your reputation and scholarly standing to warn them. That's more than most would have done. But her comfort feels hollow against the weight of knowing I could have done more. Could have found some way to force their attention if I'd been cleverer or more persuasive. The screams continue for another hour before fading into the terrible silence that follows completed tragedy. When dawn breaks over Corio, the official reports will describe contaminated wine and unfortunate accident, just as they always do. The authorities will investigate and find nothing supernatural, nothing that challenges their comfortable understanding of how the world works. And somewhere in the archive's hidden depths, Serenia will be compelled to document another fulfilled prophecy in elegant script, adding 17 more names to the endless catalog of deaths her curse forces her to record. We're running out of time, I tell her as we turn away from the window, leaving the city to count its dead in ignorant peace. The convergence approaches, and every day brings new horrors I can't prevent through conventional warnings. Then we stop trying to work within systems that refuse to acknowledge the truth, she replies, her spectral form solidifying with determination I haven't seen before. We focus everything on breaking the curse itself, because that's the only way to prevent future tragedies. I nod grimly, returning to research with renewed urgency. 17 people died tonight because I wasted precious hours trying to convince authorities who lacked the courage to face supernatural truth. I won't make that mistake again. The next time prophecy threatens innocent lives, I'll be ready with solutions that don't require anyone else's permission or understanding. Even if those solutions cost me everything. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks, from the romantasy, 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 22. Serenia. I watch Isidore stare out at the dying flames in the noble quarter, his shoulders rigid with the weight of failure that isn't his to carry. The distant screams have finally faded into silence, leaving behind only the acrid scent of smoke on winter air and the terrible knowledge that 17 more souls have joined the endless catalogue of death my curse forces me to document. It's not your fault, I tell him, though the words feel inadequate against the magnitude of his self-recrimination. You tried to warn them. You risked everything to prevent what happened tonight. Not everything, he replies without turning from the window. If I'd truly risked everything, I would have found a way to make them listen. Would have been more persuasive, more convincing. The familiar burn begins in my phantom veins as the curse's compulsion stirs to life. Dawn approaches, and with it the inevitable requirement to document tonight's tragedy in perfect, horrifying detail. My spectral hand will be forced to write every scream, every moment of agony, every second of terror as noble blood turned to liquid fire in aristocratic veins. Isidore, I whisper, my voice breaking with the weight of what's coming. I have to. The curse is beginning to... He turns from the window, his expression immediately shifting from self-recrimination to concern as he sees my form beginning to flicker. The documentation. I nod, already feeling my corporeal solidity wavering as supernatural compulsion overrides my ability to maintain physical presence. I have to write what happened tonight. Every detail, every death, every moment of suffering I was powerless to prevent. The writing desk materializes before me with cruel efficiency, parchment and ink bleeding into existence as my ghostly hand takes shape against my will. But tonight, something is different. The usual absolute control the curse maintains over my actions feels looser somehow, as if Isidore's presence weakens the binding's hold on my consciousness. The wine sparkled like liquid rubies in crystal goblets as Lady Cordelia raised her glass in toast to winter's beauty. None of the assembled nobles suspected that their host's prized vintage had been touched by forces older than their bloodlines, contaminated with essence that would transform celebration into agony. But as I write, I find tiny spaces of rebellion within the compulsion, places where I can add subtle variations, emotional context that goes beyond mere documentation of physical events. Lady Cordelia died still smiling, her mind unable to process the transformation occurring within her body. She fell gracefully, as if dancing, her last thought a confused wonder at the warmth spreading through her chest. In those final moments, she felt no fear, only puzzlement that such beautiful wine could taste of copper and starlight. You're writing it differently, Isidore observes, moving to read over my shoulder, adding details the curse usually wouldn't allow. I can feel it fighting me, I admit, my spectral form trembling with the effort of maintaining even this small rebellion. But the connection between us, it's giving me strength to resist aspects of the compulsion I've never been able to challenge before. The writing continues, but now it carries notes of compassion alongside the required documentation. I describe not just how people died, but who they were, Lady Cordelia's charitable works, young Lord Matthias's plans to propose to his beloved, elderly Duke Cassius's joy at seeing his grandchildren dance at their first adult celebration. They weren't just casualties, I whisper as tears track down my corporeal cheeks. They were people with hopes and dreams and families who loved them. And I'm forced to document their deaths like specimens in some cosmic collection. Isidore's hands settle on my shoulders, his warmth anchoring me as the curse's burn intensifies in response to my attempts at humanization. You're not documenting them as specimens, he says firmly. You're bearing witness to their lives, ensuring they're remembered as people rather than just statistics. But I'm still part of the system that killed them, I protest, my form flickering more violently as guilt wars with supernatural compulsion. Every tragedy I'm forced to write is blood on my hands, lives that could have been saved if I'd simply let my coven complete their original sacrifice. No, he says, cutting through my spiralling self-condemnation. Seraphina and her coven chose to create this curse. They chose to design it as punishment for your compassion. You are the victim here, not the perpetrator. The curse responds to his defense of me with sudden, vicious retaliation. Pain beyond description races through my spectral form, making me cry out as supernatural fire attempts to burn away the connections that give me strength. The writing desk begins to smoke, parchment curling at the edges as temperature plummets in the chamber. It doesn't want you comforting me, I gasp through gritted teeth. Doesn't want me to see myself as anything other than a willing participant in endless death. Too bad, Isidore declares, his arms wrapping around my flickering form, despite the cold radiating from my supernaturally tortured body. Because I'm not letting you face this alone anymore. His embrace doesn't stop the curse's punishment, but it changes something fundamental about how I experience it. Instead of isolated agony designed to break my spirit, the pain becomes a shared burden, terrible, yes, but no longer solitary. I remember the first time I tried to resist, I tell him through clenched teeth, as supernatural fire continues burning through my phantom nerves. 20 years after my condemnation, I thought I'd found a way to warn someone about an approaching massacre. A young scholar working alone in a mountain archive, brilliant enough to understand supernatural theory if properly approached. The memory emerges with painful clarity. Marcus Brightwater, barely 30, and already recognised as one of the kingdom's finest magical theorists. I'd managed to manifest in his study, tried to explain what was coming, begged him to warn the authorities about the approaching winter horror. He believed me? Isidore asks, his voice tight with shared pain as the curse's retaliation affects us both. He tried to, I admit, spent days researching my warnings, even managed to identify some of the people who would die. But when he attempted to intervene, I trail off, the guilt still fresh after centuries. The curse didn't just kill him, it made him suffer for weeks first, stripping away his memories piece by piece until he forgot why he'd cared about saving anyone. By the end, he couldn't even remember his own name. That's not your fault either, Isidore insists, his grip tightening as if he can hold me together through sheer stubborn will. The curse killed him, not you. Just like it killed the 7 chroniclers who tried to help you. But knowing that doesn't make the guilt less, I whisper, my form stabilising slightly as his certainty battles the supernatural punishment. Doesn't change the fact that caring about me has always been fatal for anyone brave enough to try. Then we'll be the first to survive the experience, his voice cutting through centuries of accumulated despair. Because unlike all the others, we're not fighting alone. We're fighting together. The curse's retaliation begins to fade as dawn fully breaks, its punishment cycle complete for another night. My forced documentation ends with the final death recorded in elegant script, 17 more names added to the endless catalogue of winter horrors. But something has changed in the writing. Where previous entries carried only clinical detail, and suppressed anguish, tonight's account holds notes of genuine mourning for the lives lost. I've managed to make the victims human in my documentation rather than mere casualties, and that small act of rebellion feels monumentally important. You did something the curse didn't want, Isidore observes, examining my completed work. Added compassion to what was supposed to be cold documentation. Made them people rather than statistics. Because you were here, I reply, my corporeal form solidifying as the supernatural punishment releases its hold. Your presence, your refusal to let me believe I'm complicit in these deaths, it's changing how I experience the compulsion itself. We stand together in the pre-dawn darkness, surrounded by evidence of tragedy we couldn't prevent, but determined not to let such failure happen again. 17 people died tonight, but their deaths weren't meaningless if they strengthen our resolve to break the cycle that causes such suffering. The convergence approaches, I tell him, feeling the truth in my phantom bones. Each night the curse grows stronger, but so does our connection. We're running out of time to attempt disruption. Then we use that time wisely, he replies, returning to his research with renewed determination. No more trying to work within systems that refuse to acknowledge truth. From now on, we focus entirely on breaking the binding itself. I watch him work with growing hope tempered by familiar terror. Tonight's tragedy proved that conventional warnings are useless against institutional blindness. But it also proved that our bond can let me resist aspects of the curse that seemed absolute before. Maybe this time around it will really be different. That love and partnership can succeed where isolated scholarship failed. The thought carries me through the remaining hours before dawn, feeding on his determination and the small victory of humanizing tonight's victims in my forced documentation. At last, defiance feels possible rather than pointlessly painful.
Chapter 23. Isidore. The great hall of scholarly discourse has never felt more like a tomb than it does this morning, its vaulted ceiling echoing with the dismissive laughter of my former colleagues as I present evidence they refuse to examine with anything approaching intellectual honesty. Sunlight streams through stained glass windows depicting the noble pursuit of knowledge, casting colorful patterns across faces that have closed their minds to truths too uncomfortable for institutional acceptance. Supernatural prophecy, Scholar Matthias repeats with the particular tone academics use when encountering ideas they consider beneath serious consideration. Chronicles that predict future tragedies with mathematical precision. Do you understand how insane you sound, Isidore? I spread my carefully organized documentation across the presentation table. Serenya's manuscripts, correlation charts showing the relationship between prophecy and fulfillment, detailed analysis of the curse structure that maintains her imprisonment. Months of research that should compel any rational mind to at least examine the evidence before reaching conclusions. Instead, I watch colleagues I once respected exchange glances that speak to predetermined dismissal of anything that challenges their comfortable worldview. 17 people died at House Valius, I continue, forcing my voice to remain level despite the frustration building in my chest. Every detail predicted weeks in advance by documentation that appeared in my archives through supernatural means. This isn't theoretical. It's empirical evidence of forces beyond our current understanding. Coincidence, declares arch-scholar Jan, with the authority of someone who's never allowed uncertainty to trouble his sleep. Unfortunate timing that creates apparent correlations where none actually exist. What about the mountain settlements? I press on desperately. People literally freezing from within, their hearts turning to ice while their bodies remain warm. That's not coincidence. It's supernatural intervention following predictable patterns. Senior archivist Lydia examines her perfectly manicured claws with studied boredom. Harsh winter conditions affecting isolated populations with limited medical knowledge. Mystery diseases often appear more dramatic than they actually are when filtered through rural superstition. The casual dismissal of documented suffering makes my scaly skin ripple with barely controlled rage. These people, these supposedly learned guardians of knowledge, would rather maintain their intellectual comfort than acknowledge evidence that might require them to act. "You're condemning innocent people to death," I say, my voice carrying more heat than diplomatic wisdom would suggest. "These patterns are predictable. If we could just warn the right authorities, establish proper safeguards during vulnerable periods." "Enough!" Jan's voice cuts through my protests like a blade. "Scholar Isidore, your recent behavior has become increasingly erratic. This supernatural obsession brings shame on this institution and calls your mental stability into serious question." He rises from his ceremonial chair, his imposing frame casting shadows across documentation that represents months of careful analysis. "I'm ordering you to abandon this line of inquiry immediately. Focus on your actual responsibilities, cataloging the dead, maintaining ceremonial traditions, preserving institutional dignity." "And if more people die because we ignored the warnings?" I challenge, my scholarly composure finally cracking under the weight of institutional blindness. "Then they die," Jan replies with chilling indifference. "Death is natural, Scholar Isidore. Our job is to record it, not prevent it through adherence to superstitious nonsense." The words pierce me like physical blows, every syllable designed to destroy not just my arguments, but my credibility as a researcher. Around the hall, colleagues who once treated me with professional respect now regard me with the pitying contempt reserved for minds that have cracked under academic pressure. "This is about control," I realize aloud, pieces clicking together as I examine their coordinated response. "You know I've been researching curse structures and binding disruption techniques. You know exactly what I've discovered in those forbidden archives." Scholar Matthias steps forward with the measured pace of someone delivering a prepared statement. "Scholar Isidore, you are hereby suspended from all archival duties pending psychiatric evaluation. Your access to institutional resources is revoked effective immediately. And if I refuse to submit to your evaluation, I challenge, though I already know the answer, then you'll be removed from these premises by force," Jan replies with satisfaction that suggests he's been planning this moment since my first request for restricted materials. The archives serve the kingdom's scholarly needs, not the delusional fantasies of chroniclers who've spent too long alone with dusty books. I gather my dismissed documentation with hands that shake with suppressed fury, understanding finally dawning about the true nature of the institution I've served for 7 years. They're not just ignoring supernatural threats. They're actively protecting the systems that perpetuate them. "You're all complicit," I snarl, backing toward the hall's entrance while clutching evidence they refuse to acknowledge. "Every name read during the winter solstice ceremonies feeds the curse that kills innocent people. You're not just ignoring supernatural murder, you're participating in it." "Remove him," Jan orders with the cold authority of someone accustomed to silencing inconvenient voices. "And ensure he understands that any attempt to return will result in formal charges of academic heresy." I leave the great hall with their condescending laughter echoing behind me, my carefully prepared evidence clutched in trembling hands. The walk back to my archives feels endless, each step weighted with rage and bitter disappointment at discovering the true nature of colleagues I once admired. But by the time I reach the sanctuary of my chambers, fury has crystallized into something far more dangerous, absolute determination to act without their permission or understanding. "Damn them all," I mutter, spreading my rejected research across my desk with renewed purpose. "If they won't listen to reason, I'll find another way to save lives." The temperature drops as I speak, and the familiar scent of lavender fills the chamber. Serenia materializes beside my desk, more solid than usual in the afternoon light streaming through high windows. "They dismissed everything," she observes, though her tone carries no surprise at institutional blindness she's witnessed for 3 centuries. "They don't want to listen," I correct bitterly, shouldering my satchel and taking one final look around the workspace that defined my adult life. Truth that requires action is always less comfortable than ignorance that permits continued passivity. What will you do now? Now I stop trying to work within systems designed to prevent exactly what we're attempting, I declare, moving toward the door with a purpose that surprises us both. The restricted archives contain more than just forbidden theory. There are practical guides, collaborative research from previous chroniclers who understood what we're fighting. Her spectral form gains definition as she follows my logic. You're talking about breaking into the most protected collections in the kingdom. I'm talking about accessing knowledge that rightfully belongs to anyone fighting supernatural threats, I reply, pausing at the threshold to chambers I'll likely never see again. If they won't grant legitimate access, I'll find illegitimate ways to get what we need. The risks are mine to take, I interrupt firmly. No more appeals to authority that lacks the courage to face uncomfortable realities. No more trying to save people who refuse to acknowledge they're in danger. I turn to face her directly, seeing my own determination reflected in her ancient eyes. From now on, it's just us. Chronicler and cursed spirit against forces that have defeated every previous attempt at intervention? Just us, she agrees, her form solidifying more in response to my conviction. Together, we'll find what the others missed, I continue, already planning the break-in that will either provide crucial answers or destroy what remains of my professional reputation. And if the institution wants to brand me a heretic for pursuing truth they're too cowardly to face, then so be it. The decision feels like stepping off a cliff into unknown space. But looking at Serenya's hopeful expression, I know I cannot choose comfortable conformity over the chance to break chains that have bound her for 3 centuries. Let them call me mad. Let them revoke my credentials and bar me from respectable society. Some truths are worth any price to pursue.
Chapter 24. Serenya. I find him moments after he tumbles through the hidden door, his breath coming in ragged gasps, clutching the forbidden grimoire like a holy relic. The sounds of Matthias and Cale's pursuit echo from the other side of the stone, but they will not find this way. I let my form solidify, my own urgency mirroring his, as I take in the stolen knowledge in his hands. They won't follow us down here, I say, my voice a steady anchor in the sudden darkness. Come, I know the way. The ancient tunnels embrace me like old friends, their familiar passages awakening memories from the early decades of my imprisonment, when I still possessed enough curiosity to explore every corner of my supernatural cage. Leading Isidore through stone corridors, carved by architects who understood the value of hidden ways, feels like returning to a half-remembered dream, painful, but achingly familiar. I used to wander these passages, I tell him, as we move deeper into the archive's hidden heart, my ghostly form gaining unexpected solidity in the underground cold. In those first years after my condemnation, when the curse still felt like a temporary punishment rather than eternal sentence. His breathing sounds loud in the narrow space, accompanied by the soft scrape of his scales against worn stone. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grow fainter as institutional authority loses itself in maze-like passages that weren't designed for easy navigation. You've been trapped here for 3 centuries, he realizes, and there's horror in his voice at the magnitude of my isolation. These halls, these chambers, they've been your entire world. My entire existence, I correct, though the distinction feels less important now that someone shares this hidden realm with me. But calling it a world implies choice about inhabiting it. I've been more prisoner than resident. The passages widen as we descend, opening into chambers that feel older than the city above. Stone walls bear carvings that predate current architectural styles, symbols and script that speak to magical traditions my academic training recognizes but can't fully translate. This is where the archive's true power lies, not in the organized collections above, but in the secret knowledge buried beneath official scholarship. These passages are beautiful, Isidore observes, running his fingers along carved reliefs that spiral through the underground architecture like frozen music. Whoever built them understood that knowledge requires both preservation and protection. The original chroniclers, I reply, my form continuing to gain definition as we move through spaces where supernatural energy concentrates like pools of invisible water. They knew that the most important discoveries often challenge comfortable certainties. They built these chambers for research that couldn't be conducted under official scrutiny. I pause beside a familiar carving, a spiral pattern that matches symbols from my own magical education, back when I still believed scholarship could solve any problem. I studied texts like these at university, before I learned that some knowledge comes with prices too terrible to pay. Isidore stops walking, his attention caught by something in my tone. You loved learning once, the same way I do. I lived for it, I admit, surprised by how easily the confession comes. Spent every waking hour in libraries and laboratories, convinced that understanding the world's mysteries would somehow make me part of something greater than individual existence. The memory resurfaces with painful clarity, young Serenia, the eager student, rushing between classes with arms full of borrowed books, staying up until dawn to debate theoretical principles with equally obsessed classmates. I was brilliant, ambitious, absolutely convinced that intelligence could overcome any obstacle. What changed? He asks gently, though we both know the answer. I learned that intelligence without wisdom is dangerous, I reply, my spectral form growing more solid with each step we take toward the archive's heart. That brilliant people can convince themselves to participate in terrible things if the intellectual challenge is sufficiently compelling. The underground cold that would numb living flesh only strengthens my ability to maintain corporeal presence. Down here, in chambers built specifically to conduct supernatural research, I feel more real than I have since my first condemnation. My footsteps begin to echo against stone floors. My breathing creates visible fog in the frigid air. You're walking, Isidore observes with wonder. Actually walking, not floating or drifting. I look down at my feet with amazement. He's right. I'm moving through these passages like a living woman, rather than drifting like the ghost I've been for centuries. The stone feels solid beneath my soles, cold but present in ways I'd forgotten were possible. The underground chambers, I realise, they're saturated with the same kind of energy that powers my curse. Being here doesn't just let me manifest, it lets me inhabit physical form the way I did when still alive. We continue deeper into the labyrinthine passages, guided by knowledge I'd accumulated during centuries of supernatural exploration. The pursuit behind us has faded completely, leaving only our shared breathing and the soft sound of our footsteps echoing through stone halls that have waited decades for visitors. How much further to the solstice chamber? Isidore asks, shifting his grip on the forbidden texts he salvaged from the restricted collection. Not far now, I assure him, though part of me wants to slow our progress, to extend these moments of walking through hidden passages like partners, rather than rushing toward confrontation that might destroy us both. The original binding ritual was conducted in the deepest chamber, where ley lines converge and supernatural energy reaches maximum concentration. The passage opens into a circular antechamber, carved with symbols that make my phantom heart race with recognition. I've seen this place in dreams and visions, felt its presence calling to me during the darkest nights of my imprisonment, but I've never been able to manifest solidly enough to actually enter the chamber where my fate was sealed. This is it, I whisper, gesturing toward an ornate door that dominates the far wall. Beyond that threshold lies the altar where Seraphina and her coven condemned me to eternal documentation. Isidore approaches the door with scholarly fascination, running his fingers along carvings that detail the binding ritual in symbolic form. The collaborative grimoire mentioned your true name carved in obsidian. Is that where we'll find the curse's anchor point? Among other things, I reply, my form trembling with proximity to the source of my torment. The ritual required physical components as well as spiritual ones. Blood, bone, personal effects from my life before condemnation, all of it sealed into the altar's structure. I moved to stand beside him before the sealed door, and for the first time since manifesting in these tunnels, I reach out to touch living flesh with deliberate intent. My fingers trace the line of his jaw, marvelling at the reality of contact between my corporeal form and his warm skin. He goes absolutely still under my touch, his eyes closing as if memorizing the sensation of ghostly fingers made real. Serenia, he breathes, my name carrying wonder that makes my phantom heart flutter. I can feel you, I whisper, pressing my palm flat against his cheek. Really feel you, not just the memory of what touch used to be like. The connection between us flares with intensity that makes us both gasp, supernatural energy flowing between his living warmth and my corporeal manifestation. Whatever bond we've built over these past weeks, it reaches full strength here in the chambers where magical forces converge. Whatever happens beyond that door, I tell him, my voice steady despite the magnitude of what we're attempting. I want you to know that you've already given me something I thought was lost forever. What's that? He asks, covering my hand with his own. The ability to hope, I reply simply. For 3 centuries I've existed on resignation and accumulated despair. But you made me remember how it feels to believe in possibilities rather than just endure impossibilities. He leans into my touch, his expression fierce with protective determination that makes me feel precious rather than cursed for the very first time since my condemnation. Then let's make those possibilities real, he says. Let's break this binding and discover what comes after salvation. I nod, gathering courage from his certainty and the solid reality of contact between us. The door before us holds both our doom and our salvation, but finally I'm not facing such prospects alone. Together, I whisper, echoing his promise from earlier. Together, he confirms, squeezing my corporeal hand with living warmth that anchors me to hope. Whatever waits in the solstice chamber, we'll meet it as partners united by love strong enough to bridge the chasm between life and death. The curse may have defeated 7 previous chroniclers, but none of them possessed what we've discovered in each other. This time feels different.
Chapter 25. Isidore. The solstice chamber opens before us like the mouth of some primordial beast, its circular walls carved with symbols that seem to writhe in the flickering light of my lamp. The air here tastes of winter and ancient magic, thick with supernatural energy that makes my scales twist with primal recognition of forces beyond mortal comprehension. At the chamber's heart stands an altar that steals my breath with its terrible beauty. Black obsidian rises from the stone floor in a configuration that hurts to look at directly. Not a simple sacrificial table, but a complex geometric structure that channels and focuses magical energy with mathematical precision. Ice covers every surface, not the clean white frost of winter, but something darker, older, stained with centuries of accumulated power. Gods preserve us, I whisper, my voice echoing strangely in the circular space. This is where it began. Serenia's corporeal form trembles beside me, her newly solid flesh responding to proximity to the source of her torment with involuntary shivers that have nothing to do with temperature. Where it continues to begin, every winter solstice, the altar is still active, still channeling power from the ritual that condemned me. I circle the obsidian structure, my scholarly mind analyzing its construction even as my heart clenches with rage at what it represents. 13 points of connection radiate from a central nexus, each one carved with symbols that match the binding theory I've studied in forbidden texts. But it's not just an abstract magical construct. It's a feeding mechanism. The names, I realize, horror dawning as I examine the altar's base. All the names I read during the winter solstice ceremonies, they're not just being honored, they're being fed into this thing. Carved into the obsidian surface are thousands of names, each one etched with the precision of ritual requirement. I recognize some from recent ceremonies: nobles who died in their beds, soldiers who fell in distant battles, common folk who succumbed to age or illness. All of them contribute their spiritual essence to maintain the binding that keeps Serenia trapped. Every death recorded, every name spoken during the ritual, she confirms, her voice thick with centuries of accumulated guilt. Their passing feeds the curse's power, ensures I remain bound to document winter horrors while the spirits of the recently dead provide energy to maintain my imprisonment. But it's the name at the altar's apex that stops my heart entirely. Carved deeper than all the others, surrounded by symbols of binding and eternal torment, letters that gleam with their own inner light despite the chamber's darkness. Serenia Brightwater. Your true name, I breathe, understanding flooding through me like ice water. The anchor point that keeps you tied to this plane of existence. Carved there the night they condemned me, she whispers, her corporeal form growing more translucent as proximity to the altar affects her ability to maintain physical presence. My blood mixed into the obsidian, my essence bound to stone that has channeled magical energy for longer than recorded history. I approach the central nexus where her name burns with supernatural fire, my hands clenching into fists at the casual cruelty of it all. Not content with forcing her to document endless cycles of death, her captors made sure she would remain eternally present to witness every feeding of the system that perpetuates her torment. This is obscene, I snarl, my voice carrying heat that surprises us both. Not just the binding itself, but the elegant cruelty of its design. Making you watch as every death in the kingdom contributes to your continued imprisonment. The rage building in my chest feels foreign and familiar simultaneously. Not the cool analytical anger of scholarly disagreement, but something primal and protective that makes my scales shift color with suppressed violence. Someone I love has been tortured for 3 centuries by a system designed to ensure her eternal suffering, and every civilized instinct screams for immediate, devastating retaliation. I could shatter this altar, I realize, the possibility blazing through my mind with crystal clarity. Break the obsidian, disrupt the geometric patterns, destroy the physical anchor that maintains the binding. Serenia's eyes widen with alarm. Isidore, no. You don't understand what that would unleash. The altar doesn't just maintain my binding. It channels and controls supernatural forces that predate civilization. Destroying it could tear rifts in reality itself. Good, I reply with conviction that startles us both. Let it tear rifts. Let it unleash whatever chaos your tormentors tried to contain. Some things are worth any price to destroy. I examine the altar's structure more closely, identifying stress points where concentrated force might fracture the obsidian configuration. The geometric patterns that channel magical energy also represent structural vulnerabilities, places where disruption might cascade through the entire system. The collaborative grimoire mentioned 13 connection points, I mutter, pulling the forbidden text from my satchel to cross-reference what I'm seeing with previous chroniclers' analyses. If I could simultaneously disrupt enough anchor points... You die in the attempt, Serenia interrupts firmly. The altar has defensive systems specifically designed to prevent interference. Every chronicler who tried direct assault was killed by retaliation that makes supernatural fire seem gentle by comparison. Then I'll have to be smarter than they were, I reply, studying the carved symbols with obsessive intensity. Find a way to disrupt the binding without triggering lethal defenses. She moves to stand beside me, her corporeal form gaining solidity from determination despite our proximity to the source of her curse. And if there isn't a way, if the altar is truly unbreakable through conventional means, I look up from my research to meet her ancient eyes, seeing fear and hope warring in their depths. Then I'll find unconventional means, because I refuse to leave you trapped in this system for another century while I search for safer solutions. The promise hangs, heavy with implications neither of us wants to examine too closely. But looking at her name burned into obsidian, seeing the casual cruelty with which her tormentors designed this elegant system of eternal punishment, I know I could never walk away from this chamber without attempting to break what holds her prisoner. The winter solstice approaches, she reminds me, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what we're contemplating. Less than 2 weeks until the convergence point when all the curse's cycles align. If we're going to attempt disruption, it has to be then. When the binding is theoretically weakest, I agree, returning my attention to the altar structure. But also when its defensive responses will be strongest. She nods grimly. One chance with maximum risk and maximum potential reward. Success means freedom. Failure means... Failure isn't acceptable. I interrupt before she can voice possibilities that might weaken our resolve. Not when the alternative is leaving you to face eternity in this chamber, while innocent people continue dying to feed the curse's hunger. I trace the obsidian patterns with careful fingers, memorizing every detail that might prove crucial during our attempt. The altar is beautiful in its terrible complexity, a masterwork of magical engineering designed by minds that understood both supernatural theory and the subtle cruelties of perfect punishment. But every system has weaknesses. Every binding can be broken by someone determined enough to pay the necessary price. And looking at Serenya's corporeal form trembling with proximity to her greatest torment, I know I'm prepared to pay any price necessary to set her free. 13 connection points, I repeat, marking each one in my memory. 13 chances to find the flaw that brings this entire system crashing down. And if we die in the attempt, then we die together, I reply simply, fighting for something worth dying for rather than living safely while evil continues unchecked. Her smile, when it comes, is radiant enough to light the entire chamber. Together, she agrees, and the word carries all the promise and determination we need to face whatever comes next.
Chapter 26. Serenya. The obsidian altar pulses with malevolent life around us, its carved surface drinking in the lamplight and reflecting it back as something darker, hungrier. Standing this close to the physical anchor of my curse, I can feel every connection that binds me to this plane of existence. Threads of spiritual energy stretching across centuries, linking my consciousness to every winter horror I've been forced to document. You don't understand the magnitude of what you're proposing, I tell Isidore, my corporeal form trembling as supernatural energy radiates from the altar's nexus. This binding doesn't just maintain my imprisonment. It regulates forces that could reshape reality if released without proper containment. He looks up from his examination of the carved connection points, his expression fierce with protective determination that both exhilarates and terrifies me. Then we find a way to release you without unleashing chaos. But I won't leave you trapped here for another century while I research safer alternatives. The certainty in his voice makes my phantom heart race with dangerous hope. After 3 centuries of disappointment, having someone absolutely convinced that my freedom is possible feels like standing too close to fire. Beautiful and warming, but capable of destroying everything I've learned to rely on. Neith the Meticulous stood exactly where you're standing now, I remind him, gesturing toward the spot where his predecessor made his final attempt at disruption. He had the same determination, the same scholarly brilliance, the same absolute conviction that he could succeed where others had failed. I can still see Neith in my memory, younger than Isidore, his scales a lighter shade of green, but carrying the same obsessive intensity that marks true scholars. He'd spent 2 years mapping the curse structure, understanding the binding's complexities better than any chronicler before or since. He lasted 37 seconds, I continue, my voice breaking with accumulated grief. The altar's defences didn't just kill him, they unmade him. unravelled his spiritual essence so completely that not even death could claim what remained. Isidore's hands are still on the obsidian surface, but his expression doesn't waver. What made him different from the others? He cared, I admit, the words tasting like ashes in my corporeal mouth. Not just about the intellectual challenge or the scholarly recognition, but about me, about ending my suffering. That caring made him vulnerable to the curse's most devastating defences. The memory of Nith's destruction still haunts my darkest moments, watching someone who'd shown me genuine compassion reduced to screaming fragments of consciousness before dissolving entirely. The altar had drunk his essence like wine, feeding his spiritual energy back into the binding that kept me trapped. "And you think caring about you makes me equally vulnerable?" Isidore asks, moving around the altar's perimeter with predatory grace. "I think it makes you precious," I reply honestly, "and I think I couldn't survive watching another chronicler destroyed because they tried to save me." The confession spills forth, carrying 3 centuries of accumulated guilt and desperate need for connection. How many good people have paid with their lives for the crime of showing me compassion? How many brilliant minds have been extinguished because they dared to believe my freedom was worth fighting for? Vex Solaris, Kael Shadowmere, Marcus Brightwater. I recite the names like a litany of failure. Each one convinced he would be different, each one certain that his approach would succeed where others had failed. Their bones lie scattered in chambers deeper than this one, claimed by defences designed to make interference impossible. "But none of them had what we have," Isidore insists, circling back to stand before me with eyes that burn with conviction. "They fought alone, isolated by scholarly pride and institutional constraints. We're fighting together." He reaches out to take my corporeal hand, his living warmth sending shockwaves through my spectral nervous system. The touch grounds me in physical reality, while simultaneously reminding me of everything I stand to lose if this attempt destroys him the way it destroyed all the others. "When you touch me," I whisper, my form solidifying further in response to contact, "I remember what it felt like to be alive. Not just existing, not just enduring, but truly living with hope and purpose and connection to another soul." His grip tightens, anchoring me to sensations I thought that the curse had burned away forever. "Then let me help you remember how it feels to be free." The promise in his voice threatens to shatter whatever emotional defences I've built against hope. Looking into his intelligent eyes, seeing the genuine love alongside his determination to save me, I find myself caught between terror and exhilaration in equal measure. What if I'm not worth the risk? I voice my deepest fear. What if years of forced documentation have damaged something essential in my spirit, leaving me too broken to deserve the price you're willing to pay? "Impossible," he says with scholarly certainty applied to matters of the heart. "I've seen your strength, Serenia. The way you've maintained compassion despite impossible circumstances, the subtle rebellions you've woven into forced writings, the brilliant mind that remains intact after centuries of supernatural torture." He pauses, his free hand coming up to cup my cheek with reverence that makes my corporeal form flutter. "You're not broken. You're refined, tempered by suffering into something stronger than ordinary flesh could ever be." The words slide over me like physical heat, melting barriers I'd constructed to protect myself from caring too much about outcomes I might not be able to influence. But standing here in the chamber where my torment began, feeling his solid presence beside me while supernatural energy swirls around us both, I find I can no longer maintain safe emotional distance. "I love you," I admit, the words slipping out before courage can fail me. "Not just because you're trying to save me, but because of who you are." The brilliant, stubborn, impossibly optimistic scholar who sees worth in a cursed ghost that she'd even learned to doubt. His breath catches, and for a moment the only sound in the chamber is our synchronized breathing, and the subtle hum of magical energy flowing through obsidian channels. Then he leans forward to press his forehead against mine, his warmth seeping into my corporeal form like benediction. "I love you too," he whispers, and the words carry weight that transcends the supernatural circumstances of our meeting, not despite your curse, but because of the strength it revealed. The person you remained despite 3 centuries of torment designed to break your spirit. We stand together before the altar that has carved out my existence for longer than most civilizations endure. 2 souls united by connection that neither life nor death can sever. The obsidian structure pulses with malevolent awareness, recognizing the threat our bond represents to carefully constructed systems of eternal punishment. "If we do this," I tell him, gathering courage from his certainty and the solid reality of his touch, "there's no going back. Success or failure will have challenged forces that don't forgive interference." "Then we succeed," he replies simply, "because the alternative, leaving you trapped while innocent people continue dying to feed this abomination, is unacceptable." The strong conviction in his voice makes me stronger somehow, as if love really can provide armor against impossible odds. I find myself believing that escape might actually be achievable rather than just theoretically possible. "The convergence approaches," I remind him, though the tone of my voice carries more excitement than warning now. "Less than 2 weeks to prepare for an attempt that will either free me or destroy us both." "Then we use that time wisely," he says, squeezing my corporeal hand with living warmth that anchors me to hope. No more research conducted in isolation. No more trying to solve this puzzle alone. From now on, we work as partners in everything. I nod, allowing myself to believe, just this once, that love might succeed where scholarship failed. After all, we have something none of the previous chroniclers possessed, each other. And somehow, that feels like enough to tip even impossible odds in our favour.
Chapter 27. Isidore. The solstice chamber erupts without warning, supernatural fire flaring cold as death itself. I yank Serenia behind a carved pillar, my clawed hand gripping her corporeal one as the obsidian altar's channels blaze with malevolent intent. The air crackles, heavy with forces that could tear us apart. "It knows," Serenia gasps, her form flickering between solid and spectral as the curse surges. "It senses the threat our bond poses." Ice spirals from the altar, mimicking its carved patterns, the temperature plummeting until our breath forms crystalline clouds. This isn't the familiar chill of her manifestations, but a predatory cold designed to freeze us solid. "How long do these defenses last?" I ask, pressing closer to her warmth, my scales rasping against the pillar. "Minutes, usually," she says, doubt threading her voice. "But it's never faced someone it sees as significant. It might fight harder. Significant." The word ignites a fire in my chest, my hood flaring despite the frost. The curse, which crushed 7 chroniclers before me, marks me as a true threat to its grip. "Good," I growl, voice steady with defiance. "Let it burn itself out." Every spark it wastes weakens the chains holding you. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 28. Serenia. I lie in Isidore's arms on the stone floor of my greatest torment, my corporeal form still trembling from the impossible reality of what we've shared. The obsidian altar looms above us like a disapproving monument to supernatural cruelty, its carved surface dulled but not defeated by our defiant intimacy. Around us, ancient symbols flicker with residual malevolence, the binding's fury at our connection still radiating through channels carved for entirely different purposes. I can still feel it raging, I whisper against his chest, marvelling at the solid warmth of muscle and scale beneath my lips. The curse. It's personally offended by what we've done here. His arms tighten around my solid form, protective instincts that make my phantom heart flutter with emotions I'd thought permanently extinguished. Good. Let it be offended. Let it understand that its careful systems of isolation and torment have a fatal flaw. What flaw is that? I ask, though I think I already know the answer. Love, he says simply, his voice carrying conviction that cuts through centuries of accumulated despair. Connection that refuses to be severed by supernatural force or institutional authority or the simple passage of time. I trace patterns on his chest that mirror the spiral carvings surrounding us, claiming these symbols of binding for gentler purposes. My corporeal form has never been so stable, so persistently real despite our proximity to the altar that anchors my curse. Whatever power flows between us, it seems to strengthen rather than weaken when challenged by the forces that would separate us. I'm terrified, I admit, voicing fears I've carried since our first real conversation. Not of the curse anymore, not of the binding or the endless documentation, or even the possibility of final dissolution. I'm terrified of losing you. His hand comes up to cut my face, thumb tracing the curve of my cheek with reverence that makes me close my eyes and lean into the touch. You're not going to lose me. You can't promise that, I reply, though I want desperately to believe him. 7 chroniclers, Isidore. 7 brilliant minds who thought they could succeed where others failed. Their bones lie scattered in chambers deeper than this one, claimed by defences designed to make rescue impossible. But none of them loved you the way I do, he says with scholarly precision applied to matters of the heart. They approached your curse as an intellectual challenge, a supernatural puzzle to be solved through research and determination. What they missed is that you're not just a problem to be fixed. You're a person worth saving at any cost. The distinction sends warmth through my corporeal form that really has nothing to do with physical heat. Being seen, truly seen, as worthy of ultimate sacrifice rather than merely interesting academic exercise. It feeds something in my spirit I hadn't realised was starving. I loved someone once, I confess, surprising myself with the admission, before my condemnation, before I understood what caring could cost. A fellow student named Marcus who shared my passion for magical theory and late-night debates about theoretical applications. Isidore goes still beneath my touch, though his expression holds curiosity rather than jealousy. What happened to him? I happened to him, I reply bitterly. When Seraphina's coven condemned me, Marcus tried to intervene. Spent weeks researching counter-curses and binding disruption techniques, convinced his love could overcome supernatural malevolence through sheer, stubborn persistence. The memory surfaces with painful clarity. Young Marcus Brightwater, barely 25 and brilliant beyond his years, throwing himself into research with obsessive intensity that should have warned me away from accepting his help. The curse killed him slowly, I continue, my form flickering with guilt that has never fully faded. Made him forget piece by piece why he'd cared about saving me until he couldn't remember his own name or mine. By the end, he died still reaching for books he could no longer read, trying to solve a problem he no longer understood. That wasn't your fault, Isidore says firmly, echoing words he's spoken before, but with added weight now that he knows the full history. The curse killed him, not you. Just like it's tried to kill everyone who's shown you genuine compassion. I look up at his determined face, seeing reflection of the same obsessive intensity that destroyed Marcus and 6 other chroniclers who thought they could succeed where love had failed. But something is different in Isidore's approach, not just the scholarly brilliance or stubborn persistence, but a fundamental shift in how he views the challenge we're facing. You're not trying to save me despite the curse, I realise, understanding dawning like light breaking through centuries of accumulated darkness. You're trying to save me because of who I am, independent of it. That's what makes this different. Exactly, he confirms, shifting to face me more directly among the scattered remnants of our hastily discarded clothing. They saw your imprisonment as something to be overcome through clever application of magical theory, but I see you as someone worth loving regardless of whether the curse can be broken. The words hit me like tangible warmth, melting barriers I'd constructed to protect myself from hoping too much about outcomes beyond my control. After 3 centuries of viewing myself primarily as a supernatural problem requiring scholarly solution, having someone see worth in my cursed existence independent of academic challenge feels like an absolution I never thought I'd receive. I stopped believing in love after Marcus died. I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. Convinced myself that caring for someone like me was inherently fatal, that the only kindness I could show potential saviours was driving them away before the curse could claim them too. And now, he asks gently. Now I find myself believing again, I reply, amazed by my own words, not just in the possibility that this binding might be broken, but in the chance that there might be something worth living for beyond mere escape from torment. I lean up to kiss him, pouring all my gratitude and growing hope into the contact. His lips respond with warmth that ignites answering fire in my corporeal form, reminding me that whatever else this might be, it's also real in ways I'd stopped believing were possible. If we do this, I tell him when we break apart, if we really attempt to disrupt the binding during the convergence, I won't just be the passive subject of your rescue attempt. I'll fight alongside you, use whatever knowledge I've gained from 3 centuries of imprisonment to help tear down the systems that have kept me trapped. His expression brightens with something that looks remarkably like relief. I was hoping you'd say that. Because breaking a curse, this complex isn't something one person can accomplish alone, no matter how determined or well-researched. It's going to require both of us working in perfect synchronization. Partners, I say, testing the word and finding it fits better than any label I've carried in centuries. Partners, he confirms, sealing the promise with another kiss that tastes like determination and hope made manifest. We hold each other in the ancient chamber that has defined my very existence for longer than most civilizations endure. 2 souls united against forces that have spent centuries ensuring such connections never develop. The obsidian altar pulses with frustrated malevolence, its carved surface recording our defiance in patterns that were never meant to chronicle love triumphant over supernatural cruelty. But finally, I find myself looking forward to the approaching convergence rather than dreading it. Not because escape seems certain, the risks remain astronomical, the chances of survival minimal, but because I'll be facing those impossible odds alongside someone who sees worth in a cursed ghost that even she had learned to doubt. If this is the end, I whisper against his throat, voicing thoughts I've carried since our first intimate encounter. If attempting disruption destroys us both, I want you to know that these past weeks have been worth 3 centuries of torment. It's not the end, he replies with such conviction that it makes me stronger somehow. It's the beginning of whatever comes after we tear down the systems that would keep us apart. I settle more comfortably into his embrace, my corporeal form more stable than it has ever been, despite our proximity to the binding's physical anchor. Above us, symbols of eternal punishment flicker with dying malevolence while we plan rebellion that might finally succeed where 7 previous attempts failed. The curse may have defeated everyone who's attempted to help me, but none of them possessed what we've discovered together. Love strong enough to close the gap between life and death. Partnership that makes both of us stronger rather than leaving us vulnerable to supernatural retaliation. This time must be different. It has to be.
Chapter 29. Isidore. The restricted archives feel different at 3 a.m, not just empty, but watchful, as if the accumulated knowledge stored in their depths recognizes the desperate intent behind my unauthorized presence. My lockpicks make sounds that seem thunderous in the pre-dawn silence, each click of mechanism echoing off stone walls like accusations of scholarly heresy. "This is madness," I mutter under my breath, working at the complex ward locks that protect the most dangerous texts from casual researchers. Breaking into forbidden collections, conducting unsanctioned research after being officially suspended. But the memory of the High Council's dismissive laughter drives me forward, despite the rational voice cataloging my professional suicide. 17 more deaths while they maintained comfortable ignorance. 17 more souls lost to forces they refuse to acknowledge exist. The final lock yields with a soft snick that sounds like victory and damnation combined. Beyond the warded door lie texts that have been deemed too dangerous for general study. Grimoires of binding magic, treatises on supernatural manipulation, accounts of rituals that blur the line between protection and predation. "Exactly what Ninth mentioned," I breathe, lighting a small handheld lamp and stepping into forbidden territory. His notes had referenced a shared compilation, something about collaborative research hidden by previous chroniclers who understood the scope of what they faced. If I fail, may the next chronicler find what we 7 have learned together. The location had remained unclear from his scattered papers, but logic suggested it would be hidden among the most restricted materials. I work methodically despite the time pressure, scanning titles and pulling anything related to curse-breaking binding disruption or ritual anchor manipulation. Most of the texts are theoretical, academic discussions of magical principles written by scholars who never attempted practical application. But buried beneath layers of safer material, I find it, a slim volume bound in what looks disturbingly like human skin, its pages written in multiple hands, spanning several centuries. The title, barely visible in faded gilt lettering, makes my blood race with recognition. Practical Applications of Temporal Binding Disruption, a collaborative study. 7 authors, I whisper, opening to the first page and recognizing the elegant script immediately. 7 chroniclers, each adding to the work of his predecessor. This is what Ninth died trying to complete, not just his individual research, but systematic collaboration across centuries. Each chronicler building on the failures of those who came before, documenting not just theory but practical attempts at supernatural intervention. The binding appears to be anchored not just in the subject's spiritual essence, but in the physical location where the original condemnation occurred. Nith, the Meticulous. Confirmed. Attempted severance of spiritual anchors results in defensive retaliation that specifically targets the disruptor. Vex Solaris. Key insight. Binding may require physical anchor point within the archives themselves. Search reveals historical construction that predates current building. Kale Shadowmere. My hands shake as I read entry after entry, each chronicler adding pieces to a puzzle none of them lived to complete. But the final entry, written in shaking script that speaks to supernatural interference, provides the crucial missing piece I need. "Found you," I breathe. Memorizing the passage before a sound at the entrance makes me freeze. Footsteps echo in the corridor outside. Multiple sets, moving with purpose that suggests official investigation rather than casual patrol. "Scholar Isidore?" The voice belongs to Junior Archivist Kale, though it carries none of his usual deference. "We know you're in the restricted collection. Please emerge immediately." My blood turns to ice water. Discovery now means not just professional disgrace, but active prevention of the only research that might save both Serenia and future victims of her curse. I extinguish my lamp and press back into the stacks, hoping shadow and silence might buy time to escape. "The ward logs show clear signs of tampering," continues another voice, Senior Archivist Matthias, whose authority could have me imprisoned as well as barred from academic institutions permanently. Whoever's conducting unauthorized research will face full criminal charges. Light begins filtering under the door as they bring torches to illuminate my unauthorized presence. In moments, they'll search the collection systematically, discovering not just my trespass, but the specific texts I've been studying. "Heretical research confirmed," comes Matthias's voice as they enter. "The suspended chronicler has violated direct orders and accessed forbidden supernatural materials." I clutch the collaborative grimoire and several supporting texts that might prove crucial to understanding curse structure, moving deeper into the stacks as quietly as possible. But frost patterns begin forming on the stone floor, Serenya's presence manifesting despite the danger to us both. "There!" calls Kale's voice from the entrance. "Frost patterns on the floor. Unnatural cold signatures typical of supernatural manifestation. The corruption runs deeper than individual transgression," Matthias declares with satisfaction that suggests my downfall validates his suspicions. He's been consorting with supernatural entities, conducting forbidden research in direct violation of institutional doctrine. Their footsteps quicken as they follow the frost trail deeper into the collection, but I'm already moving toward what appears to be solid stone wall at the far end of the stacks. Serenya's ghostly form materializes beside me, more translucent than usual, but present enough to guide my desperate escape. "Here," she whispers, pressing her spectral hand against what looks like unbroken stone. "Push exactly where I'm touching." There's a hidden mechanism left by previous chroniclers who needed emergency exit. The wall gives way under pressure applied to the right spot, revealing a narrow passage that disappears into darkness beyond my limited vision. I slip through the opening just as torchlight begins to illuminate the area where I'd been standing, clutching stolen knowledge that might be the key to breaking 3 centuries of supernatural imprisonment. Academic heresy, theft of restricted materials, consorting with supernatural entities. Matthias's voice echoes through the hidden entrance as I flee deeper into passages that predate the current archive construction. When we catch him, he'll face trial for crimes against a scholarly order. The passage beyond leads toward chambers where different rules apply, and impossible things become achievable through stubborn determination. Behind me, the sounds of systematic search continue, but ahead lies something more valuable than institutional approval: the collaborative knowledge of 7 previous attempts at supernatural intervention. "No going back now," I tell Serenya as we descend through darkness toward the hidden chambers where our real research can continue unobserved. "Was there ever?" she replies, her spectral form growing more solid as we move away from official authority toward spaces where love might succeed, where isolated scholarship failed. I've burned every bridge that might have led back to conventional academic life. Whether we succeed or fail in breaking the curse that binds her, I've chosen partnership over professional security, dangerous truth over comfortable lies. At last, since discovering the mysterious manuscripts, that choice feels like the most rational decision I've ever made. After all, some knowledge is worth any price to pursue, and some people are worth risking everything to save.
Chapter 30. Serenya. The final prophecy appears beneath my ghostly hand with cruel inevitability, each word burning itself into parchment with supernatural fire that leaves my spectral fingers aching. But this documentation feels different from all the others, heavier somehow, weighted with personal significance that makes my corporeal form tremble as understanding dawns. The chronicler's last gift shall be offered in the deepest chambers, where winter's heart beats strongest, and he who has loved beyond the boundaries of life and death shall find his devotion tested by forces older than kingdoms. The obsidian altar waits to claim another soul, thirsting for the blood of one who dared to challenge bindings woven from centuries of accumulated suffering. My hand shakes as I write, fighting against compulsion that feels stronger than ever before. The curse isn't just forcing me to document another tragedy. It's making me record the destruction of the one person who's shown me genuine love in 3 centuries of isolation. Isidore Blackscale shall stand before the altar of his beloved's torment, armed with nothing but scholarly determination and stubborn hope. The convergence point offers freedom, but freedom's price has always been paid in the coin of noble sacrifice. One soul must anchor the binding while another escapes. Such has been the law since the first winter solstice claimed its due. No, I whisper, though the word comes out as barely audible breath. Please, not him. Anyone but him. But the compulsion is absolute. Forcing my phantom fingers to continue documenting fate, I can see but cannot change. The prophecy unfolds with mathematical precision, revealing truths that shatter whatever hope I'd allowed myself to nurture our success. He will choose love over survival, as the worthy always do. The altar will drink deeply of his essence, transforming devoted chronicler into eternal prisoner, while she whom he sought to save walks free beneath stars she had forgotten existed. His sacrifice shall echo through centuries, another name carved in obsidian to feed the binding's endless hunger. I finish writing with tears streaming down my corporeal cheeks. The first I've shed in physical form since my own condemnation. Salt water that carries 3 centuries of accumulated grief for all the good people who've paid with their lives for the crime of caring about my freedom. Serenia. Isidore's voice carries concern as he approaches the writing desk, where my latest forced documentation waits like a death sentence written in elegant script. What's wrong? You look. He trails off as his eyes fall on the manuscript, his expression shifting from concern to horror as he reads the first few lines. I watch his face pale, see his hands clench into fists as understanding dawns with terrible clarity. This is about us, he realizes, his voice thick with emotions I'm afraid to identify. About what happens during our attempt to break the binding. I nod miserably, my form flickering as supernatural exhaustion threatens my ability to maintain corporeal presence. The final prophecy, the one I've been dreading since I first understood that you were different from all the others. He reads further, his expression growing more grim with each line of elegant script that details his destined destruction. But instead of the fear or despair I expect to see, his face hardens with familiar, stubborn determination. According to this, he says slowly, breaking your curse requires someone to take your place as anchor for the binding. One soul imprisoned while another escapes. It's how the magic works, I admit, the words tasting like ashes in my corporeal mouth. The binding requires conscious spirit trapped between life and death, aware enough to suffer, but powerless enough to be contained. Freeing me means condemning someone else to the same torment. The terrible logic of it makes my phantom heart clench with guilt that is unrelated to the curse's usual punishments. All those weeks of growing hope, all those nights of passionate connection and desperate planning. And the ultimate truth is that salvation requires sacrifice too terrible to ask of anyone, especially someone I love. That's why the other chroniclers failed, I continue, unable to meet his eyes while voicing truths that destroy every plan we've made together. It wasn't lack of knowledge or insufficient preparation. They discovered the same truth and couldn't bring themselves to pay the price for my freedom. Because they were trying to save you without understanding what that salvation would cost, Isidore says quietly, still studying the prophecy with scholarly precision despite its personal implications. But what if we approach this differently? I look up at him with confusion mixed with desperate hope. What do you mean? I mean, he says firmly, setting the manuscript aside and taking my corporeal hands in his warm grip. That prophecy assumes I'll attempt rescue by replacing you as the binding's anchor. But what if we don't replace the anchor? What if we destroy the entire system instead? The possibility sends shockwaves through my spectral form. not just the theoretical concept, but the absolute conviction in his voice as he proposes something that goes far beyond anything previous chroniclers attempted. The altar, I breathe, following his logic despite my terror. You're talking about destroying the physical anchor completely, not just transferring the spiritual binding to another soul. Exactly. The collaborative grimoire mentioned that the obsidian structure channels and contains supernatural forces, not just your specific imprisonment. If we could disrupt those forces entirely instead of redirecting them. The magical backlash would be catastrophic, I interrupt, though my tone carries more excitement than warning now. Reality could fracture, dimensional barriers might collapse, forces contained for centuries could be unleashed without any controlling structure. And you would be free, he says simply. Truly free, not just transferred from one prison to another. Free to choose your own existence instead of having it dictated by vengeful magic or the needs of supernatural bindings. The hope kindling in my chest burns with intensity that makes my corporeal form flicker, but alongside it comes terror that what he's proposing might destroy far more than just my curse. What about you? I whisper, voicing my deep fear. What about the catastrophic magical backlash that would occur at ground zero of such disruption? Even if I survive the binding's destruction, I trail off, unable to voice possibilities too terrible to examine directly. But Isidore's expression remains steady, determined, absolutely unafraid despite the magnitude of what he's suggesting. Then I die free, he says with conviction that stops my phantom heart. Having spent my final moments loving someone worth any sacrifice, instead of hiding in comfortable isolation while evil continues unchecked. No, I protest, my form solidifying with desperate need to make him understand. I won't be responsible for your destruction, Isidore. The guilt would destroy whatever's left of my soul. You won't be responsible, he corrects gently, his hands framing my face to force eye contact. The curse will be responsible. Seraphina and her coven will be responsible. 3 centuries of institutional complicity will be responsible. But not you, never you. The tears come harder now. 3 centuries of accumulated sorrow mixed with fresh grief for what we're about to lose. I can't lose you, I whisper, not when you've just taught me how to hope again. Not when I've finally remembered what it feels like to be loved. Then help me find a third option, he challenges, pulling me closer until our foreheads touch. Use that brilliant mind to discover what 7 other chroniclers missed. Find the solution that saves us both. I stare into his eyes, seeing love alongside the determination that has driven him to risk everything for my freedom. The prophecy lies forgotten on the desk beside us, its elegant script detailing destruction that assumes we'll follow the same path as all our predecessors. But maybe this time really can be different. Maybe love and partnership can find solutions that isolated scholarship missed. Maybe stubborn hope can rewrite even the most carefully constructed destiny. The convergence is 3 days away, I tell him, gathering courage from his certainty. If we're going to attempt something unprecedented, something that goes beyond simple binding transfer, we need to understand every aspect of the altar's construction. Then we spend the next 3 days learning everything, he replies, sealing the promise with a fervent kiss that tastes like determination made manifest. Because I refuse to accept that salvation requires sacrificing the person who's taught me what it means to truly live. The prophecy may have revealed our destined doom, but looking into Isidore's eyes, feeling the solid reality of his embrace, I find myself daring to believe that some destinies can be changed through stubborn love and absolute refusal to accept defeat. If you fail, I whisper against his lips, voicing the fear that underlies all our planning, you will join me in the cycle forever. Trapped between worlds, forced to document horrors while remaining powerless to prevent them. Then I won't fail, he says simply, because the alternative, a universe where love can't overcome the most elegant cruelty, is unacceptable. The emotion in his voice gives me strength somehow, as if determination really can anchor spirits to hope despite impossible odds. 3 days until the convergence. To find solutions that have eluded brilliant minds for centuries and prove that this time really will be different.
Chapter 31. Isidore. The final solstice night descends over Cario like a shroud woven from winter's deepest shadows. I make my way through empty streets toward the great archives, my footsteps echoing against cobblestones that gleam with frost patterns too deliberate to be natural. Above me, stars wheel in configurations that seem subtly wrong, as if the approaching convergence has begun warping the fundamental structure of reality itself. The archives loom before me like a mountain carved from midnight and scholarly ambition. For 7 years, these halls have been my sanctuary, my refuge from a world too chaotic for comfortable academic study. Tonight they become the battleground where I'll either win Serenya's freedom or join her in eternal imprisonment. Together, I whisper to the darkness, knowing she can hear me even when invisible. Whatever happens in the next few hours, we face it together. The temperature drops in response, and I catch the familiar scent of lavender mixed with ancient secrets. Her presence wraps around me like invisible armor, lending strength I'll need for what's coming. I unlock the main doors with hands steadier than they have any right to be. Behind me lies everything I've built during my adult life. Reputation, career, the comfortable certainties of institutional scholarship. Ahead waits either salvation or damnation, with no middle ground between victory and absolute defeat. The archives feel different the moment I step inside. Not just empty, but expectant, as if the accumulated knowledge stored in these halls recognizes the magnitude of tonight's attempt. Dust motes dance in moonlight streaming through high windows, but their movement seems directed rather than random, spelling out warnings in languages I don't recognize. I know you're all listening, I call to the shadows between towering shelves. Every spirit bound to these halls, every ghost of scholarly ambition that died in pursuit of dangerous knowledge. Tonight we attempt something that will either free us all or destroy everything. Whispers begin echoing from the depths. Not Serenya's voice, but others. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. The accumulated voices of everyone who has ever died in pursuit of forbidden truths, their spectral forms awakening as the convergence point approaches. I make my way deeper into the archives, following passages that lead toward the hidden chambers where our real work awaits. But with each step, the supernatural manifestations grow stronger. Books flutter open of their own accord, their pages turning to reveal text that writhes and changes as I watch. Candles flicker to life in empty chambers, their flames burning colors that have no names. The binding knows, I realize aloud. It can sense what we're planning. The whispers grow louder, resolving into fragments of warning and encouragement. 7 before you have tried. The altar hungers for noble blood. Love is not enough to break what hatred built. But sometimes love is all we have. I push deeper into the archive's heart, guided by knowledge hard-won over months of desperate research. The hidden entrance to the lower chamber stands before me like the mouth of some primordial cave. Darkness beyond that no mortal light has touched in decades. But as I approach the concealed passage, the archives themselves seem to come alive with malevolent intent. Shelves groan and shift, blocking corridors that were clear moments before. Shadows detach from walls to dart through my peripheral vision like hunting predators. The very air grows thick enough to resist breathing. I won't be deterred, I declare to whatever forces attempt to bar my path. Not by institutional authority, not by supernatural interference, not by the simple fact that what I'm attempting has never been successfully accomplished. Frost begins forming on every surface, spreading outward from my position in spirals that mirror the binding patterns I've studied for so long. but instead of the gradual cold I've grown accustomed to during Serenya's manifestations, this feels actively hostile. Winter weaponized against anyone foolish enough to challenge systems that have operated unchallenged for centuries. The temperature drops so rapidly my breath fogs in crystalline clouds. Ice crystals begin forming in the air itself, creating geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. But I press forward despite the supernatural resistance, driven by determination that has grown beyond mere scholarly curiosity into something approaching religious conviction. "Serenya," I call to the darkness ahead. "I'm coming. Whatever defenses they've raised, whatever forces they've awakened to prevent us, I'm still coming." A sound reaches me then that stops my heart with its implications. Not whispers or ghostly voices, but something far more terrible. Screaming. Dozens of voices raised in agony so pure it transcends physical pain and becomes something spiritual, existential, absolute in its despair. The voices of every chronicler who has attempted what I'm about to try. Still conscious, still aware, still suffering in whatever space exists beyond death, but short of final dissolution. "Neath," I whisper, recognizing one voice among the chorus of torment. "Vex. Kyle. All of you." They scream warnings I can barely understand, their voices distorted by centuries of supernatural punishment. But beneath the agony, I catch fragments of encouragement. The altar. 13th point. If you can reach. Don't let fear. Love stronger than. She waits. She believes. Don't fail her. The hidden entrance finally yields to my desperate efforts, revealing stairs that descend into absolute darkness. But as I take the first step downward, every supernatural defense the archives possess activates simultaneously. Books explode from their shelves, pages whirling through the air like paper blizzards. Ancient texts burst into flames that burn without consuming, filling the chamber with smoke that carries the scent of centuries. The very stones beneath my feet crack and shift, as if the building's foundation were rebelling against my passage. "Let them rage," I declare, pressing forward despite the chaos erupting around me. Let every defense they've built exhaust itself, trying to prevent what love has made inevitable. The stairs seem to stretch endlessly downward, each step carrying me deeper into realms where different rules apply and impossible things become achievable through stubborn determination. Behind me, the archives collapse into supernatural chaos. Ahead lies the chamber where Serenya's freedom waits to be claimed or lost forever. I descend into darkness that holds both our salvation and our doom, sustained by love strong enough to bridge the space between life and death, scholar and spirit, hope and the elegant despair that has ruled these halls for far too long. Tonight, everything changes, one way or another.
Chapter 32. Serenya. The curse convulses through my spectral form like lightning made of malice and ancient fury, tearing at the connections that have allowed me to maintain corporeal presence for these precious weeks. I feel myself splitting, part ghost, part flesh, part memory caught between states of being as the binding recognizes the mortal threat descending toward its heart. "No," I gasp, my voice fracturing into harmonics that shouldn't exist in any single throat. Not yet. I need more time with him. But the convergence cares nothing for my desperate pleas. Power flows through channels carved in obsidian centuries ago, awakening defences that have slumbered since the last chronicler attempted intervention. The solstice chamber trembles around me, ice cracking from walls in patterns that spell out warnings in languages dead before my birth. Above us, I can feel Isidore's determined descent through passages that fight his every step. The archives themselves have turned against him, shelves blocking corridors, books exploding into paper storms, the very stones rebelling against footsteps that carry him toward truths too dangerous for comfortable worlds. "He's really doing it," I whisper, wonder and terror warring in my fractured consciousness. After everything I've told him about the risks, all the warnings about previous failures, he's still coming. The altar pulses with increased malevolence, its obsidian surface beginning to glow with inner fire that casts no warmth. Carved names flicker with supernatural light. Thousands of souls whose deaths have fed this binding over centuries, their spiritual essence maintaining the elegant cruelty of my eternal documentation. But tonight, something different moves through those ancient patterns. Not just the familiar hunger for mortal suffering, but active recognition of threat. The binding has awakened fully for the very first time in decades, rousing itself to face danger greater than any previous chronicler represented. Because he loves me, I realise, my form stabilising slightly as understanding dawns. Not as academic exercise or institutional duty, but as someone worth dying for. That's what makes this different. The temperature plummets so rapidly that ice begins forming in mid-air, crystalline structures that hang suspended like frozen screams. And from those icy formations, shapes begin to emerge, familiar silhouettes that make my phantom heart clench with recognition and ancient fear. Seraphina materializes first, her spectral form unchanged by centuries of whatever existence awaits those who bind others to eternal torment. Still beautiful in the way winter storms are beautiful, terrible and awesome and absolutely merciless in purpose. Her eyes hold depths of cruelty that make my curse seem gentle by comparison. "Sister," she says, her voice carrying across dimensional boundaries with ease that speaks to power undimmed by time. "Still trying to escape the consequences of your choices, I see." The rest of my original coven follows, 13 figures wreathed in violet flame, their spectral robes moving with currents that exist only in spaces somewhere in the ether. They arrange themselves around the altar in the same formation they used the night they condemned me, power radiating from their unified will, like heat from banked coals. "You were offered such a simple choice," Seraphina continues, her tone carrying the particular disappointment reserved for students who refuse to learn necessary lessons. "Participate in our winter ritual, allow us to sacrifice one village for the greater good, and countless others would have lived in the protection our power provided. Instead, you chose sentiment over wisdom," adds Morwyn, whose gentle voice once made her seem the kindest of our sisterhood. "Saved those few hundred souls and condemned thousands to die in the chaos your interference created. I want to defend my choice, to argue that saving innocents from ritual murder could never be wrong regardless of consequences. But 3 centuries of forced documentation have shown me the cost of my rebellion, massacre after massacre, all occurring because the protection ritual was never completed. And now you corrupt another scholar with your selfish desires," Thessarian observes, her spectral form gaining definition as she speaks. "Leading him toward destruction, just as you led Marcus, just as you led all the others who showed you compassion." "I didn't lead them," I protest, my voice stronger than I expected despite the supernatural pressure surrounding me. "They chose to help because they saw worth in ending unjust suffering." "They chose poorly," Seraphina declares with finality that cuts through my defences. "Just as this latest fool chooses poorly. But where the others died quickly, he will join you in eternal documentation, another consciousness trapped between worlds, forced to witness endless cycles of winter death. The prophecy I was compelled to write echoes in my memory, elegant script detailing Isidore's destined transformation from chronicler to cursed prisoner. One soul to anchor the binding while another escapes, except tonight, if my coven has their way, no one escapes at all. You're afraid, I realise, seeing past their masks of supernatural authority to something that looks remarkably like uncertainty. For the first time in what seems like forever, you're actually worried about maintaining control. Seraphina's beautiful features twist with rage that makes the chamber's temperature drop another impossible degree. We fear nothing from a mortal fool armed with sentiment and stolen knowledge. But I can see the truth in their coordinated manifestation, feel it in the way they've awakened from whatever existence they've maintained since my condemnation. They're here because Isidore represents something unprecedented, not just another chronicler to be discouraged or destroyed, but genuine threat to systems they've spent centuries perfecting. Because he loves me, I say aloud, the words carrying power that makes several coven members flinch. Not despite my curse, but because of who I remained despite it. That kind of love doesn't follow the rules your binding was designed to exploit. The sound of footsteps echoes from the passage entrance. Isidore's determined approach despite every supernatural obstacle placed in his path. My coven turns toward the sound with expressions of hungry anticipation, power gathering around them like storm clouds preparing to unleash devastation. Let him come, Seraphina purrs with satisfaction that makes my spectral form tremble. Let him stand before the altar of his beloved's torment and learn what happens to those who challenge powers beyond mortal comprehension. Please, I whisper, though I am not sure if I'm speaking to them or to whatever forces might still remember mercy. He's innocent of my crimes. Let your quarrel remain with me alone. His innocence died the moment he chose to interfere. Morwen replies with gentle cruelty that hurts worse than open malevolence, just as yours died when you chose strangers over sisters. The footsteps grow closer, accompanied by the sound of supernatural chaos erupting through the archives above. But beneath the noise of collapsing systems and rebellious magic, I hear something that stops my phantom heart entirely. Isidore's voice, raised in a determined declaration that carries clearly through stone and shadow. I'm coming, Serenia. Whatever they've raised to stop me, whatever defences they've awakened, I'm still coming. The absolute conviction in his tone breaks something open in my chest. Not the familiar burn of curse-enforced writing, but something warmer. Something that feels like courage reborn after centuries of learned helplessness. Then let me stand with you, I whisper softly to the darkness between us, my spectral form solidifying with determination I haven't felt since my original rebellion against ritual murder. If my coven wants to destroy someone I love, they'll have to go through me first. And this time, I won't be fighting alone.
Chapter 33. Isidore. The solstice chamber opens before me like the throat of some primordial beast, its carved walls pulsing with malevolent energy that makes my scales wave back and forth with primitive recognition of forces beyond mortal comprehension. At its heart stands the obsidian altar, surrounded by 13 spectral figures whose beauty cannot disguise the cruelty that radiates from their unified presence. Serenia hovers between flesh and spirit near the altar's base, her form flickering as supernatural forces tear at whatever connections have allowed her corporeal manifestation. But her eyes find mine across the chaos, and in them I see not fear, but desperate hope mixed with love strong enough to sustain us both. Chronicler. Seraphina's voice carries the authority of centuries, echoing off stone walls with power that makes the air vibrate. You arrive just in time to witness your beloved's return to proper imprisonment. I ignore the coven's threats, moving deeper into the chamber with steps that ring against ancient stone, like declarations of war. The collaborative grimoire weighs heavy in my hands. 7 chroniclers' worth of research and failed attempts, their accumulated knowledge now mine to wield. Actually, I reply, surprised by how steady my voice sounds despite the magnitude of what I'm attempting. I'm here to end 3 centuries of your elegant cruelty. The altar pulses with increased malevolence as I approach, carved names flickering with supernatural light that hurts to look at directly. But I force myself to study the obsidian surface, identifying the patterns that channel binding energy and the 13 connection points that anchor the curse to this physical plane. The winter solstice ritual, I continue, pulling ceremonial implements from my satchel with hands steadier than they have any right to be, requires the chronicler to read names of the dead aloud, feeding their spiritual essence into bindings that maintain supernatural imprisonment. As it has been done for centuries, Morwen agrees with gentle malice, as it will be done tonight, with your name added to those carved in obsidian. But tonight will be different, I declare, moving to stand directly before the altar where Serenya's true name burns with inner fire. Because I'm not reading names of the dead. I raise the collaborative grimoire above my head, its pages fluttering with knowledge accumulated across generations of failed attempts. But where my predecessors saw only academic challenge, I see something simpler and more powerful. Love worth any sacrifice. Tonight, I read the name of someone who deserves to live. And with voice that carries across dimensional boundaries, I speak the words that have been carved in obsidian for 3 centuries. Serenya Brightwater. The effect is immediate and catastrophic. The altar convulses like a living thing in pain, its obsidian surface cracking along lines that mirror the binding patterns I've studied for months. Supernatural energy explodes outward in waves that make the chamber's foundations tremble, and the carved names begin flickering erratically as power flows reverse through channels designed for entirely different purposes. Impossible, Seraphina snarls, her spectral form wavering as the binding that maintains her manifestation destabilizes. The ritual requires death names, not The ritual requires names spoken with proper intent, I interrupt, my voice growing stronger as understanding dawns. And my intent has always been to free her, not feed your curse. The chamber erupts into supernatural chaos. Ancient stones crack and shift, dust raining from ceiling carved before my civilization existed. Books materialize from nothing only to burst into flames that burn without heat, their pages swirling through air thick with released magical energy. But at the altar's base, something miraculous occurs. Serenya's flickering form begins to solidify, her spectral flesh gaining weight and substance as the binding that has held her prisoner for centuries finally begins to unravel. "Isidore!" she gasps, her voice carrying clearly despite the chaos surrounding us. I can feel it breaking. The connections that kept me trapped, they're dissolving. The Coven responds to their failing control with fury that makes the surrounding air scream. Violet fire erupts from their spectral forms, lashing toward me with intent to destroy rather than merely discourage. But I stand my ground before the cracking altar, one hand pressed to its obsidian surface, while the other reaches for Serenya's increasingly solid form. Together, I remind her, our fingers interlocking as she becomes real enough for true physical contact. We break this together or not at all. The altar shudders beneath my palm, its geometric patterns growing brighter as accumulated power seeks new channels for release. I can feel the binding structure through my connection to the obsidian. 13 anchor points linked to a central nexus, all of it designed to contain and direct supernatural forces with mathematical precision. The 13th point, I realize, understanding flooding through me like revelation. It's not just carved into the altar. It's carved into you. Your true name isn't just the anchor. It's the key to the entire system. Serenya's eyes widen with comprehension that matches my own. If we can overload that connection, the whole structure collapses, I confirm, pressing deeper into contact with both altar and woman, feeling power flow between all 3 points of our impossible triangle. Not just transferring the curse to someone else, but destroying the framework that makes supernatural imprisonment possible. The Coven realizes their danger the same moment we do. Seraphina's scream of rage echoes through dimensions as she lunges toward us with claws extended, her beautiful features twisted into something monstrous with supernatural fury. But she's too late. Power builds beyond critical mass as I channel every ounce of love and determination into the name carved deepest in obsidian. Serenya's form becomes completely solid, just as the altar's central nexus overloads, releasing 3 centuries of accumulated spiritual energy in a single reality-shaking pulse. The chamber fills with light that exists in spectrums beyond mortal vision. Stone walls crack like ice, revealing glimpses of spaces that shouldn't exist. The very air burns with unleashed power as supernatural systems designed to last forever collapse under the weight of love-given form and purpose. "It's working," Serenia whispers, wonder in her voice as she watches chains of binding energy dissolve like morning mist. After 3 centuries, it's actually working. I pull her against me as the world comes apart around us, her solid flesh warm and absolutely real despite the impossible circumstances of her freedom. Whatever happens next, whatever consequences arise from destroying rather than transferring her curse, at least we'll face them together. "I love you," I tell her, as reality fractures and reforms around our embrace. "Whatever comes after this, never forget that I love you." "I love you too," she replies, her words nearly lost in the sound of ancient systems finally, completely breaking down. The altar cracks one final time, its obsidian surface shattering like a mirror struck by stones, and Serenia Brightwater draws her first truly free breath in 300 years.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 34. Serenia. Warmth floods through my body like sunrise after endless winter, not the phantom heat of spectral manifestation, but true living warmth that flows through veins I'd forgotten could carry more than memory. My heart pounds with rhythms that feel foreign after centuries of existing without need for breath or pulse, each beat a declaration that I am real. I can feel everything. I gasp against Isidore's chest, marvelling at sensations I thought the curse had taken away forever. The stone beneath my feet, the air in my lungs, the way your heart races when I touch you like this. His arms tighten around my newly solid form as supernatural chaos rages around us. The shattered altar continues bleeding power into dimensions that strain to contain forces never meant for mortal realms. But in his embrace I feel safer than I have in a long time. "You're alive," he breathes, wonder in his voice as his hands map the reality of flesh that no longer flickers between states. Completely, perfectly alive. The truth of it hits me with force that nearly buckles my knees. Alive. Not just manifesting through supernatural means or borrowing solidity from proximity to cursed anchors, but genuinely, absolutely, miraculously alive again. My lungs expand with air that carries scents of winter and ancient stone. My skin registers temperature and texture with sensitivity I'd forgotten was possible. But even as joy floods through my reborn nervous system, I can feel the binding fighting back with desperate fury. Seraphina's voice cuts through the chamber's chaos like blade through silk. She belongs to us. 3 centuries of proper imprisonment cannot be undone by mortal sentiment and misplaced compassion. The pull comes immediately, not physical force, but something deeper. The curse trying to reclaim what it considers rightfully bound, to drag me back into the spaces somewhere between life and death, where documentation of winter horrors awaits. Spiritual chains that span dimensions wrap around my consciousness, seeking to tear newly solid flesh back into translucent imprisonment. "No," I whisper, though the word comes out strained as supernatural forces battle for my soul. I choose this. I choose him. I choose to live. Isidore's grip becomes fierce, protective, absolutely unyielding despite the power trying to separate us. "You're not going anywhere," he declares, his voice carrying conviction that cuts through dimensional barriers. "I didn't break a 3-century curse just to watch them drag you back into torment." His certainty anchors me as surely as physical touch, giving me strength to resist the binding's desperate attempts at reclamation. Where the curse offers familiar imprisonment and documented despair, Isidore's love provides something infinitely more precious: the chance to choose my own existence rather than having it dictated by vindictive magic. The ritual is broken, I realise, feeling the truth resonate through my living bones. The altar shattered, the anchor point severed, the feeding mechanism destroyed. They can rage all they want, but the structure that maintained my imprisonment no longer exists. The coven's fury intensifies in response to my declaration. Violet fire erupts from their spectral forms, seeking to burn away the connections that keep me solid and present in this dimension. But instead of the overwhelming power I remember from my original condemnation, their assault feels diminished somehow. Dangerous still, but no longer possessing the absolute authority that once made resistance impossible. "Because we're not fighting alone this time," Isidore says, following my thoughts with the synchronicity we have developed over months of desperate collaboration. "And because love really is stronger than the most elegant cruelty." He leans down to capture my lips in a kiss that tastes like triumph and desperate relief combined. The contact sends shockwaves through my newly living nervous system, not the phantom sensations of spectral touch, but genuine physical connection between two bodies that exist fully in the same dimension. The supernatural storm raging around us responds to our intimacy with increased violence. Stone blocks rain from the ceiling, ice forms in geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly, and the very air screams with frequencies that exist beyond mortal hearing. But in Isidore's arms, surrounded by his warmth and absolute determination to keep me safe, even reality-shaking chaos feels manageable. "Don't stop," I whisper against his mouth as the binding makes one final desperate attempt to reclaim me. "Whatever they throw at us, whatever power they still possess, don't stop believing that I can be free." "Never," he promises, his hands framing my face to force eye contact that burns with conviction. "No force in any realm can separate us now. I won't let them take you back." The truth of his words resonates through dimensions, and I feel the curse's hold on me weaken further. Not gone entirely. 3 centuries of binding don't dissolve instantly, even when their physical anchors lie shattered, but reduced to manageable resistance rather than overwhelming compulsion. "The convergence," I breathe, understanding dawning as I feel power flowing through channels that no longer follow their original design. All the curse's cycles aligning at once, concentrated into this moment. But instead of strengthening the binding, it's amplifying our connection. Isidore's eyes widen with realization that matches my own. We're using their own power against them. Every ounce of energy they've accumulated over centuries, focused through our bond instead of the broken altar. The chamber shudders as forces beyond mortal comprehension reshape themselves around new focal points, not obsidian carved with names of the dead, but 2 souls united by love strong enough to rewrite supernatural law. Where the altar once channeled power toward imprisonment and documentation, we redirect those same energies toward freedom and genuine choice. "It's working," I whisper, amazed by my own words. After 300 years of dreaming about escape, it's actually working. Seraphina's scream of fury echoes through dimensions as she realizes the same truth, that her carefully constructed system of eternal punishment has been not just broken, but inverted, its power source turned toward purposes she never intended. "This is impossible," she rages, her spectral form wavering as the binding that maintains her own manifestation destabilizes. "Mortal love cannot overcome forces rooted in cosmic justice." Then you never understood love, I reply, my voice carrying clearly despite the chaos surrounding us. Or justice either, for that matter. The binding makes one final attempt to drag me back into spectral imprisonment, but Isidore's arms remain steady around my solid form. His love anchors me to chosen existence rather than enforced suffering, proving that some connections transcend even the most elegant supernatural cruelty. Together, he reminds me as the last of the curse's hold dissolves like morning mist. Together, I confirm, feeling truly free for the first time. Whatever comes next, we'll face it as partners rather than prisoner and would-be saviour. And somehow that makes even the impossible seem achievable.
Chapter 35. Isidore. You're real, I growl, my claws tracing her curves, marveling at her solidity. Completely alive. Her eyes blaze with wonder, her features glowing with life. Your love makes me so, she says, voice thick with awe. Your refusal to accept the impossible, it gives me this body, not just a shadow of one. The shattered obsidian altar bleeds energy, straining the chamber's ancient bounds, but our defiance turns its malice into fuel. Every kiss, every desperate touch, weaves our bond into something unstoppable. The ritual, I realize, voice steady despite the storm. We're not just breaking the curse, we're rewriting it. Death becomes life. Serenya's eyes spark with the same fire. The convergence point meant to chain her bends to our will. 3 centuries the solstice fed death into this curse, she whispers, hands gripping my robes. But now we feed it love, I snarl, pulling her down among the altar's fragments. Our knelt forms a middle finger to centuries of torment. Connection over isolation. Joy over despair. Seraphina's spectral form looms, a translucent shroud woven from shadow and spite, her eyes burning with an ancient, unforgiving light. The rage of her coven, a collective of souls bound by cruelty, manifests as a vicious storm around her, twisting with fury that crackles like black lightning. Their elegant cruelty, which once held empires in its thrall, seems to crumble and dissipate before a bond they cannot comprehend. The curse, their final desperate masterpiece, screams through my very being, burning through my bones and spirit. But our love, a force now raw and untamable, turns its venom into strength. Let them rage, Serenya murmurs, her voice a steady anchor in the storm, her warmth setting my nerves ablaze. They've lost me. I claim her mouth, a raw, triumphant kiss that burns with a hunger long denied. Her lips, once pale and still in the thrall of her captors, are now alive with a reclaimed fire that mirrors the inferno in my own veins. We sink to the cold, unforgiving stone floor, the very symbols of her imprisonment transforming into silent witnesses of our triumph, of her liberation. Her lithe body, so exquisitely crafted, fits against my coiled form with an effortless perfection, my scales rasping against her skin as if fate itself had carved us, destined us, for this precise moment. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We collapse, entwined, our connection a beacon in the chaos. The altar pulses with impotent rage, but I hold her close, certain no force can sever us. We've done more than break it, I murmur, lips against her fading pulse. We've proven love endures.
Chapter 36. Serenia. In the aftermath of our desperate joining, I feel more human than I have since my original condemnation, not just corporeal, but genuinely alive in ways that transcend mere physical presence. My heart beats with steady rhythms that feel like coming home after centuries of exile. My lungs draw air that carries scents of winter stone and freedom. My skin registers every sensation with clarity I'd forgotten was possible. But even as I revel in the miracle of living flesh, I sense something terrible shifting in the supernatural energies that still swirl through the shattered chamber. The curse hasn't simply died with the altar's destruction. It writhes like a wounded serpent, seeking new anchor points to replace those we've just severed. Isidore, I whisper, dread creeping through my newly solid form as I feel familiar malevolence turning its attention toward the man who saved me. Something's wrong. The binding isn't fully broken. It's looking for another way to maintain itself. He holds me closer, his warmth a shield against rising terror that has nothing to do with my own fate and everything to do with his. What do you mean? Before I can answer, the broken obsidian fragments begin to glow with renewed malevolence. Power flows through cracks in the altar's surface, seeking familiar patterns even in destruction. And there, burning across the largest piece of shattered stone, letters begin to appear in script that mirrors the elegant handwriting I know all too well. Isidore Blackscale. No, I breathe, horror flooding through me as understanding dawns with terrible clarity. It can't just lose its anchor. The binding requires a conscious spirit trapped between worlds. If not me, then someone else, he completes, his voice steady despite the implications. The curse needs a new chronicler to document winter horrors, someone to replace what it's lost. The supernatural energies that once bound me to eternal documentation now reach toward him with hungry intensity. I can feel them testing his spiritual defenses, probing for vulnerabilities that might allow forced transformation from living scholar to cursed prisoner. It won't work, I declared desperately, my hands fisting in his robes as if physical contact might protect him from forces that exist beyond mere flesh. I won't let it work. You can't take my place, Isidore. I'd rather return to imprisonment than watch you suffer my fate. But even as I raise the protest, I can see the calculation running through his brilliant mind. The same scholarly precision that allowed him to understand the curse's structure now shows him exactly what my freedom has cost and who must pay the price. Better me than you, he says simply, and the conviction in his voice makes my newly beating heart skip with terror. You've endured 3 centuries of torment for the crime of showing compassion. If someone has to anchor this binding, let it be the person who chose to interfere rather than the victim of institutional malice. Don't, I plead, my form trembling as supernatural forces continue their assault on his spiritual integrity. Don't you dare make that choice for us both. I didn't ask to be saved at the cost of your freedom. The curse's attention focuses more intently on him, drawn by his willingness to sacrifice himself for my continued liberation. Power that once forced me to document endless winter horrors now seeks new vessel for its elegant cruelty, new consciousness to trap in the spaces between life and death. The convergence is still active, I realise, feeling cosmic forces that haven't finished reshaping themselves around our rebellion. All that power looking for new channels to flow through, it could bind you just as completely as it bound me. Isidore's expression grows thoughtful as he examines the glowing letters that spell his doom across broken obsidian. But what if we don't give it the chance to choose new anchors? What if we redirect those energies toward complete dissolution rather than replacement? How? I demand, though part of me already suspects the answer will require sacrifices I'm not prepared to accept. The same way we broke your binding, he says with scholarly logic applied to impossible circumstances. Love channeled through the convergence point, but focused on destruction rather than transformation. The implications hit me. Using our connection to destroy the curse entirely would require both of us to serve as conduits for powers that could unmake spirit as well as flesh. Success might free future victims from supernatural predation, but survival would be unlikely. You're talking about martyrdom disguised as heroism, I accuse, though my voice carries more admiration than anger. Throwing our lives away to ensure no one else suffers what I've endured. I'm talking about making our love count for something beyond personal happiness. He corrects gently, his hands framing my face to force eye contact that burns with absolute conviction. If we have to die to break this cycle permanently, at least we die together. The broken altar pulses with increased malevolence as it senses our growing resolve to deny it new anchors. Seraphina's voice echoes through dimensions with fury that makes the air scream. You cannot escape justice through mutual destruction. One of you will serve, or both will suffer eternally in whatever realm awaits those who defy cosmic order. Then we'll defy it together, I declare, my own determination hardening in response to threats that no longer hold the power they once possessed. Because if love taught me anything during these past months, it's that some things are worth dying for. Isidore stares at me with wonder that transforms his scholarly features into something approaching religious awe. You'd really choose death over life if it meant breaking this curse permanently? I'd choose partnership over survival, I correct, rising to press my forehead against his, while supernatural chaos rages around our small island of connection. Whatever comes next, whatever price has to be paid, we pay it together or not at all. The conviction in my voice seems to surprise us both, but it feels more honest than any words I've spoken since my condemnation. 3 centuries of forced isolation have taught me to value connection above all else, and if maintaining that bond requires ultimate sacrifice, then I make that choice gladly. Together, he agrees, sealing the promise with a tender kiss that tastes like determination and desperate love combined. Around us, cosmic forces continue their attempt to establish new patterns of imprisonment and documentation. But since discovering those mysterious manuscripts, I feel genuinely optimistic about our chances of success. After all, we're not fighting alone anymore, and love really is stronger than even the most elegant cruelty.
Chapter 37. Isidore. The supernatural forces strike without warning, wrapping around my consciousness like chains forged from cosmic malevolence and ancient hunger. I feel myself being pulled toward the shattered altar not by physical force, but by something far more fundamental. Spiritual gravity that seeks to drag my essence into the places between life and death where eternal documentation awaits. No, I snarl, fighting against compulsion that makes the air itself feel thick as syrup. I won't be your replacement chronicler. Find someone else to torment. But the binding cares nothing for my protests. Power flows through channels carved in reality itself, seeking to complete the transformation that will preserve its elegant system of punishment despite our rebellion. The broken obsidian fragments pulse with renewed purpose, their cracked surfaces reflecting images of winter horrors I'll be forced to document if this cosmic predation succeeds. Isidore! Serenya's voice cuts through the supernatural chaos with desperation that makes my heart clench. Fight it. Don't let them take you. I try to resist, channeling every ounce of stubborn determination that has sustained me through months of impossible research. But where her curse required slow erosion of will over centuries, this binding attempts immediate transformation. Scholar to prisoner, chronicler to trapped spirit, free choice to eternal compulsion. The pull intensifies until I can barely maintain contact with the physical plane. My consciousness stretches like cloth under tension, threatening to snap and scatter across dimensional boundaries that exist beyond mortal comprehension. Around me, the chamber fills with spectral voices that whisper seductive promises. Join us in eternal study. Document truths too terrible for living minds. Become part of knowledge that transcends mortal limitations. Lies, I gasp, though speaking requires effort that leaves me drained. You don't offer knowledge. You offer imprisonment disguised as scholarship. The spirits materialize more clearly as my resistance weakens. Dozens of previous victims who accepted similar bargains, their faces twisted by centuries of supernatural torment. I recognize some from the collaborative grimoire, scholars who thought they could outwit cosmic forces through clever application of theoretical principles. "Don't resist," whispers a familiar voice, and I turn to see Neath the Meticulous, approaching with eyes that hold depths of accumulated despair. The binding always wins eventually. Better to accept transformation quickly than suffer slow dissolution of everything you think you are. I know who I am, I declare, surprising myself with the conviction despite circumstances that should shatter any sense of personal identity. I'm the man who loves Serenia Brightwater, enough to break 3 centuries of carefully constructed torment. Her name resonates through dimensions like bells struck by cosmic hammer, and for a moment the pull towards spiritual imprisonment weakens. But only for a moment. Then the binding reasserts itself with doubled intensity, sensing how close it came to losing another potential anchor. Pain beyond physical description races through my consciousness as supernatural forces attempt to sever connections that maintain my link to chosen existence. I feel myself fragmenting, pieces of identity scattering like leaves in autumn wind, while something alien and hungry prepares to inhabit whatever remains. Serenia! I scream her name like lifeline thrown to drowning man, hoping love might prove stronger than cosmic predation. If you can hear me, if any part of our bond survives, help me. The answer comes not in words, but in action that defies every law of supernatural imprisonment. Serenia throws herself between me and the hungry void that seeks to claim my spirit, her newly solid form blazing with determination that makes the chamber's shadows flee like frightened children. You want him? She challenges forces that have operated unchallenged for millennia. You'll have to go through me first. The binding recoils as if burned, its attention splitting between attempted capture of new anchor and dealing with threat it thought neutralized. But in that moment of cosmic confusion, I feel the pull weaken just enough to allow movement toward rather than away from the woman I love. Together, I gasp, my hands finding hers despite forces that would tear us apart. If we're going to die, if this is really the end, at least we die as partners. Not dying, she corrects fiercely, her grip tightening until our fingers interlock with strength that speaks to desperation, transformed into determination. Choosing each other over safety, love over survival, connection over the comfortable numbness of surrender. The curse's fury at our defiance makes reality itself scream, but we hold fast to each other while cosmic forces rage around our small island of stubborn love. Where individual resistance proved insufficient, partnership provides strength neither of us possessed alone. Your name, I realize, understanding flooding through me like revelation, despite the chaos threatening to tear us both apart. Not just carved in obsidian, but written in the fundamental structure of the binding itself. If we could speak it together, channel our combined will through syllables that anchor the curse. Her eyes widen with comprehension that matches my own dawning awareness. Overload the connection instead of trying to sever it. Use the binding's own power against itself. We press closer together as supernatural forces attempt to pry us apart, our voices joining in harmonic resonance that shouldn't be possible from 2 separate throats. Serenia Brightwater. The effect exceeds even our desperate hopes. Power that sought to transform me into new chronicler instead flows through our connection, building beyond critical mass as it encounters feedback, loops no cosmic engineer ever intended. The broken altar fragments begin to smoke, their obsidian surfaces cracking further, as forces meant to contain spiritual imprisonment find themselves channeled toward purposes diametrically opposed to their original design. Serenia Brightwater, we chant again, our voices growing stronger as the binding's hold on both of us weakens in response to harmonic overload. The chamber fills with light that exists beyond visible spectrums, while ancient systems finally, completely collapse under the weight of love given voice and purpose. Around us, reality reshapes itself according to principles of connection rather than separation, choice rather than compulsion, hope rather than the elegant despair that has ruled these depths for far too long. "It's working," Serenia breathes, wonder in her voice as we watch 3 centuries of carefully constructed torment dissolve like morning mist. "We're working," I correct, pulling her closer as cosmic forces exhaust themselves trying to prevent what love has already accomplished. Together we've done more than break a curse. We've rewritten the fundamental laws that govern supernatural justice.
Chapter 38. Serenia. The silence that follows our final harmonic assault feels like the end of the world, not catastrophic destruction, but the profound quiet that comes when fundamental forces stop operating after centuries of constant activity. The supernatural screaming that has haunted these depths since my original condemnation simply stops. No fade, no gradual diminishment, just absolute cessation of sound. "Is it over?" I whisper, hardly daring to believe that 300 years of torment might actually be ending. Around us, the solstice chamber begins to collapse, not violently, but with the inevitable settling that occurs when magical supports can no longer maintain structures they were never meant to hold. Ancient stones crack and shift, dust raining from ceiling carved before my birth, while ice that has covered these walls for centuries melts into rivulets that run like tears across floors worn smooth by supernatural energy. The broken altar fragments lose their malevolent glow, becoming ordinary obsidian scattered across stone that no longer pulses with power. Where my name once burned with binding fire, now only carved letters remain. No deeper meaning, no cosmic significance, just marks in rock that could belong to anyone. "I think it is," Isidore breathes, his voice carrying amazement that matches my own. "I can't feel any trace of the binding's presence. No supernatural compulsion, no cosmic hunger seeking new anchors, just silence." But even as relief floods through my newly living form, terror follows close behind. The magical backlash from destroying rather than transferring such an ancient curse has to go somewhere, and we stand at ground zero of forces that have just been catastrophically unleashed. Isidore sways on his feet, his face pale with exhaustion that goes beyond mere physical fatigue. The scholarly precision that sustained him through months of impossible research wavers, replaced by confusion that speaks to deeper damage than I want to acknowledge. "Isidore?" I reach for him as he stumbles, my hands finding his shoulders just as his knees buckle. "Stay with me. Please, stay with me." He collapses into my arms with weight that confirms the solid reality of both our forms, but his breathing sounds laboured in ways that make my newly beating heart race with panic. Whatever price the universe demands for rewriting cosmic law, he's paying it in ways I can't fully understand. "You freed me too," he whispers against my shoulder, his voice so soft I almost miss the words amid the sound of melting ice and settling stone. 7 years hiding in these archives, convinced that solitary scholarship was enough, but watching you fight to maintain hope despite impossible circumstances, it taught me how to truly live. Tears track down my cheeks, the first I've shed in joy rather than despair since before my condemnation. "Don't talk like you're saying goodbye," I plead, my arms tightening around his trembling form. "We both survived the curse breaking. We both get to see what comes after salvation." "Do we?" he asks, and there's wonder in his tone rather than fear. "Because I feel different. Not just exhausted from channeling cosmic forces, but changed, like whoever I was before tonight has been transformed into someone entirely new." I understand what he means with clarity that should terrify me. looking down at my solid flesh, feeling the steady rhythm of a heart that beats without supernatural intervention. I realize I'm no longer the ghost who haunted these archives for 3 centuries. But I'm not exactly the woman I was before my condemnation either. We're both different, I admit, helping him lean against a fallen pillar while the chamber continues its slow collapse around us. Neither scholar and cursed spirit, nor the people we were before any of this began. We're something new. The truth of it resonates through my living bones. Whatever we've become through breaking the binding that held me prisoner, we've transcended the categories that once defined us. Not just human and perna, not just chronicler and supernatural curiosity, but partners who chose love over survival and found something neither expected in the process. I don't regret it, Isidore says, his breathing gradually steadying as whatever crisis threatened him passes. Whatever we've become, whatever price we've paid, I don't regret choosing you over comfortable certainty. Even if comfortable certainty included professional recognition, institutional approval, and a quiet life of scholarly achievement. I tease gently, though my tone carries genuine concern for everything he's sacrificed. Especially then, he replies with conviction that makes my heart flutter. Because comfortable certainty never taught me what it felt like to love someone worth risking everything to save. Above us, the sounds of structural collapse grow more pronounced as the archive's hidden foundations lose whatever supernatural support maintained them through centuries of impossible weight. We need to leave this chamber before falling stone makes departure impossible. But part of me wants to linger in the place where our freedom was finally won. We should go, I say reluctantly, helping him to his feet with hands that still marvel at their ability to provide solid support. Before the entire underground complex decides to follow the curse's example and dissolve completely. He nods, though his eyes remain fixed on the scattered obsidian fragments that once held such power over both our lives. Strange to think that something so terrifying could become just broken rock. Broken rock with no power over anyone's destiny, I correct, guiding him toward passages that lead back to the surface. Which is exactly what it should have been from the beginning. We pick our way through debris that speaks to the end of an era, not just my personal torment, but an entire system of cosmic punishment that operated through elegant cruelty and institutional complicity. Behind us, water continues flowing as centuries-old ice finally melts, washing away the last physical traces of supernatural imprisonment. What happens now? Isidore asks as we climb stairs worn smooth by countless feet seeking forbidden knowledge. Now we discover what life looks like when it's chosen rather than endured, I reply, my voice stronger than it's been in 3 centuries. We find out what comes after salvation. The concept feels foreign after so long accepting imprisonment as my natural state, but walking beside him through passages that lead toward freedom, I find myself genuinely excited about possibilities I'd stopped allowing myself to imagine. We're both free now, not just from supernatural bindings, but from the limited definitions that once contained our understanding of what we could become. And somehow that feels like the most miraculous transformation of all.
Chapter 39. Isidore. Consciousness returns slowly, like surfacing from depths that exist beyond mere physical water. The first sensation I register is warmth, not the phantom heat of supernatural manifestation, but genuine solar radiation painting patterns across closed eyelids. Sunlight. Real sunlight filtering through winter air that carries scents of snow and possibility, rather than ancient stone and accumulated despair. The second sensation makes my heart race with wonder that transcends mere relief. The sound of breathing that isn't my own. Steady, rhythmic, absolutely real. The respiratory pattern of someone who sleeps peacefully rather than existing in supernatural stasis. I open my eyes to find myself lying on frost-covered grass outside what were once the great archives of Cario. The building behind us has partially collapsed, its ancient walls cracked and settling as supernatural supports that maintained impossible architecture for centuries finally fail. Dust motes dance in morning light that streams through gaps in damaged stonework, but the destruction feels more like liberation than loss. Beside me, Serenia sleeps with her head pillowed on my shoulder, her dark hair spread across scales that still carry residual warmth from whatever forces we channeled during the night's impossible events. But it's not her proximity that steals my breath. It's the undeniable reality of her presence. She's breathing, actually breathing, with lungs that expand and contract in patterns dictated by biological necessity rather than conscious choice. Her skin holds the subtle flush of circulation. Her lips part slightly with each exhale, and when I place careful fingers against her throat, I feel the steady pulse of a heart that beats without supernatural intervention. Alive, I whisper, the word carrying wonder I don't know how to contain. Completely, perfectly, miraculously alive. Her eyes flutter open at the sound of my voice, revealing brown irises flecked with gold rather than the violet glow I've grown accustomed to during her spectral manifestations. For a moment she looks confused, as if waking in physical form still feels foreign after 3 centuries of existing as conscious spirit. Isidore. Her voice carries the roughness of someone who has actually slept rather than merely resting in supernatural meditation. We're outside? We're free, I correct, helping her sit up while marveling at the solid weight of her body against mine. Whatever happened in that chamber, whatever forces we unleashed when the binding finally broke, we survived it. She examines her hands with the same wonder I feel looking at her, flexing fingers that respond to conscious direction rather than spectral will. I have a body again, not manifested through proximity to cursed anchors or sustained by supernatural energy, but genuinely incarnate. In the distance, I can hear the sounds of a city beginning to stir. Merchants setting up stalls, guards calling morning reports, the everyday bustle of people who have no idea how close they came to losing themselves to forces beyond their comprehension. But their normalcy feels strangely distant, as if we've awakened in world adjacent to, but not quite identical with the one we left behind. The archives, Serenia observes, turning to examine the partially collapsed structure that once housed my life's work. How much damage? Enough, I reply, though I feel no grief at the sight of institutional destruction. The hidden chambers where your curse was anchored have collapsed completely. The restricted collections are buried under tons of stone, and the official records that fed power into supernatural bindings, gone. She searches my expression for signs of regret at losing everything I'd built during 7 years of scholarly dedication. Instead, she finds something that surprises us both. Genuine relief at being freed from systems that demanded complicity with cosmic cruelty. You're not upset, she realizes, wonder in her voice. Your career, your research, your entire professional identity, destroyed. And you're not upset. I'm liberated, I correct, the word feeling more accurate than any academic terminology I've ever used. 7 years I spent cataloging death and maintaining rituals that fed supernatural imprisonment. 7 years of comfortable complicity with forces I was too coward to examine closely. I stand slowly, testing muscles that feel different somehow. Not damaged, but changed in ways I can't fully articulate. Around us, the morning continues with gentle insistence that life moves forward, regardless of cosmic revelations or personal transformations. What will you do now? Serenia asks, rising to stand beside me with movements that carry human grace rather than spectral drift. Without the archives, without institutional support, without the comfortable cage I built around myself, I complete, surprising both of us with how easily the admission comes. I'll discover what comes after choosing love over safety, truth over institutional approval, partnership over the scholarly isolation I convinced myself was sufficient. The city beyond shows signs of the supernatural chaos that erupted during our confrontation with forces older than civilization. Windows cracked from reality-shaking resonance, frost patterns on walls that face away from winter wind, confused reports from guards who swear they heard screaming that came from no earthly throat. But their confusion feels manageable compared to the clarity I experience looking at Serenya's living form. Whatever we've become through breaking rather than transferring her curse, whatever prices we've paid or changes we've undergone, we've accomplished something unprecedented. Genuine freedom from systems designed to ensure eternal suffering. The Naga hierarchy won't welcome back a chronicler who destroyed their most sacred archives, she points out, though her tone carries more concern for my welfare than criticism of my choices. Good, I reply with conviction that makes her smile. Because I have no interest in returning to people who would rather maintain comfortable lies than acknowledge uncomfortable truths. We begin walking away from the ruined archives, leaving behind the physical remnants of everything that once defined my existence. But instead of feeling lost or directionless, I experience something I've never known in my adult life. Complete freedom to choose my own path rather than having it dictated by institutional expectations. Where will we go? Serenya asks as we make our way through streets where early merchants eye us with curiosity rather than recognition. Anywhere we choose, I reply, taking her hand and marveling at the solid warmth of flesh that responds to gentle pressure with answering squeeze. Now we get to decide what comes next based on what we want rather than what others demand. The possibility stretches before us like sunrise after the longest night, not just freedom from supernatural imprisonment or professional obligation, but genuine choice about how to spend whatever time we've been granted. And somehow, walking hand in hand with someone who knows exactly what it costs to claim such freedom, even uncertainty feels like the greatest gift imaginable.
Chapter 40. Serenya. Dawn paints the Carian winter sky in hues of impossible gold and rose, a silent symphony after centuries of discordant waiting. I stand at the very precipice of the ruined archives, my newly restored lungs drawing in air that tastes not just of crisp winter, but of a freedom so sharp, so exquisitely sweet, it is almost intoxicating. The world, through the lens of my reawakened senses, feels both profoundly familiar and utterly transformed. Every sensation is a revelation, vibrant and intensely real. It's beautiful, I whisper, the words a fragile echo against the immensity of the miracle, to see a sunrise, truly see it, with eyes of flesh and blood, not the ethereal gaze of spectral will. I'd forgotten how the world shines when you're truly alive, when every moment isn't a borrowed breath. Isidore, my anchor in this tumultuous new dawn, steps beside me. His warmth radiates, a steadying presence that chases away the lingering chill of 3 centuries. His scales, an intricate mosaic of obsidian and emerald, catch the burgeoning light, glinting with a soft inner fire. His slit eyes, usually sharp with scholarly focus, are now softened with a profound reverence as he takes in the awakening world. "How long?" he asks, his voice a low rumble that resonates deep within me. "Since you saw a sunrise like this, Serenya? One that painted the world in such vibrant hues." 3 centuries, I murmur, the number feeling impossibly distant, a relic of a forgotten nightmare, against the delicious heat of the sunlight warming my skin. 3 centuries trapped between the shifting sands of day and night, never fully here, never truly alive, always a whisper in the periphery. Below us, Cario, the city that was once my cage, begins to stir. Merchants, their breath pluming in the frigid air, tread cautiously through streets etched with frost patterns so intricate, so precise, they defy natural explanation, a lingering reminder of the chaotic magic that ripped through the night. Guards, their movements stiff with the morning cold, inspect the cracked walls of buildings, marvelling at their impossible resilience against the biting winter winds. And from countless hearths, chimney smoke rises, not with the oppressive weight of cosmic magic, but with the comforting scent of ordinary flame, a promise of warmth and mundane existence. The raw, visceral chaos of our night's battle, the lingering echoes of a war waged against an ancient curse, still clings to the air, but the city, like me, is breathing anew. "Thank you," I say, turning to him, my gaze tracing the contours of his face, the strong line of his jaw, the gentle curve of his lips, the man who has risked everything, defied an entire order, to shatter chains I had believed eternal. Not just for freeing me from a prison of shadow and despair, but for teaching me hope, for rekindling a flame I thought long extinguished, for proving, against all odds, that love, in its purest, most potent form, can triumph over the cruelest, most ancient magic. His scholarly features, usually etched with the lines of deep thought and ancient lore, soften further, transformed by the sheer force of his affection into something sacred, almost ethereal. "Thank you for trusting me, Serenia," he says, his voice thick with emotion, a vulnerability I have rarely heard. "For believing that this time could be different, that a new path was possible, despite centuries of proof otherwise, despite the weight of all the past's betrayals." My hands, still marvelling at their own solidity, reach for his face, my fingers tracing the delicate silver threads woven through his dark, iridescent scales, catching the first golden kiss of the dawn. "I want to feel everything," I confess, my voice raw with a desperate, all-consuming need. Every sensation I was denied, every whisper of a touch that was impossible, every moment of real, tangible connection. I want to experience the world, not as a ghost, but as a living, breathing woman. He catches my fingers, his grip firm and reassuring, pressing them to his chest where his heart thunders a wild, joyous rhythm against my palm. "Then feel it all, Serenia," he says, his voice a solemn vow, a promise whispered on the wind. "We have forever now to unravel every secret, to explore every sensation, to build a future woven from our shared dreams."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. The world spins on, free of the cosmic chains that once bound it, and I revel in the simple, profound miracle of feeling it all. The frost beneath us, the crisp air in my lungs, the man who has, against all reason, given me back my life. "What now?" I ask, my voice alive with a burgeoning excitement, utterly devoid of fear, as we lie tangled in the grass, the sunrise warming our skin, chasing away the last vestiges of winter's chill. "We walk away," he says, his hand steady and reassuring as he helps me to my feet. Away from the cruelty of the past, from the insidious lies that sought to define us, toward a future we choose, a future we will build, brick by glorious brick. We gather our few belongings, scraps of our former lives that have miraculously survived the night's chaos, and step into the waking streets of Cario. Merchants nod politely, their gazes sweeping over us, seeing only strangers with contented faces, their burdens shed, not the hollow masks of duty and despair we once wore. "Where?" I press, my heart light, buoyant, uncaring as long as he is with me, his hand in mine. "Anywhere," he says, his grip firm, a tangible anchor to this chosen life, this new reality we are forging. The future is ours, Serenia, not theirs. We write our own story now. Snow begins to fall as we leave the city behind. soft, ethereal flakes that drift rather than drive, a gentle benediction. Winter, which was once a weapon wielded against those who dared to hope, is now transformed. The cold touches my skin with sensation, a delicate dance of fleeting crystals, rather than supernatural significance, melting against the warmth generated by living circulation, rather than spectral manifestation. Look, Isidore breathes, catching a handful of snowflakes on his palm, where they form temporary patterns of crystalline beauty, intricate and fleeting. Just snow. Nothing more, nothing less. Just the beauty of nature, unburdened by magic or malice. Just snow, I agree, tilting my face toward the sky, a laugh bubbling up from depths I had forgotten existed, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. Winter without malice, cold without curse, weather that follows natural law rather than supernatural vengeance. A world reborn. We walk hand in hand into the falling snow, leaving behind the ruins of everything that once defined our separate, isolated existences. Ahead lies uncertainty, yes, but it is an uncertainty flavoured with boundless possibility rather than impending doom. Behind us, the archives settle into their new, silent configuration, a monument to our past struggles, while the city below wakes to discover that some changes, some acts of love and defiance, truly can reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself. This winter, the cycle finally breaks.